Book 2, Chapter 7 of The Duchess of Wrexe by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 7, Rachel and Breton. We are the pilgrims, master. We shall go always a little farther. It may be beyond that last blue mountain barred with snow, across that angry or that glimmering sea. But surely we are brave, who make the golden journey to Samarkand. The Golden Journey to Samarkand by James Alroy Flecker. 1. Rachel now awaited her meeting with Breton with restless impatience. It should afford her, beyond everything, a solution. She was young enough and inexperienced enough to make many demands upon life, that it should be romantic, that it should, in the issues that it presented, be honest and open and clear, that it should allow her to settle her own place in it without any hurt to anyone else, that it should, in fact, arrange any number of compromises to suit herself, and that it should nevertheless be so honest that it would admit of no compromises at all. She approached life with all the reckless boldness of one who has never come into direct contact with it. Neither her relations with her grandmother nor with Roddy had as yet taken from her any of her youngest nor simplest illusions. Were life drab and uninteresting, why then one turned simply to the place where it promised colour and adventure. She had not yet discovered that when we go deliberately to grasp at happiness, we are eternally eluded. But in spite of her desire for honesty, she refused to face the actual meeting with Breton. She knew him so slightly as Francis Breton, and so intimately as an idea. What she felt in her heart was that her grandmother had hoped to catch her by marrying her to Roddy, and that nothing could prove so eloquently that she had not been caught as her friendship with Breton. I will show her, and I will show Roddy, that I am my own mistress, free whatever they may say or do. Breton, seen dimly as a rebel against a harsh, dominating world, was the figure of all romance and freedom. Roddy doesn't care what happens to me. He'll do anything grandmother tells him to. She was now out to attack the Beminster fortress. She did not as yet know that half of her was urgent for its defence. 2. When the afternoon arrived, she took a cab and was driven to Saxton Square. She mounted the stairs, knocked on the door, and was admitted by his ugly manservant. "Is Mr. Breton at home?" she asked. "Yes, my lady," he answered, and smiled. She disliked his smile, and before she passed into the room had a moment of wild, unreasoning panic when she wished that she were not there, when Roddy's face came to her, kind and loving and homely. She stepped forward into the room, heard the door close behind her, and felt rather than saw him as he came forward to greet her. Then she heard him say, "Oh, I'm so glad you've come. I was so afraid lest something should stop you." His windows, although only on the first floor, had a wide sweeping view, a world of chimneys and towers glittering now beneath the sinking sun. His room was simple and had the effect of cleanly emptiness. A table arranged for tea, 2 rather faded armchairs, a dark green carpet, a bookcase, 2 large framed photographs on the walls, one of some street in Bombay, the other of the Niagara Falls. The sunshine lit the bare room and their faces, and she was suddenly comfortable and at ease. He drew one of the easy chairs forward to the window. "Sit down in the sun. Marx will bring the tea in a moment." She sat back in the chair and looked out onto the shining roofs and towers, not glancing towards him, but acutely aware of him, of all his movements. He sat down upon the broad window-seat near her and looked at her. She knew that she had never been conscious physically of anyone before. Roddy's clumsy hands and rather awkward body had always simply belonged to Roddy, and stayed at that. Now she felt as if Francis Breton's hand, close as she knew to hers, was joined to her by a running current of attraction. Although he was not touching her, it was as though she were chained to him. If he moved, she felt that she must move with him, and every motion that he made seemed to rouse some response in her. She was aware, of course, as she was always aware with him, of the way that intimacy between them had moved since their last meeting. All her romantic evocation of life as she wanted it to be helped her to this. It was as though she said to herself, Here at last is my true self, free and dominant. I must make the most of it. And yet, with that, something seemed to warn her that freedom too easily obtained carried at its heart disappointment. The ugly manservant brought in tea, and then disappeared. Breton moved about, waited upon her, then sat down closer to her, leaning forward and looking into her eyes. It was part of his temperament that he should take her coming to him as an instant acknowledgment of the complete fulfilment of his wishes. He always saw life as the very rosiest of his dreams, until it woke him to reality. He was ruled completely by the mood of the moment, and his one emotion now was that Rachel was divinely intended for him alone of all human beings. But he could not wait. He knew, by this time, that reflection was always a period of disappointment. He was unhappily made in that he yielded to his impulses of regret as eagerly as to his impulses of anticipation. One mood followed so swiftly upon another that collision might seem inevitable. They were, both of them, young enough to see life as something that would inevitably, in a short time, condemn them both to years of sterile monotony. Rachel indeed felt that she was already caught. They must, both of them, therefore, make the best of their time. "I was so afraid," he repeated again, "lest something should have stopped you." "I would have asked you to come to us, only I'm afraid that my husband still—" "Oh, I quite understand." "It's natural. Roddy's like that. If he wants to do a thing, he doesn't care for anybody and just does it. But if nothing makes him especially want to do it, then he just takes other people's opinions. Now he might ask you suddenly to come and see us, simply because he took it into his head. Then nobody could stop him. He's very obstinate." She was rather surprised at herself for talking about Roddy. She had a curious feeling about him, as though she were going on a journey and had just said good-bye to him, and had a rather desolate choke in her throat because she wouldn't see him again for so long. "Oh, but I'm glad you've come. If you knew the times and times when I've imagined this meeting, thought about it, pictured—" She saw that his hand was trembling on the window-ledge. "I oughtn't to have come, perhaps, but I don't know. I felt so indignant at the way that grandmother is treating you. I wanted to show you that I was indignant." "You don't know," he said, "what a help you've been to me already. You showed me the very first time that we met that you did sympathize." His voice was tender, partly because her presence moved him so deeply, and partly because the sympathy of anyone about his own affairs made him instantly full of sorrow for himself. When anyone said that they thought that he had been badly treated, he always felt with an air of surprised discovery, "By Jove, I have been having a bad time." "Yes, wasn't it strange, that first meeting in Miss Rand's room? We seem to have known one another all our lives." She looked at him. "That you should hate grandmamma so," she said, "was a great thing to me. I'd been all alone, fighting her, for so long." Rachel felt, in the glow of the occasion, that all her days there had been active, constant war to the knife in the Portland Place house. "She's been the curse of my life," he said bitterly, "always keeping me down, making me unable to do myself justice. Why should she hate me so?" "She hates us," cried Rachel, "because we're both determined to be free. We wouldn't have our lives ruled for us. She wants everyone to be under her in everything." They glowed together, very close to one another now, in a glorious assertion of rebellious independence. He put his hand upon the back of her chair. "Now," he said, his voice trembling, "now that we've got to know one another, you won't go back on it, will you? If I couldn't feel that you were behind me, after being so encouraged, it would be terrible for me, worse than anything's ever been for me." "You needn't be afraid," she said, not looking at him, but tremendously conscious of his hand that now touched her dress. Then there was a long and very difficult silence, during which events seemed to move with terrific impetus. She was overwhelmed by a multitude of emotions. She was past analysis of regret or anticipation. Somewhere, very far away, there was Roddy, and somewhere, also very far away, there was her grandmother. But for herself she could only feel that she was very lonely, that nobody cared about her except Breton, and that nobody cared about him except herself, and that she wanted urgently to be comforted, and that he himself needed comfort from her. She knew that if she were not very strong-minded and resolute, she would cry. She could feel the tears burning her eyes. "Perhaps I oughtn't to have come. Oh, it's all so difficult with grandmother and everything. I thought I could manage things, but I can't. We oughtn't. I wanted to do what was best. I didn't know. You—" Then the tears came. She tried desperately to stop them. Then they came rushing. She buried her head in her hands and abandoned herself to weeping. That was partly sorrow for herself, and partly sorrow for Breton, and partly, in the strangest way, sorrow for Roddy. He was on his knees by her chair, had his arm about her, was crying, "Oh, Rachel, 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 I love you, don't cry, don't, Rachel." He kissed her again and again, and she clung to him like a frightened child. 3. After a time her crying ceased. She got up from the chair, moving gently out of his embrace, and then went to the looking-glass above the fireplace, and stood there wiping her eyes. Then, smiling, she looked back at him. He was standing in front of the window, and behind him the reflection from the departed sun flooded the town with gold. He seemed a man transformed, gazing upon her with an ecstasy of triumph, exultation, happiness. My dear, oh, how glorious you are!" But she did not move. He stirred impatiently, and then, looking at her with adoring eyes, he whispered, "Oh, my dear, but I love you." "I must go," she said, her eyes large and frightened, appealingly upon him. He smiled at her, his eyes laughing. "Yes, Francis, let me, now, while I can still see what I ought to do." "There's only one thing that you ought to do. You belong to me now." She plucked nervously with her hands one against the other. "Francis, let me go. Please, please." He saw then that she was unhappy, and the laughter died from his eyes. His voice, fallen from its happiness, was almost harsh as he replied, "You know we love one another, have loved one another ever since that day when we met in Miss Rand's rooms. You know it as well as I do. You knew it when you came to these rooms today." "I oughtn't to have come." Her voice had gathered strength. "It's only because I realise now what you are to me that I want to go. I thought I was so strong that I could be fair to Roddy and to you too. I didn't know—" "Then stay, stay," he whispered urgently. "It's a thing that you've got to face anyhow. We can't stay apart, you and I, now. We can try, but you know as well as I, that we can't do it." "We must. That's what I meant before. That's why I must go now, because soon I shan't be strong enough. But we've got to part, we've got to." "Oh, this is absurd," he cried. "We're human beings, not figures to hang a theory on. Now, just as we realise what we are to one another." "Yes, because of that," she broke in swiftly, urgently. "You know that I love you. I know that you love me. We've got that knowledge that nothing can take away from us, and we've got the love. Nothing can touch it. But my duty is with Roddy." "You knew that," he said, "when you came here today." Her face flamed. "That's not fair of you, Francis." "No, I beg your pardon. It isn't." He suddenly came to her, caught her and kissed her, holding her with his arm close to him, murmuring in her ear. At first she had struggled, then she lay absolutely still against him, making no response. He felt her passive against his beating heart. He released her and watched her as she went across to the window and looked out into the darkening city. "I don't care," he said roughly. "I love you. There's no talk about it or anything else. You belong to me." "I belong to Roddy," she answered quietly. "It's all quite clear. My duty is to him unless life with him becomes impossible. I've got absolutely to do my best, and while I'm doing that, you've got to help me." "What do you mean?" he said, his eyes upon her. "Help me by our not meeting, by our not writing, by our doing nothing. Nothing." "No, no," he answered her, his eyes set upon her. "You don't get me any other way. Francis, don't you see that we're not the sort of people, either of us, to put up with the deceits, the trickeries, the lies that the other thing means? Some people might. Lots of people do, I suppose, but we are not built that way. We are idealists. We aren't made to stand quietly and see all the quality of the things vanish before our eyes, just to take the husk when we've known what the kernel was like. Besides, it isn't as though I hated Roddy. If I did, I'd go off with you now, in a minute, if you wanted me, although even then it would be a hopeless thing for us to do. But I'm very fond of Roddy. I'm not in love with him, I never have been. I told him from the first. But I'm going to do my best by him.
Why did you come here?
I came here because I was driven towards you. I wanted to hear you say that you loved me. I wanted to tell you that I loved you. We've both of us said it. We know it now, and we've got to keep it, the most precious thing in the world. But we should soon hate one another if we destroyed one another's ideals. For many people it wouldn't matter. For us, weak as we are, it matters everything.
All this talk, he said. I'm a man. I'm here to love you, not to talk about it. I've got you, and I'm going to keep you.
You haven't got me, she cried. You've got a bit of me. There'll be times when I'm away from you, when I shall think that you've got all of me. But you haven't. No one's got all of me. And I haven't got you either. You think now for the moment that it is so, but I know what it would be if we were hiding about on the continent or secretly meeting here in London. That's not for us, Francis.
I've got you, he repeated. I'm not going to wait any longer.
It's the only way you'll ever have me, she answered, by letting me do my duty to Roddy. I promise you that. If ever life is impossible, if it's ever better for both of us that I should go, I'll come to you. But I shall tell him first.
Tell him, but he won't let you go.
He won't stop me, if it comes to that. He pleaded with her then, telling her about his life, its loneliness, his unhappiness, how impossible it would be now without her. But she shook her head. Don't you think, she cried, that grandmother would be delighted if we went off? Both of us done for, you never able to return again? Ah, no, for all of us, for every reason, it's not to be.
I won't let you go. I've got you. I'll keep you.
You can't, Francis.
I can, and I will.
Then, looking up, catching a vision of her framed in the window with the lighted city behind her, he saw in her eyes how unattainable she might be. He had always had his ideals. There was a long silence between them. Then he bowed his head.
You shall do as you will. Anything with me that you will.
Oh, my dear, she whispered, I love you for that. Then, hurriedly, moving as though she feared her own weakness, she went to put on her wraps. He came to her.
Let me write. Let me.
No, better not.
Just a line. Nothing that any ordinary person...
No, we mustn't, Francis. He put her furs about her neck. Then his hand rested on her shoulder. Her head fell back. Once more, she said. He kissed her throat, then her eyes, then their lips met.
Stay, he whispered. Stay.
Very slowly she drew away from him, smiled at him once, and was gone. End of Book 2, Chapter 7. Book 2, Chapter 8 of The Duchess of Wrexe by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 8. Christopher's Day. I judge more than I used to, but it seems to me that I have earned the right. One can't judge till one is 40. Before that we are too eager, too hard, too cruel, and in addition too ignorant. Henry James. 1. The war had the city in its grip. There was now, during these early weeks of November, no other thought, no other anxiety, no other interest. The shock of its reality came most severely upon those whose lives had been most unreal. Here, in the midst of their dining and their dancing, was the sure fact that many whom they knew and with whom they had been in the habit of playing might now, at any moment, find death. Here was a reality against which there was no argument, and against the harshness of it music screamed and food was uninteresting. During that first month of that war, so new a thing was the horrid grimness of it, that hysteria was abroad, life was twopence coloured. For everyone now it was the question, what might they do? Something to help, something to ease that biting truth. Your life has been the most utterly useless business, no purpose, no strength, no unselfishness from first to last. What now? Christopher's life had not been useless, and he knew it. The reality of it had never been in doubt, and death, the haphazard surprise of it, and the pathos and melodrama, and sometimes drab monotony of it, had been his companion for many years. Christopher, although he had been a hard worker from his childhood, had always taken life lightly. He loved the gifts of this world, food and amusement and exercise and pleasant company. He loved also certain people whose lives were of immense concern to him. He also believed in a quiet traditional God, about whom he had never argued, but whose definite particular existence was as certain to him as his own. He had faults that he tried to cure, his temper, his pleasure in food and wine. He had three great motives in his life: his love of God, his love of his friends, and his love of his work. He hated hypocrites, mean persons, cruel persons, anyone who showed cowardice or deceit or arrogance. He was dogmatic, and therefore disliked anyone else to be so. He was humble about his work, but not humble about his position in the world, which he thought, quite frankly, a very good one. His interest in his especial friends was compounded of his love for them and also of his curiosity about them, and he always loved someone the more if he or she gave him the opportunity to practise his inquisitiveness upon them. After Rachel Seddon, he cared more perhaps for Francis Breton than anyone in the world. He had also of late been interested in Roddy, who was a far better fellow than he had expected. One puzzle, meanwhile, obstinately and continually beset him. What had happened to Breton during this last year? Something, or in surer probability someone, had been behind him. Christopher might have flattered himself that he had been the influence, but he knew that, if that had been so, Breton's attitude to him would have implied it. Breton was fond of him, but did not owe that to him. Who, then, was it? On one of these November days he invited a friend and Breton to luncheon together. Christopher's geniality and the supreme importance of the war over everything else helped amiability. Christopher's little house in Harley Street showed, beyond its consulting room, a cheerful Philistine appreciation of comfort and love. There was old silver, there were old prints, sofas, soft carpets, bookcases whose glass coverings were more important than their contents. Also a luncheon that was the most artistic thing that the house contained, save only the wine. At the side of the round gleaming table Christopher sat smiling, and soon Breton told the friend about India, and the friend told Breton about Africa. Meanwhile Christopher watched Breton. He knew Breton very well, and in the old days he would have said that that nervous excitement that the man sometimes betrayed meant that he was on the edge of some most foolish action. He knew that light in the eyes, that excited voice, that restlessness. These things had meant that Breton's self-control was about to break. Today there were all these signs, and Christopher knew that after luncheon Breton would escape him. Breton did escape him, went off somewhere in a hurry. No, Christopher could not drive him. He was going in the opposite direction. Whilst Christopher drove, first down to Eaton Square, then back to 104 Portland Place, he was wondering about Breton. 2. It seemed that, on this afternoon, he was unduly sensitive to impression. The house struck him with a chill, deserted air. There seemed to be no one about as Norris led him up to the Duchess's rooms. The old portraits grinned at him, as though they would have him to know that very soon the house would be once more in their possession, and Bemistar's dead and gone be of more importance than Bemistar's alive. At any rate it was a cold November day, and always now the streets seemed to echo with newsboys crying out editions. Even through these stone walls those cries could penetrate. He could hear one as he climbed the stairs. The Duchess, looking peaked and shrivelled, received him with an eagerness that showed she was longing for company. The room was close, but in spite of that, now and again she shivered a little. As he sat opposite her, The glance that she flung him was almost pathetic, struggling to maintain her pride, but showing too that she might now, in his company, a little relax that great effort. "I'm not so well," she said. "I've slept badly." "I'm sorry for that," he said. "What's the trouble?" "It's this war," she said, taking her eyes away from his face. "This war. I don't think I've ever felt anything before, but this... Oh, I'm old at last," she said, almost savagely. "Everybody's feeling it just now," Christopher answered her quietly. "I suppose I'm as level-headed as most people, but even I have been imagining things today. Nerves, simply nerves." "Nonsense," she answered him. "Don't tell me, Christopher. What have I ever had to do with nerves?" "Wait a little. All we want is to get used to war. It's a new experience for all of us." She laughed sharply. "It's ludicrous, but really you think, if you studied my family, that I was responsible for the whole thing. It's positively as though I'd made some huge blunder which they would do their best to excuse. Adela, John, I'm now to them an old sick woman who's got to be kept quiet and away from worry. They wouldn't have dared let me see that 6 months ago." Her voice was trembling. She went on again, more quietly. "Every hour now one hears some horrible thing. This morning that young Dick Stavling dead, shot in some skirmish or other. Fine boy he was. They're all going out, one after the other. Not useless idiots who aren't wanted here like John or Vincent, but boys like Roddy." Again her voice trembled. For the first time in his knowledge of her, some pity for her stirred in him. For the first time in her knowledge of him, she definitely looked to him with some appeal. "Roddy came to see me yesterday," she said. "Yes," said Christopher. "He had not been so often as he used. I told him so. So he made some feeble apology. But I can see that he will not come again so often." He would have interrupted her, but she went on. "He's not happy, but he loves her madly, madly. He did not tell me so, but I could see that. That was something I'd never reckoned on." "You prefer," Christopher said sharply, "to imagine that he is not happy. I know, unfortunately, what your feeling is about Rachel. Fond of him though you are, you'd prefer that he was unhappy with her." "I know that he is unhappy. He would not care for her so much if she returned it. I know Roddy, but she's clever enough—" She broke off. "If Roddy were to go out to South Africa," she said, "I think I would kill Rachel, then die happy." "Forgive me," Christopher said, "but this is sheer melodrama. Rachel is devoted to Roddy, and Roddy to Rachel. I've the best means for knowing." Even as he spoke, he saw her mouth curve with that smile that was always the wickedest thing about her. He had seen it on many occasions, and it always meant that then, in her heart, there was something cruel or remorseless. It gave her now an elfin look, so that amongst the absurd furniture of the room she took her place as some old witch might take hers amongst the paraphernalia of her incantations, her cauldron, her bones, her noxious herbs. "That shows, Christopher, my friend, that you know very little. I've a piece of news that will surprise you." He said nothing, but in his heart made ready for some blow. "What would you say if our Rachel, your Rachel and my Rachel, had found a new friend in my worthy, most admirable nephew, Francis?" "Rachel? Rachel and Breton?" The Duchess watched him with amusement. "Exactly. I have the surest information." "What does your information say?" He hated her at that moment as he had never hated her before. "It says, and I know that it is true, that for more than a year now they have been meeting and corresponding. The other day Rachel went to tea with him, alone. Was with him alone for some time. I'm sure that Roddy knows nothing of this." "It's impossible, impossible. Rachel is the soul of honour." "I know that you've always thought so, but what more likely? Their feeling about myself would alone be enough." But he would not let her see how hardly he was taking it. He deprived her of her triumph, did not even question her as to what she would do with it, turned the conversation into other channels, and left her at last, seeming there amongst her candles with her nose and thin hands, like some old bird of most evil omen. 3. But for him there was to be no more peace. It was now about 4 o'clock, and already the dusk was closing in about the town. He decided that he would go and see whether Rachel were in. He was determined that he would ask Rachel nothing. If she wished to speak to him, he would help her, but it must be of her own free will. That was the only way at present. For how much was the Duchess's malignity responsible? What exactly did she know? What did she intend to do? Oddly enough, for a long time past, some subconscious part of him had linked Rachel and Breton together, perhaps because they were the two persons in all the world for whom he most cared, perhaps because he had always known in both of them that rebellious discontent, so unlike that Bedminster acquiescence. As he drove through the evening streets, he felt that never, until now, had he known how dearly he loved Rachel. In his mind there was no judgment of her, only a sense of her peril. If she would speak to him. When he asked at the door of the flat for Lady Seddon, he was told that she was out. Sir Roderick is at home, sir. He would see Roddy. Roddy was sitting in the little box-like room known as the smoking room, poring over a war map. About the map little flags were dotted. He had two in his hand, and with one hand lifted was hesitating as to their position. "That was a damn bad mess," Christopher heard him say as he came in. At the sound of the door, Roddy looked up, straightened himself, and then came forward. "Hello, Christopher," he said. "Delighted. Splendid. Rachel's out, but she said she'd be back for tea." He was not looking well. Fat, his cheeks pale and puffy, lines beneath his eyes. "I'm jolly glad you've come," he said. He drew 2 armchairs to the fire, and they sat down. Roddy then talked a great deal. He was always a little nervous with Christopher because he was well aware that the doctor had disapproved of his marriage. Christopher had lately shown him that he liked him, but still Roddy was not at his ease. He talked of the war, then of golf, then polo, then horses, Seddon Court. Abruptly he stopped, and sat there gazing moodily into the fire. "You're not looking well, Seddon," Christopher said quietly. "Oh, I'm not very. Nobody's at their liveliest just now, with fellows one knows dropping out any minute. One feels a bit of a worm keeping out of it all. Skunking, rather." Moodily he sat there, his head hanging, dejected as Christopher had never seen him before. Suddenly he said, "That ain't quite the truth, Doctor. I am a bit worried." "My dear boy," Christopher said, putting his hand on the other's knee, "if there's anything in the world I can do for you, tell me." "Thank you. You're a brick. I'm damned unhappy, Christopher. That's the truth." "Rachel," said Christopher. "Yes, Rachel. I've got to talk to somebody. I've been going along on my own now for months, and I know you're fond of her." "I am," said Christopher, "more than of anyone in the world." "I know. That's how I can talk to you. I wouldn't have you think I'm complaining of her. I'm getting nothing but what I ask for, you know. But it's just this. When she took me, she never said she loved me. In fact, she said she didn't. But I thought that it wouldn't matter. All you wanted in marriage was just to be pals and shower up about the town together and treat one another honourably." "Well," said Roddy, taking now a melancholy interest in his discoveries concerning himself, "damn it all, if I haven't rotted the bargain by falling in love with her. Jove! Why, I hadn't a ghost's guess at what love meant before Rachel came along. Of course, it isn't her fault. You couldn't expect her to love an ordinary sort of chap like me, just like a million other fellows knocking about. But she's so unusual there ain't another woman in the world so surprising as Rachel." "She's fond of me," he went on. "I know that. But what I want she just can't give me, and that's the long and the short of it. Lately it's been terrible hard. She's not happy, and that makes me wild, and every day that passes I seem to want her more. Nothing else, no one else matters now. I've been playing golf, riding, sitting down on this bridge they're all getting mad about, doing every blessed thing. Tain't any use. Do you know, Christopher," he said slowly, "I'd give my soul to make her happy, and I just can't." "I know," said Christopher. "But it's worse than that," Roddy went on, taking up the poker and knocking on the fire. "Lately she's been having a room of her own. Started it a while ago as a temporary thing. Now she sticks to it.
Up here in this damned town we hardly see one another. Always a crowd either here or outside. I know Rachel don't like it, and I don't like it, but there it is. Next week we're going down to Seton, and things may get better there. But I can't stand it much more. Not like this."
"Wait a bit. It'll come all right." Christopher spoke confidently. "I've known Rachel since she was a small child. She's half Russian, you know. You must always remember that. And Russian and Beminster make a strange mixture. Wait."
"It's so easy to say," Roddy answered, shaking his head. "It's so easy to say, but I don't see just what's going to make things different from what they are."
"No, one never sees," said Christopher. "And then destiny comes along and does something that we call coincidence and just settles it all. Your trouble will be settled, Roddy, if you're patient."
"Perhaps," Roddy said slowly, "you could see her a bit, find out."
He stopped. "Anything in the world I can do, I will. We'll find a way. Meanwhile, Seddon, there is a bit of advice I can give you."
"What's that?"
asked Roddy. "Go and see the Duchess more than you've been doing. See her a lot, more than you did ever."
"Oh, the Duchess," Roddy sighed. "I don't know, but it all seems different with her now. I've changed, I suppose. All her ideas are old-fashioned and wrong. I used to think her rather splendid."
"Yes, but she's ill and old, and you're the only person in the world she cares about."
"Yes, I'll go," said Roddy slowly. "I've known I ought to go."
Voices broke in upon them. The door opened, and Rachel, followed by her friend May Kremlin, once May Eversley, came in.
"Oh, Dr. Chris, you dear!"
she cried, and came forward and flung her arms about him and kissed him. Her cheeks were flushed. From her black furs her eyes shone at him. Some thought caught him. He knew where he had seen that excited glitter already today. Breton at luncheon. They all talked. Then Christopher said that he must go. Rachel came with him to the door. In the hall she looked at him defiantly, that flash he knew so well. "You never come now, Dr. Chris. You've given me up." "I don't care for you in a crowd very much. There's always a crowd now." "Ask me alone, and I'll come," she said, but still her eyes were defiant. "No," he said gravely. "I'll do no asking, Rachel. When you want me, I'm there for you at any time. At any time." For answer, she flung her arms again about him and hugged him. Her heart was beating furiously. Then, without another word, she left him. 4. He could not go back to Harley Street yet. The sense of apprehension that had been growing with him all day would give him a melancholy evening, were he to spend it alone. He thought of Brun. Someone had told him that the little man was in London. He found him in his rooms, reading, with a cynical expression on his face, a French review. "I came to see," said Christopher, "whether you happened to be free tonight and would dine with me. I'm a pessimist for once this evening, and it doesn't suit me." Brun was very, very sorry, but he was dining with a Russian princess. It was most tiresome that he should have to waste his time with a Russian princess when he'd come over to London on this occasion expressly to study the English people at this interesting crisis of their affairs, but there it was. He'd no idea how he'd let himself in for it, and how much rather would he spend the evening with his friend, Christopher. Christopher said that he would smoke one cigarette, and then he must go. "And so you feel pessimistic?" said Brun, looking at Christopher curiously. "It's the war, je crois bien. How alive you all are!" "No," said Christopher, "I don't think the war's much to do with it. I dare say the war's a very good thing for all of us." "Didn't I tell you?" said Brun, greatly excited, then pulled himself up. "No, it wasn't you, it was Arkwright. More than a year ago we were in a picture gallery looking at your Duchess's picture, and coming home we talked. I said then that something would come, that something must come, and that then everything would crumple up. And behold," cried Brun, his eyes flashing, "see, it crumples." "That's a little previous of you," said Christopher. "Nothing crumpled yet. We're disturbed, of course." "It is most lucky," Brun said, "most lucky. Here we are, you and I, ordinary people enough, with the end of a period with its death and the way it takes it, all for us to watch. Most lucky. End of Victorian age. Voila!" and with a little dramatic gesture he waved his hand as though he were flinging the age and its lumber away, out of the window. "You know, Christopher," he went on, "I've seen things coming over here for so long. All you people, you couldn't have gone on very much longer so remote from life. And now this. It will finish your Duchess, your Beminsters, your Queen in her bonnet, your Sundays and your religion, and your Whigs and Tories and all your hypocrisies. No names any more taken just because they've always been taken, but new names made by men who are doing things. Nothing taken for granted any more. Your Beminsters will vanish, and then you'll have your Denisons and Oaks and Ruddards on top. Then you'll see a time. You'll all be spinning like a top, dancing like dervishes. Then, while you're busy dancing up, the other people will quietly come, all the real people, the individualists. Women will have their justice. No man will skunk behind his garden hedge because he doesn't want to be bothered. No more superstition, no more inefficiency." "You're a wonderful fellow, Brun," said Christopher, getting up and flinging away the end of his cigarette. "You've always got an amount to say, but you never think of people, not as theories or movements or developments." "No, thank God I don't. That's for the sentimentalists like you, Christopher. People are all the same, fools or knaves." "Well, I'm glad I don't think so," said Christopher. "Tell me," Brun put his little hand on the other's elbow, "your Beminsters now, how are they?" "They're all right." "The Duchess? I hear she's not so well." "Oh, nonsense. Well as she's been any time these last 30 years. "Yes? So I'm glad. But the other Beminsters? Ah, I must go quickly and call, to see them burst asunder. That will be most amusing." Christopher laughed. "You won't see the Duke or Richard Beminster burst," he said. "They're like you, no personal feeling. And the girl? Lady Seddon? Yes, she'll stir things up. She's not a Beminster, or only enough of one to make her hate the family. And she does hate them, huh?" "Oh, my dear Brun, you've got an absurdly exaggerated view about everything. You twist the Beminsters into anything to make them fit your theory." "Oh, they'll fit it right enough. But I must be in at the death. We'll meet there together, Christopher. Things will occur before we're much older, my sentimentalist." Christopher shook his head. "There's something sinister about your appearances in the city, Brun. Where the carcasses are, there will—" Brun nodded. "It's true enough this time," he said. End of Book 2, Chapter 8. Book 2, Chapter 9 of The Duchess of Wrexe by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 9, The Darkest Hour. So God help us, and God knows what disorders we may fall into. Home and to bed with a heavy heart. The Diary of Samuel Pepys. 1. During that terrible December week in 1899, England suffered more defeats to her arms than during any other week of the century. Magersfontein, Stormberg, Colenso, their names leapt one after another onto the screen. London was dismayed. London was impatient. Easy enough to declare that the most criminal blunders had been perpetrated. Easy enough to explain how one would oneself have conducted this or that, manoeuvred hither or thither some pawn in the game. Dismay remained, a wide, active alarm at the things that life, so suddenly real and dominating and destructive, might in the future be preparing. To Lord John, this terrible week was simply the climax to a succession of disturbing revelations of reality. All his days had he been denying life, wrapping it up in one covering after another, calling it finally a box of chocolates or a racing card, a good cigar or a pretty woman, knowing at his heart that somewhere in the dark forest the wild beast was waiting for him, hoping that he might survive to the end without facing it. Now it was before him, and its glittering eyes were upon him. He had gone on the Friday of this week to pay a weekend visit at a country house near Newmarket. Many jolly, happy weekends he had spent at this same house on other occasions. Now, from first to last, it was nightmare. On the Monday morning at breakfast, a sudden conviction of the impossible horror of this world struck at his heart. It came as a revelation. Life was for him never to be the same again. His hostess, a large-bosomed, white-haired lady, planted at the end of the table like an enormous artificial toy, in the middle of whose back some key must be turned if the affair is to amuse the crowd, suddenly horrified him. The women of the party, their noses a little blue, their cheeks a touch too white, their voices hard and sharp, the men, red and brown, boisterously hearty about the animals they hoped to kill before the day was done, the cold food in a glazed and greedy row, the hot food, kidneys, fish, bacon, sausages, sizzling and scenting the air, the table itself with its racks of toast and marmalade and silver and fruit, the conversation that sounded as though the speakers were afraid that the food would all disappear were they spontaneous or natural. All these things suddenly appeared to Lord John in a very horrible light, so that in an instant racing and women and clothes and food were banished from a naked, biting world in which he was a naked, solitary figure. He caught a train as one flies from some horrible plague. He arrived in London, breathless, confused, miserable, the foundations of life broken from beneath him. Here he found Lady Adela in a like condition. He had never cared very greatly for his sister. He had not found her sympathetic or amusing. She had never appealed to him for assistance, nor challenged his violent opposition. He had never inquired very deeply into her interests. She had much correspondence and many acquaintances. She ran, he supposed, the house, or at least directed Miss Rand to run it for her. He thought her a rather stupid woman, but then all the Bedminsters thought one another stupid, because they believed so intensely in the Duchess, and she had always made a point of seeing that, individually, they despised one another, although collectively they faced the world. Finally, Adela had always seemed to him unsympathetic towards Rachel, and that he found very hard to forgive. But then he often reflected they were all, with the exception of himself, a most unsentimental family. He wondered sometimes why he was so different. On the afternoon of his return from Newmarket, however, he began to wonder whether, after all, Adela had not more in common with him than he had ever expected. He had lunched at the club, had plunged down into the city to inquire about some investments. It had begun to rain, and he had returned with the weight of that gloomy day full heavily upon him. He did not as a rule have tea, but to-day he needed company, and he found Adela in the little sitting-room next to the library, a little room with faded wallpaper, faded pictures, groups, some of them, of himself and Vincent and Richard at Eton and Oxford, faded armchairs and faded chintzes, a nice, cosy, friendly room, full of old associations and old hopes and despairs. This room did not often see either Lady Adela or John, but to-day Norris, for reasons best known to himself, had put tea there, and to both of them, as they sat over the fire with the great house so still and quiet about them, the shabby intimacy of the little place was grateful. John, disturbed himself out of his normal easy geniality, noticed that Adela also was disturbed. That dry and rather gritty assurance that had all her life protected her from both the praise and abuse of her fellow men and women was to-day absent. She seemed really grateful to John for coming to have tea with her to-day. He wondered whether she felt as he did, that this war, with all its horrors, foreboded in some manner special disasters upon the Bedminster family, as though it were a portent, to be read of all men, of the destruction and ruin of that family. Poor Adela, he thought. She's very plain. If she asks me to help her, I will. She's got something on her mind. Rachel's here, Lady Adela said, looking at her brother nervously. Now? Yes, she's with Mother. She came to say good-bye to her. She and Roddy are going down to Seddon tomorrow. Yes, I know, said John. She's very queer, very odd. I don't pretend to understand her. We're all queer just now, said John. Down at the club today it was awful. No other subject. Fellows killed, fellows going out to be killed. Blunder, blame, disgrace, all the time. But what's Rachel been doing odd? You understand her better than I do, said his sister. She always liked you better. I did my best with her, but she never cared about me. But now I understand her less than ever. She's so excited and hard and unnatural. Something's happened to her that we don't know about, I'm sure. John said nothing. He was unhappy enough about Rachel, but he did not intend to talk to Adela about it. He would rather not talk to anyone about it, because talking only brought it more actually in front of him. Besides, he did not know what to say. He knew that he had been cowardly about Rachel. He had tried to pretend to himself that she was happy when he had known that she was not, and so, for the sake of his comfort, he had stifled the most genuine emotion in his life. That, indeed, was the Beminster habit. "She's not happy," continued Adela. "I'm sure I don't know why. Molly's very good to her, very good. She's so queer. She wants to have Miss Rand down with her at Seddon for Christmas." "Miss Rand?" "Yes, she asked me whether I'd let her go. She's got to give a dance and a dinner party or two, and asked me whether she might have her help. Of course I said yes. Miss Rand hasn't been looking at all well for some time now. A change will do her good." "What did Miss Rand say when you told her?" "Oh, she was odd. She has been odd lately. At first she thought she wouldn't go. Then she said she would. I told her it would do her good." "How's mother been the last 2 days?" "Oh, the same. She won't say anything. She confides in nobody." John looked at his sister, and wondered why it was that he had never, during all these years, considered her as a personality, or as anything actively happy or miserable. She had had, he suddenly supposed, a life of her own that was, in a way, as acute and sensitive as his, and yet he had never realized this. He had always taken his mother's word for it that Adela was a dried-up stick who resented interference. Now he was sure that that judgment was short-sighted, and then, upon this, came criticism of his mother. Therefore, to banish such disloyalty, he said hurriedly, "I didn't enjoy the Massiters a bit. Longed to get away. Sunday was miserable." Adela said, "I never could bear them. John—" She stopped. "Yes," he said, looking across at her. His large, good-tempered eyes met hers, and then the colour mounted very slowly into her cheeks. He had never seen her agitated before. "John," she began again, "I must do something. I can't sit here, just quietly, going on as though nothing were happening. I know, all one's life once stood aside rather. I've never wanted to interfere with anyone. But now this war has made one feel differently, I think." "Well?" said her brother. "Well, an organisation has been formed, women, you know, to help in some way. They're going to do everything, make clothes, have sales and concerts, and get money together. It's to be a big thing. Nellie Ponsonby, Clara Raddleton, lots of others. They've asked me to be on the committee." "Well," said John, "why not?" She looked at him appealingly. "Mrs. Bronson's on it too, one of the originators of it." "Oh." John was silent. Here was indeed a question. Mrs. Bronson, the Beminster arch-enemy. Mrs. Bronson, who had snapped her bejewelled American fingers at the Duchess. Mrs. Bronson, who called the Beminsters the most insulting names. Why, a fortnight ago, any alliance with such a woman was unthinkable, incredible. "I believe," went on Lady Adela, "that she herself proposed that I should be asked." A fortnight ago, and now. John knew that he was glad that Adela wished to join the committee. He knew that he was closer to Adela now than he had ever been at any moment during their lives together. He looked across at her, and their eyes met, and in that glance exchanged between them, barriers were broken down, curtains turned aside. They would never be strangers again. "Mother isn't well," Adela said quite firmly. "Hasn't been well for a long time. We've all known it. She's felt this war and other things very much. She will feel my going on to the same committee as Mrs. Bronson. She will certainly feel it. But I think it's my duty to do so. After all, on an occasion like this, family feeling must give way before national ones." Why did not the walls and foundations of number 104 Portland Place rock and quiver before the horrid sacrilege of such words? John himself almost expected them to do so, and yet he was of his sister's opinion. "I think you are perfectly right, Adela," he said. "Oh, I'm so glad that you do. I don't want to worry Mother just now. I'm frankly rather nervous about telling her, but it must be done." "It's odd, Adela," said John, leaning back in his chair and crossing his fat legs, "but something real like this war, a ghastly day with boys shouting horrors at you, followed by another ghastly day with more boys shouting more horrors, it does shake one's life up. I've been very cowardly, Adela, about a number of things. I see that now. I've never really wanted to see it before. It makes one uncomfortable." "I don't think one ought to give way," said Adela, with a slight return to her gritty manner, "to one's feelings too much. But certainly one is beginning to see things differently, which is a dangerous thing for people of our age, John." "Yes," said John, "I suppose it is." He paused, and then brought out, "There's Francis, Adela. We've all been very wrong about Francis. I felt it for a long time, but hadn't the courage. He's been behaving very well all this time. One oughtn't to hold aloof altogether. Mother refuses to have his name mentioned." "We must take into account," John said very slowly, and now without meeting his sister's eye, "that Mother is not so well, scarcely so sure in her judgment." He broke off. There was a long pause, and they looked away from one another as though they had been guilty conspirators. Norris came in to take the tea away. "Has Lady Seddon gone?" "Yes, my lady. She was with her Grace a very short time." Adela turned impatiently to John. "So like Rachel. She might at least have come to say good-bye to us." When Norris had gone, John got up and walked a little about the room. He stopped beside his sister and put his hand on her shoulder. "If there's anything I can ever do to help you, Adela, tell me," he said. "Thank you, John," she answered. 2. Rachel had never understood why it was that she was driven so constantly into her grandmother's presence. The impulse that drove her had in it perhaps something of defiance and something of challenge, as though she cried to some weakness in her that it should not master her, and that she would just show it how little those visits mattered to her. It had all begun from some reason of that kind, and lately, when she grew older, she discovered that her grandmother was more terrible through imagination than she was through actual vision. There was never absent from Rachel a lurking presentiment of what her grandmother might one day do, and she went to see her now to discover what she might be at, to prove to her that, whatever she be doing, Rachel was up to her. On this particular occasion the visit was a very brief one, but there was one moment in it that after events always produced for Rachel as a most definite and, on the part of the Duchess, omniscient omen. Rachel had said that she had come in only for a moment to say good-bye. She had talked a little, and then, rising, stood by the fire. As she stood there, her grandmother suddenly looked at her, a glance that Rachel had not been intended to catch. There was there a malicious humour, consciousness of some power, of some disaster that could be delivered triumphantly at an instant's notice. Very swiftly Rachel gathered her control, but she had felt what that look conveyed. Francis, she knows. What is she going to do? She strung her slim, tall figure to its finest restraint, and without a quiver in her voice, her heart was beating wildly. "Good-bye, grandmamma. I promised Roddy to be back." But the old lady looked at her. "How you do hate me, my dear," she said, almost complacently. Rachel compelled the other's eyes. "Would I come to see you so often if I did?" she said. "Yes, my dear, you would. You've got a sense of humour hidden somewhere, although God knows you've seen little enough of it lately. Oh, yes, you'd come all right, if it were only to see me growing older and older." Rachel turned, flaming. "There, at any rate, you're unjust. It's you that have always hated me from the beginning, since I was small. Hated me, been unjust to me." Her body trembled with agitation. She was not far from one of her old tempests of passion. But the Duchess smiled. "You exaggerate, Rachel. Your old fault. At any rate, I'll be gone soon, I suppose. It will seem trivial enough one day." Then, as Rachel, turning to the door, left her, "But hurt a hair of Roddy's head, my dear, and, well, you'll hate me more than ever." 3. When Rachel had gone, the Duchess felt very ill indeed. She had only to touch a bell, and Dorchester would be with her, but she did not intend to summon Dorchester before she need. She felt now, at this minute, that her spirit of resistance had almost snapped. Again and again throughout the last months, the temptation to lie down and surrender had swept up, beaten about her walls, and then sunk, defeated, back again. But this last week of disaster had tried her severely. Her pride in life had been largely her pride in the arrangement of it, and now all that arrangement was tumbling to pieces, and she powerless to prevent it. For the first time in all her days she felt that she would like to have someone with her who would reassure her, someone less acid than Dorchester. Why had she never had a companion, a woman like Miss Rand who would understand without being sentimental? There was pain in every muscle and nerve of her body. It swept up and down her old limbs in hot waves. She clutched the arms of her chair. Even her brain, that had always been so sharp and clear, was now confused a little, and passed strange, unusual pictures before her eyes. That girl, yes, Dorchester had been very clever about that. Dorchester had been in communication with Breton's manservant for a long time past. To go to tea there, to be alone with him, Roddy. And at that dearly loved name all was sharp and accurate. Night and day she was terrified lest she should suddenly hear that he was off to South Africa. She believed that that would really kill her. Roddy, her Roddy, to go and make another of those ghastly tragedies with which the newspapers were now full. But let Rachel disdain him, and he would go merely to show her how fine a fellow he was. What idiots men were! Or let this other thing become a scandal, then surely he would go. She shook there in her chair, and then, with her eyes fixed on the fire, prayed to whatever gods or devils were hers, that he might not go. Anything, anything so that he might not go. Break him up, hurt him. Only he must not go. She prayed, thrusting her whole soul and spirit into her urgency. Then, even as she sat there, her darkest hour was suddenly upon her. It leapt upon her as if it were a beast out of some sudden darknesses, leapt upon her, seized her, tore her, crushed her little dried, withered soul in its claws, and tossed it into the fire. She was held by the sudden absolute realization of death. She had never seen it or known it before. Others had died, and she had not cared. Many were dying now, and it did not concern her. But this beast crouching in front of her, with its burning eyes on her face, said to her, "All your life I have been beside you, waiting for this moment. I knew that it would come. I have waited a long time. You have played and thought yourself important, and have cared for meddling in the affairs of the world, but reality has never touched you. You have gathered things about you to pretend that I was not there. You have mocked at others when they have seen me. You have enjoyed their terror. Now your own terror has come." Death. She had never, until this instant, given it a thought. Everything was gone before its presence. In a week or two, a month or two, silence. Rachel. She saw her standing there by the fire, full of life and energy, so young, so strong. She, the Duchess of Wrexe, the great figure, courted by kings, princes, artists, all the men and women of her time, now must crumble into the veriest dust, be forgotten, be followed by others, banished by this new world. She and her times were slipping into disuse. Who cared now for those other glories? What minds now were fit to tackle those minds that she had known? What beauty now could stand beside that beauty that had shone when she was young? The beast crouched nearer. The room darkened. She could feel the hot breath, could be dazed by the shining of those eyes. Behind her, around her, the trumpery toys that she had gathered faded. Darkness rose. A great space and desolation was about her. She tried to summon all her energy. She cried out, and Dorchester, coming in, found that her mistress had, for the first time in her life, fainted, bending, an old, broken woman, forward in her chair. End of Book 2, Chapter 9. Book 2, Chapter 10 of The Duchess of Wrexe by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 10, Lizzie's Journey 2. 1. The world, during all these months, had seemed to Lizzie Rand a very silent place. Before that July night it had been loud with incident, coloured with possibilities, strange and varied and thrilling. Now she was only conscious of the duties that must be fulfilled between daybreak and darkness. She was unconscious of all life and movement. Only she was aware of the demands on her deliberate activity. These demands she obeyed. Slowly, as the dreary autumn dragged its days past her, she accustomed herself to forestall the horrid moments that would leap from some hidden darkness upon her. There was the moment when a something said, "Fancy caring for someone who had never asked nor shown any sign." Another moment when something said, "Remember how here you stood, with your heart beating, waiting for him to come. There you caught some light in his eyes, and fancied it a sign." Burning shame was in those moments, did she indulge them. A realization, too, of the bare, grey desolation of a world without movement or vision. She could not see the people about her, her mother, her sister, Lady Adela, Dr. Christopher, always kind to her, other friends. They were not there for her at all. Only two things were there: that she must cling at all possible costs to her pride, and that she hated Rachel. Her pride had been called to her defence before, but to hate anyone was new to her. She had never hated any human being, and now the restlessness of this new emotion brought confused her. Night after night stretched ironically before her, banishing sleep. All her life she had slept from the moment that her head was upon the pillow. Now, at that instant, her brain sprang to fire. Thought after thought, memory after memory, passed in dancing procession before her. She saw him as little as possible. She supposed that in time she would not care, would be indifferent to him. She hoped so. Meanwhile she went out when he came in, saw his kind distress because he thought that she was not well, and shuddered at it. Then Lady Adela told her that Rachel had asked whether she were free for Christmas. She received a letter. "Dear Miss Rand, I wonder whether by any chance you would care to come to us here for 3 weeks at Christmas time. I should be so grateful if you would come and help me a little with some tiresome social things here. May I add that I have for a long time wanted to know you better than the London rush ever gives time for. My aunt says that you have been overworking lately, she thinks. If you come here, you shall have all the rest and quiet possible. Yours sincerely, Rachel Seddon." A funny little letter, stiff and then suddenly impulsive and friendly. Of course she would go. She had never doubted that. Here at last was some food for the burning restlessness that was always at her breast. Through these months she had longed for some step that would help to kill the pain. Now she would watch Rachel and discover her heart, and perhaps find from that discovery some way for her own release. For her shame, night and day, was that she still cared. Cared, yes, as deeply as she had ever done. That caring must die. Perhaps the sight and knowledge of this other woman would kill it. At least here at last was action, after the terrible silence and remoteness of those many months. She would go to Seddon, and she would not leave it without finding some way by which she might still make some use of life. 2. She had really stayed at very few houses before. The anticipation at any other time would have excited her. Now nothing mattered except that she would meet Rachel. Her mother and sister had watched her during these past months with a dismay stirred by the sudden absence of her genial friendliness. They had taken so much of her kindliness for granted, and now when she refused them the sympathy that they had always demanded for 1,000 unimportant incidents, they clamorously missed it. At first it was easy to say that Lizzie was callous and selfish, afterwards that she was ill and overworked. Finally they hailed with relief the promise of a 3 weeks' holiday. "She'll come back," said Mrs. Rand, "as fresh as paint and taken out of herself." Meanwhile no solution of Lizzie's trouble occurred to them. That she should ever feel the tyranny of love, like more sentimental mortals, was at this time of day impossible. "We know, Lizzie, thank you," said Mrs. Rand. They watched her, on the afternoon of the 23rd of December, depart in a cab for Seddon Court. She was grave and pale and beautifully neat.
"I do admire you, Lizzie, you know," said Daisy, returning with her mother into the house. "I can't get that kind of tidiness. Her things go on for years, looking as good as new." "Men like a bit of disorder," said Mrs. Rand. "It seems more agitated. All the same, I'd like to know what is worrying Lizzie." It was a wet and gusty day, and the wind blew the rain with hard, impatient spurts against the windows of the cab. Few people were about. Hyde Park Corner was grey and deserted. Umbrellas like black mushrooms started here and there from the shining ground. Victoria Station also had on this afternoon nothing beautiful to offer. She found her way to her train, chose an empty carriage, sat in her corner with her hands upon her lap, waited for the train to move. People, grey people with white faces, hurried past her carriage. She wondered whether they too had something in their hearts that made every thought, every movement a danger. Because the train would not move, and because for the first time in all these months she found herself without any occupation, she could not hold thought at bay. She resisted. She tried to sweep her brain empty. She surrendered. She, Lizzie Rand, always so fond of her self-discipline and restraint, found control now slipping from her. Before she had met Breton, her duties, the skilful manipulation and arrangement of detail, her work and her place as a worker, these had supplied her needs. Now all those things were dust and ashes. High and lofty above them shone that bright fire whose warmth and colour she had for an instant felt and seen. What was life going to be through all the years to come, if she were never to recapture her tranquillity? The train moved off, and she sat there, her eyes bright and shining, her little body stiff and resolute. Somewhere, a long way away, like a rounded coloured cloud, hovered emotion, emotion that would break her heart, would tear her to pieces, and then perhaps build up for her a new life. But her eyes now were dry, and her heart was cold. The train went whack, whack, whir, and the telegraph wires flew up, hung, hesitated, were coming down, flew higher, then with a rush were buried below the window, and with the noise and movement there danced before her eyes the question, "Does she love him? Does she love him? Has she told him that she loves him? What will her husband do? Does she love her husband?" And then beyond that, why did she come and take from me all that I had, she who had already so much? And then, most bitter of all, but you never had him. She took nothing from you. He never thought of you except as someone to whom he could talk. She had no doubt that these weeks were intended for a crisis. Something was going to happen at Seddon, something in which she was to have her share. She felt as though she had known that she would be sent to meet Rachel. It had to be. Then her thoughts left for a time her own miserable little history. She wondered how Lady Adela would manage without her. Lady Adela had never been alone before, and now that the Duchess had had a fortnight ago that fainting fit, they were all unsettled and alarmed. What would happen if the Duchess died? Then all the dignity and splendour of 104 Portland Place would pass away. Other people might inhabit it, but the soul of that house would be dead. Everything on every side of her seemed to be hastening to a climax, and Lizzie could see that old woman fighting, behind her clothes doors, for life, beaten at last, dead, swept away, others laughing in her place. A new world to whom she was only a portrait cleverly painted by some young artist. Yes, there were other histories developing now besides Lizzie's, and she felt as though she had been whirled during the last months into a wild, tossing medley of contacts and revelations. All this after a life so grey and quiet and steadily busy. As the train plunged into Sussex, the rain stayed for a little, and the shining earth steamed upwards to a grey sky, broken here and there to saffron. Little towns quietly rested under the hills, and many streams ran through the woods, and the roads drove white like steel through the crust of the soil. White lights spread in the upper air, and the heaving grey was pushed, as though by some hand, back into the distant horizon. For a moment it seemed that the sun was bursting through. Trees were suddenly green where they had been black, and fields red where they had been sombre dark. Light was on all the hills. But the hand was stayed. Back the grey rolled again. Heavily like chariots the clouds wheeled round and drove down upon the earth. The rain fell. The carriage was very cold.
Lizzie's hand and feet were so chill that they seemed not to belong to her at all. Pictures of houses at Brighton and the dining car of some train and 2 public houses at the bottom of a hill stared at her. The sense of some coming disaster grew with her. It was as though someone were telling her that she must prepare to be very brave and controlled and wise, because very soon all her restraint and wisdom would be needed. She summoned now, as she had learnt to do, a stern, armoured resolution that sat always a little oddly upon her. Any observer who had seen her sitting there would have noticed the mild softness of her eyes, the tenderness of some curve at the corners of her mouth, and would have smiled at the lines of resolution as though they had known that the sternness was all assumed. But she was saying that nothing should touch or move her down at Seddon. Her heart should be closed. She must grow into a woman who had no need of emotion. And even as she determined that some vision swept her by, revealing to her the happy dear uses that she could have made of love and sympathy had life been set that way for her. How she could have cared! A dry little sob was at her throat, and burning pain behind her tearless eyes. God, the things that other people had and did not value! The train stopped at a wind-swept, deserted station, and a man and woman with a little tired, the 3 of them tired, wet, bedraggled, entered the carriage. The man was gaunt, with a beard and large helpless eyes. The woman shapeless, loose-breasted, little eyes sunk in her cheeks, an old black straw hat tilted back on her head. These 2 did not glance at Lizzie, nor was there any curiosity or interest in their eyes, but the small child, yellow wisps of hair falling about her dirty face, detached herself from them, crept into the furthest corner of the carriage, and from there stared at Lizzie. The train droned on through a country now shrinking beneath a deluge of rain. The child moved a little, looked at the woman, looked again at Lizzie, crept to Lizzie's side of the carriage, at last, still without a word, came close, and finally stole fingers towards Lizzie's dress. Lizzie turned and smiled at the child, who stared back at her, now with wide, terrified eyes. Lizzie looked away out of the window, and after a long time felt the grimy hand upon her knee. Once the woman said, "Come away, Sissy, you're worrying the lady." "No, please," said Lizzie. She took the hand in her own, and smiled again at the wide baby face. The child was very, very young, and very, very dirty. No child had ever come near her before. She wondered why it had come now. 3. At Lewes a carriage was waiting for her, and in a moment it seemed that she was driving through a dark village street, and in front of her, like a great wall topping the skies, the downs rose. When the carriage entered the courtyard and stopped before the broad stone door, Lizzie was seized with terror. She wished, oh, she wished that she had not come. The sense of descending trouble was so strong with her that she felt for the first time in her life that she was going to prove unequal to her task. Her life was over and done with. Why had she allowed herself to be pushed back again into all these affairs of other people? She was ushered into a square lighted hall, where they were all having tea round a wide open fireplace. She was conscious of Rachel rising, slim and tall, to greet her, of the square, ruddy-faced, country-looking man who gripped her hand jolly hard, and was, of course, Sir Roderick, of a handsome, athletic-looking girl in a riding habit, of a man or 2 and an elderly, smartly dressed woman. They were all immensely cheerful and friendly, and to Lizzie, white and tired, noisy and horribly robust. She would have liked to have slipped up to her room and stayed there alone until dinner, but Rachel said, "Oh, you must be perished after that wet journey. Tea's just at its hottest and its freshest. Quick, Roddy, the toast. Never mind the rest of us, Miss Rand. Just drink that tea and get warm." They allowed her to sink back into an easy chair somewhere in the shadow, and the tea was very comforting, and the stern hall with its crackling fire and its cosy solid shape most friendly. She listened to them all, noisily discussing people and dances and horses and dinners. She watched Rachel Seddon, sitting a little gravely, straight in her chair, throwing in a word now and again. This was the woman. This was the woman. She felt a warm tongue that licked her hand. She looked down and saw at her side the oddest dog, a dog like a mat, shapeless, with 2 brown eyes behind its hair and a black, wet nose. There was something about the eyes and the way that the warm body was pressed against her dress that won her instant affection. "What an adorable animal," she said to Roddy, who was sitting next to her. "Oh, Jacob," he said, laughing, "he really oughtn't to be in here at all. Servants' hall's his proper place. If you care for dogs, Miss Rand, I'll show you some." As he spoke, she caught the dog's eyes and saw in the depths of them shame. He had been sitting very square and upright, with his eyes gravely fixed with great interest upon the company. Then, at the sound of Roddy's voice, his head had dropped. Instantly he became furtive, his eyes searching for some place of escape. Her hand caught his rough coats, and she drew him to her side and stroked his ears. "I think he's perfectly delightful," she said. "I'm afraid I prefer mongrels to other dogs." "Do you really?" said Roddy, looking kindly at her. "'Pon my word, Miss Rand, I must show you my little lot. I don't think I'll have much use for that animal there afterwards." At last the girl in the riding habit and the other woman and the young man noisily departed. Rachel took Lizzie upstairs. "Are you sure," she said, "you'd like to come down to dinner? Wouldn't you rather to-night go early to bed and have it there?" "No, thank you, Lady Seddon." Lizzie looked about the room. "This is all splendid, thank you. I'm not a bit tired." "I'm so glad you've come," said Rachel, searching for Lizzie's eyes. But Lizzie had turned away. At last she was alone. Her room was splendid, so wide and high, and such a fire. She flung up her window. There the downs were, black, huge before her. The rain came down hissing from the sky, and a smell of wet earth and grass stole up to her. "There's the woman," she said again to herself. "What shall we say to one another?" Then, as she stared into the fire, she thought, "She wants me to help her." Afterwards she heard a scratching at the door. A maid had been sent to her, but she had dismissed her, saying that she would manage for herself. She went to the door and found outside it the shaggy, square dog. He walked into her room, sniffed for a time at the bed, pricked up his ears at the noise that the fire made, listened to the sound of the rain, at last sat down in a distant corner with one leg stretched at right angles to his body, and watched her. She was indignant with herself for the softness in her heart that his company brought to her. End of Book 2, Chapter 10. Book 2, Chapter 11 of The Duchess of Wrexe by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 11. Roddy is Master. I and my mistress, side by side, shall be together, breathe and ride. So one day more am I deified. Who knows but the world may end tonight? Robert Browning. 1. Introspection had been always to Roddy a thing unknown. He had never regarded himself as in any way different from the other men whom he met, and he would have been greatly distressed had he thought that he was different. "What you writing, fellows," he had once said to Gardner, "can find amusing in inventing people, for I can't think. You've got to make 'em odd for people to be interested in 'em, and then they aren't like anyone." Now, however, for the first time in his life, he would have been glad of help from someone who knew a little about the motive of human beings. He was worried, distressed, perplexed. Slowly his temper was rising, a temper roused by his irritation at not being able to deal with the situation. It was not his way to ask for help from anyone, and he had always had all the inarticulate self-confidence of the healthy Englishman, but now, as the days crept towards Christmas, he was increasingly aware that something must soon happen to prevent his patience giving away. He might as well not be married to Rachel at all, and that was an intolerable position for him as husband, as lover, as master of his house. Beyond doubt he knew Rachel less now than he had known her when he married her. Her very kindness to him, her strange alternations of silence and affection, perplexed him. For a long time he had told himself that he knew that she did not love him, and that he must make companionship do. But ever since that quarrel about Nita Raisley, the division between them had grown wider and wider. Because he loved her, he had been very patient with her. Very patient for Roddy, who had always had what he wanted and shown temper if he were refused. But Roddy's character was of a very real simplicity. The men and women and animals whom he had known had also been, for the most part, of a simple character, and in all his life there had only been one horse and 2 women who had been too much for him, and even these at the last he had beaten by temper and dogged determination. Rachel was utterly beyond him. The strange way that she had of suddenly becoming quite another woman baffled him. Had he only not loved her, he was sure that it would have been easier, much easier. But now, as the days passed at Seddon, his irritation thrived. Women were all the same. They seemed obstinate enough, but there was nothing like brute force to bring them to heel. He was growing surly, cross with the servants and the animals. He didn't sleep. His discontent made him silent, so that when they were alone, instead of talking to her and interesting her and winning her, perhaps, in that way, he would sit and look at her and answer her in monosyllables, and afterwards be furious with himself for behaving so absurdly. This trouble sent him out of doors and away over the downs on his horse. Fiercely he hurled himself into his fields and lanes and farms, getting up sometimes very early and riding out to some distant place, thinking always, as he rode, of Rachel and what he was to do. His devotion for the country round Seddon, a devotion that had stirred his heart since his first conscious sight of the outside world, nobly now rewarded him. The land seemed to understand that he was suffering, and drew closer to him and watched him with gentle and loving eyes, and soothed his soul. Before Christmas there came some sharp, frosty mornings. He would go out very early and would see first the garden, the lawn, crisp and white, the grey jagged wall that divided his land from the sweeping downs, the grey house behind him, so square and solid and comfortable. At the end of the garden, away from the road, there was an old iron gate with stone pillars, and upon these pillars sat old stone griffins. These griffins had been there since long ago, and he liked the friendliness of their faces, the strength of their crouching bodies, and the way that they would look out so patiently over a great expanse of fields and hedges, until their gaze rested on the white chalk hollows in the rising hills away behind Lewes. Roddy, standing with the downs so immediately behind him, and this green spread of land in front of him, was always conscious of happiness. Here he was at home. He knew those fields, the streams that ran through them, the farmers, the labourers, the horses and dogs that lived upon them. No fear here that one of those clever fellows would wonder at his stupidity, no sudden letting you down or showing you up. Behind him was his house, before him the land that he had always known. Here he was safe. He had, too, beyond this, some unformulated recognition of a service and a worship that here he was called on to pay. He had always declared that he could understand those Johnnies who worshipped the sun and the earth. Damn it all, there's something to catch on to there. He did not in his heart believe in all this civilization, this preserving of the sick and tending of the maimed and halt. "You've got to clear out if you're broken up," was his opinion. "If you can't do your bit, can't see or smell or anything, you're just in the way." What he meant was that the halt and maimed were simply insults to the vigour and vitality of his fields and sky. But indeed, what would he have done during these days had he not had his riding, farms to visit, shepherds and farmers for company? At first Rachel had ridden with him, and they had been closer together during those rides than at any other time. But lately she had refused, on one excuse or another, to come with him. He went a good deal now to other houses, but it was awkward because Rachel would not come with him. She asked people to Seddon, and was charming when they came, but she would not often go out with him when the country people invited them. Since the Nita Raisley episode, he thought that she might show jealousy did he ride and drive with some girl in the country. He hoped that she would be jealous. That would have filled him with tingling happiness. But no, she seemed to be glad that he should find someone who could take her place. Over all these things he brooded and brooded. He would look at his old friendly griffins and feel, in some dumb, confused way, that they were being insulted. "Poor old beggars, I bet she doesn't know they're there." And through all of this he loved her more and was, daily, more wretched and unhappy. 2. The coming of Miss Rand puzzled him. He had of course known of her for a long time. Adela Beminster's secretary. Most capable woman. Simply runs the whole place. As a human being, she simply did not occur to him. Now she seemed to be the one person whom Rachel wished to know. Another instant of Rachel's unexpectedness. When Lizzie came, he was still more astonished. This tidy, trim little woman looked as though she ought always to have a typewriter by her side. Her sharp eyes were always restlessly discovering things that were out of order. Roddy found himself fingering his tie and patting his hair when she was with him. Not, he would suppose, the sort of woman for whom Rachel would have cared. Then after a while he discovered another astonishing thing. Miss Rand did not like his wife, did not like her at all. He watched and fancied that Rachel soon discovered this and was doing her utmost to force Miss Rand to like her. Miss Rand was always pleasant and polite. She was an immense help about dinners and this dance that was to be given early in the new year, but she yielded to none of Rachel's advances, was always reserved, unresponsive. Roddy was afraid of her, but believed in her. She liked animals and loved the house and the downs and the country. She's all clean and bright and hard, he thought. No emotion about her, no sentiment there. A man would have a stiff time love-making with her. But it gradually appeared that, whatever her feelings might be towards Rachel, she was ready to like Roddy. She walked with him, asked him sensible questions, listened attentively to his rather lumbering explanations. After a time he almost forgot that she was a woman at all. Damn sensible, yet she never makes you feel a fool. He liked her very much, though she obviously preferred Jacob, the mongrel, to all other dogs in the place. He wondered as the days passed whether she might not help him with Rachel. He would not speak to anyone living about his own feelings for Rachel and his unhappiness, but he thought that perhaps in a roundabout way he might obtain from Miss Rand some general wisdom that he could apply to his especial case. The afternoon of Christmas Eve was cold and foggy, and Roddy and Lizzie sat over the fire in the hall waiting for Rachel, who had gone out for a solitary walk. Roddy, looking at his companion, approved of the sharp, delicate little face with the firelight touching it to colour and shadow. Her dress was grey, with a tiny brooch of old gold at her throat, and she wore one ring of small pearls. The look of her gave him pleasure. "I wonder," Miss Rand said, "that you don't go where you'll get better hunting. You don't hunt round here at all, do you?" "A bit." Roddy looked gravely at the fire. "I go very little, though. You see, Miss Rand, it's a case of being born down here and liking the place, don't you know? Of course I'd love to have been born in a hunting country, but being here I've got fond of it, you see. Wouldn't leave it for any hunting anywhere." She looked at him sharply. "You do love this place very much. I envy you that." Even as she spoke, her consciousness of the place faced her. She had always known that she was more acutely aware of the personality of her surroundings than were most of her friends, but her experience here was different from anything that she had ever known before. She remembered that in the train she had been warned of some coming event, and now, sitting opposite to Roddy beside the blazing fire, she was sharply and definitely frightened. Rachel had already appealed to her. Roddy was appealing to her now, but stronger than either of these demands was some force in herself, warning her and raising in her the most conflicting, disturbing emotions. The very silence of the house about them, the long green stretches of the level fields, came almost personally and presented themselves to her, and in her heart, growing with every moment of passing time, was her hatred of Rachel, and from that tenderness for Roddy, who could thus be left so pathetically unhappy, so eloquently without words that might express his unhappiness. Something she knew was soon to occur that would involve all three of them in a common crisis. It was almost as though she must leap to her feet and cry to the startled and innocent Roddy, "Look out!" her finger pointing at the closed door behind him. Meanwhile, Roddy had been considering her. She said that she envied him the place. That was pleasant of her, and he warmed to the urgency with which she had said it. If she felt in that way about such things, why then all the more, he thought, he could speak to her about his trouble with Rachel. Perhaps, too, although this he would not admit to himself, his conviction that Lizzie disliked Rachel gave him more courage. Everyone thought Rachel so wonderful. Wonderful, of course, she was, but a complete sense of that wonder must blind the looker-on to Roddy's point of view. "Places," he said moodily, "and everything. Of course, I love this old bit of ground, but when you love anything a lot, you're disappointed because every fellow don't see it exactly as you do." Lizzie looked at him. "I should have thought, though, Sir Roderick, that you were a very, very happy person." Roddy considered, then slowly shook his head. "No, Miss Round, not exactly. No, you know, I shouldn't say that exactly. But then I suppose no man on this earth is absolutely happy." "Well," said Lizzie, "a great many people would envy you. Your health, your home, your wife. You've got a good deal, Sir Roderick." As she spoke, her anxiety to help him seized and held her. He wanted advice so badly, advice that she could give him, and this English strain in him prevented him from speaking. Had she gone more deeply into her motives, she would have known that her anger with Rachel, even more actively prompted, it seemed, by the stones and the fields and the hills around her, was urging her interference. "People envy me," said Roddy, "but then, Miss Round, people don't know. It's all my own fault, mind you, that I'm not perfectly happy. It's all because I'm such a fool, not able to see what people are getting at, always blundering in at the wrong moment and blundering out again when I ought to be staying in, that sort of thing. I used to think," he concluded, "that all the talk about people's feelings, studying them and so on, was rot. Now I'm not so sure. I give anything—" He stopped abruptly. "It is all rot," Lizzie said sharply. "I can only speak as a woman, of course, but I know that what every woman ever born into this world has wanted is just to be taken by someone stronger than herself, and be beaten or kissed, loved or strangled, as the case may be. Believe me, it is so." Roddy looked at her. Some new thought, perhaps a prologue to some new determination, shining from his eyes. "By Jove," he said, "I believe you're right, Miss Round. I do indeed. Every woman, would you say?" "Every woman," said Lizzie firmly. Their eyes met. The sure steadiness of her gaze, the way that she sat there, her little body so sure and resolute, her very neat composure and argument against light-headed reasoning, encouraged him beyond any help that he had yet found. Their gaze seemed long and intimate. The colour rose and flushed his brown cheeks, and into his eyes there crept that consciousness of a victory about to be won, although the odds were hard against him. The door opened behind him, and he turned at the sound, and saw that Rachel had come in. Her entry gave him now, as it always did, a conviction that during her absence he hadn't had the least idea as to how splendid she really was. She brought into that little stone hall a wild colour, a strong, fine challenge to anything small or shackled or conventional. Her walk had given her cheeks a flame, the black furs round her throat, the black coat falling below her knees, a red feather in her round black fur cap. All these things set off and accentuated the brilliant fire and energy of her eyes. As she came towards them then, so splendid was she, that Lizzie was herself for an instant lost in admiration. She lit the hall, she lit the house, she lit the country and the evening sky. To Roddy, as he looked at her, there stole the spirit of some pagan ancestor, telling him that here was his capture, that this fine creature was his to bind, to burden, to chastise, as his lordly pleasure might be. Rachel, meanwhile, had come in from her walk, unappeased, unsated. The exertion had only succeeded in stirring in her a deeper, more urgent uneasiness. During these last weeks she had known no moment of peace. She had come down to Seddon determined to do her duty to Roddy. She had found that at every turn her duty to Roddy involved more than any determination could force her to give. She had not known what that last interview with Breton would do to every situation that followed it. It seemed to her then that those last words with him would make her duty plain. They had only made her duty harder. She could not now act, think, sleep, move, but that last kiss, those last words of his, that last vision of him standing, struggling so finely for control. These things pursued her, caught her eyes, and held them. All her duty to Roddy could not hide from her now that she had, at one flaming instant, known what life at its most intense could be. She had felt the fire. How cold to her now, these antechambers, these passages so chill, so far from that inner room. Lizzie had then occurred to her as the strongest person she knew. She sent for Lizzie, found instantly that Lizzie disliked her, suspected then that Lizzie knew about Breton. She knew Lizzie for her enemy. During the last week also she had detected a new attitude to Roddy. She felt in him some active, growing impatience that quite definitely threatened her safety. That wild lawlessness in Roddy that she had always known, that had produced the Nita episode and others, was now turning towards herself. But most of all did she fear her thoughts of Breton. She drove him again and again and again from her mind. She called all her strength, mental, moral, and physical, to her aid. Always with a smile, with one glance from his eyes, he defeated her. Day and night he was with her, and yet at her heart she did not even now know whether it was Francis Breton whom she loved, or the life with Roddy, the whole Beminster scheme of things that she hated. Every day it seemed to her that Lizzie was more watchful, Roddy more impatient, Breton more insistent. But afraid of them all as she was, fear of herself gave her the sharpest terror. She rang for tea, reproached them because they had waited for her. Then they were, all three of them, silent. One of the footmen brought in the 5 o'clock post with the tea and laid Rachel's letters on the table at her side. Lizzie had leant across the table for something and saw, as though flashed to her by some special designing providence, that the letter on the top of the pile was in Francis Breton's handwriting. Rachel, busied with tea, had not looked down. Now she did so. The handwriting rose as though she had at that instant heard his step beyond the room, and filled first her eyes, then her cheeks, then her heart. Her eyes met Lizzie's, and for the barest moment of time their challenges met. Rachel seemed to hesitate, then, gathering up her letters, looked round at Roddy and said, "I think I'll just go up and take my things off. This fire's hotter than I expected. I'll be back in a moment." She walked slowly across the room and up the broad staircase. 3. She did not switch on the light. The evening dusk left the room cool and dim, but by the window, standing so that green shadows met the grey, and through them both the pale light trembled before it vanished, she took the letter in her hand, allowing the others to drop and be scattered white on the floor at her feet. She held the envelope. He had written, and he had sworn to her that he would not do so. She should have been furious at his broken word, scornful of him for his weakness, indignant at his treating her so lightly. But she could not think of that now. She could only think of the letter. The envelope was so precious to her that it seemed to return the caress that his fingers gave it, and to have of itself some especial individuality. She traced his hand on the address, treasured every line and mark, and then at last tore it open. It was not a very long letter. He had written to her, "You will despise me for breaking my word. Perhaps you won't read this, but I can't help it. I can't help it. And even if I could, I don't think that I would. I know that my writing to you is just another of the rash, foolish, silly, weak things that I've gone on doing all my life. But let it be so. I don't pretend to be fine or brave, and I have tried all these weeks, tried harder than you can know. I've written to you every day, letter after letter, and torn them all up. I've fancied that perhaps you've forgotten by now, and then I've known that you've not, and then I've known that it were better if you did. I love you so madly that—" Here he had scratched some words out. "I must tell you that I love you so that you can hear me, and not only my walls and furniture and my own self. I'm trying not to be selfish. I know that I'm doing something now that is hard on you, but my silence is eating me, thrusting, killing. I shall be better soon. I will be sensible. Soon I will be. But now, oh my darling, for a moment at least I have caught you and held you throbbing against me, and put my hands in your hair and stroked your cheeks and kissed your eyes. Don't write to me if you must not. Don't be angry with me for this. I will try not to break my word again." As the letter ended, so silence came back into the room that had been beating and throbbing with sound. The pale light had gone. Only the downs were dim grey shapes against a darker sky. The ripple of some water slipping and falling came from the garden. The letter fell from her hands and lay white with the others on the floor. She tumbled onto her knees by the window, and her heart was the strangest confusion of triumph and fear, exultation and shame. For a little time she lay there, and felt that she was in his arms, and that his lips were on her mouth, and that her hand pressed his cheek. She got up, turned on the lights, took off her walking things, brushed her hair and washed her hands, picked up the other letters, put his in the inside of her dress, then went down to the others. 4. She found Lizzie sitting alone. "Where's Roddy?" Lizzie looked up at her. "He had to go and see about a horse or something." Rachel came down to the table and poured out some tea, and then sat smiling at Lizzie. Lizzie smiled back. "I hope you liked your walk." "Yes, there's a storm coming up. You've no idea how deeply one gets to care for these downs, their quiet and their size." They were silent for a little, and then Rachel said, "Miss Rand, I do hope that this really has been something of a holiday for you, being here, away from all your London work." Lizzie's eyes were sharp. "Yes, it's delightful for me. The first holiday I've had for years." "Don't think it impulsive of me, but I've asked you here, hoping that we get to know one another better. I've wanted to know you, to have you for a friend, for a long time. I've always admired so immensely the way that you've helped Aunt Adela, done things that I could never possibly have done." She stopped, but Lizzie said nothing. Then she went on more uncertainly. "You see, I hope that perhaps you teach me a little order and method. I've married so young. I've hoped—" Then almost desperately, "But you know, Miss Rand, I don't feel as though your coming here has helped us to know one another any better." The storm had come up, and the sky beyond the house was black. Lizzie's face, lighted by the fire, was white, sharp, and set. There was no kindness in her eyes. "Perhaps, Lady Rachel," she said slowly, "I'm not a very emotional kind of woman. If one's worked, as I have, since one was small, had to earn one's living and fight for one's place, it makes one perhaps rather self-reliant and independent of other people. Our lives have been so different, I'm afraid," she added with a little laugh, "that I'm a dried-up, unsatisfactory kind of person. I know that my mother and sister have always found me so." "Yes," Rachel said, "our lives have been different. Perhaps if mine had been a little more like yours, perhaps if I'd had to work for my living, I—" She broke off. A little catch was in her voice. She rose from her chair and went to the window and stood there, with her back to Lizzie, gazing into the darkening garden. She knew that Lizzie had repulsed her. She was hardly aware why she had made her appeal, but she was now frightened of Lizzie, and to her overstrung brain it seemed that she could now see Lizzie and Roddy in league against her. She heard a step, and turning round found Peters, the butler, large, square, of an immense impassivity. "Please, my lady, might I speak to you a moment?" She went out. Lizzie, left in the darkening room, could think now only of the letter. The sight of that handwriting had stirred in her passions that she had never before imagined as hers. That first pathetic appeal of Roddy, and then the sight of that letter. Her brain, working feverishly, showed her the words that that letter would contain. The passion, the passion. There, in the very face of her husband, Rachel was receiving letters from her lover, letters that she could not wait a moment to read, but must go instantly and open them. This hour brought to a crisis Lizzie's agony. Had such a letter been written to her? She tortured herself now with the picture of him as he sat there in his room in Saxton Square writing it. It appeared to her now as though they two, there in the very throne of their triumphant love, had plotted this insult, this snap of the fingers, to show her, Lizzie Rand, how desolate, how lonely, how neglected and unwanted she was. That then, after this, Rachel should appeal to her for friendship. The cruel insult of it. She felt, as she heard the fast drops of rain lash the window frames, that no revenge that she could secure would satisfy her thirst for it. 5. Roddy, meanwhile, had gone out to the stables. That little talk with Lizzie had determined a resolution that had been growing now within him for many weeks. That little woman, with her assured air and her neat little ways, knew what she was about, knew moreover what others were about. She had watched and had given him the tip. He would take it. Roddy's mind was of far too simple an order to admit of more than one point of view at a time. He saw Rachel now as a dog or horse, of whom he was very fond, who needed, nevertheless, stern discipline. He wondered now how it was that he had allowed himself for so long to remain indecisive. "London muddles a feller," he concluded. "The country's the place for clear thinking." He looked at his horses with great satisfaction. They were in splendid condition. He had never known them better. He also was in splendid condition, never been better. As he walked away from the stables and turned towards the end of the garden, bounded by the griffins and the stone gate, he felt his body at its most supreme perfection. He thought, on that afternoon, that he was strong enough for anything, and perhaps never before in his life had he been so conscious of the glories of physical things, of all that it meant to have fine muscles and a strong heart, and lungs of the best, and thews and sinews as good as any feller's. "I'm strong enough for anything." He turned back his arm and felt his muscle. He cocked his head with a little conceited gesture of satisfaction. "I was getting a bit fat in London. Got rid of all that." To walk, to ride, to fight, to swim, to eat and sleep, to love women and drink strong drink. God, what a world! And then, beyond it all, Rachel, Rachel, Rachel. He had her now. She should be under his hand. She would be his as she had never been since the first week of their marriage. "No more nonsense, by God!" he said triumphantly to himself. "No more nonsense!" He leaned on the stone gate and looked out over the fields. The griffins regarded him benevolently. He was conscious as he stood there of the Duchess. What was the old lady doing? He liked to see her. He felt more in sympathy with her than he had been for a long time past. "She's right, after all. You've got to stand up and run people. No use just letting them handle you." There was a storm coming up. The white lights of the higher sky were being closed down by black blocks of cloud that spread from one to another, merging far on the horizon above the hills into driving lines of rain. The white chalk hollows above Lewes stood out sharp and clear. The dark green of the fields was now a dull grey. The hedges were dark, and a thin stream that cut the flat surface of the plain was black like ink. Roddy welcomed the storm. Had he been superstitious, the physical energy that now pervaded him might have frightened him. He felt as though with one raising of his arm he could hold up those black clouds and keep them off. The rain and the wind had not more force than he. Life was a vast paean of strength. The weak must go. He was, at this hour, lord of creation. As he went back to the house, the rain met him and whipped his cheek. "By gad, I'd like to find the old lady sitting in the house, waiting for a chat," he thought. When he came down to dinner, he came as one who rules the world. That simple, clear light was in his eyes that was always there when he had found the solution to something that perplexed him. His expression, too, was one that belonged to Rachel's earlier experience of him, one that she had not seen on his face for a long time past. His strong, but rather stupid mouth had somewhere in its corners the suspicion of a smile. His chin stuck out rather obstinately. The light in the eyes, the smile, the set lips, these things revealed the old Roddy. After dinner, Lizzie went off to her room. For a while Roddy and Rachel sat there. She read some book, her eyes often leaving this page and staring into the fire. Then she got up and said good night. She came over and bent down and kissed him. He caught her arm and held her. "I say, old girl, it's time we had the same room again. Much more convenient." He heard her catch her breath and felt her tremble. She tried to draw her arm away, but he held her. "Oh, but soon, Roddy. Yes, but not just now.
Yes, now I'll see about it tomorrow. She stepped back from him, dragging herself away, and then put her hand to her forehead with a desperate gesture. No, not... He got up, and smiling, swaying a little, faced her. Yes, I made up my mind. All this business has got to come to an end. Been going long enough. What business? Seeing nothing of you. Nothing from morning till night. You know, girl, it isn't fair. We didn't care about one another. Yes, I know, but don't let's discuss it tonight. I'm tired, headachy, this storm. He said nothing. She looked at him, and at the steady stare in his eyes, and the smile that his mouth turned away. She moved towards the door. He said nothing, but his eyes followed her. Good night, she said, turning round to him. But he still said nothing, and he stood there very square and set. For a long time he sat looking into the fire. Then he went up to his room, and very slowly undressed. Afterwards he came out, carefully closing the door behind him, then, in dressing-gown and pyjamas, went down the passage to Rachel's door. The house was very still, but the storm was raging, and the boughs of some trees hit with fierce protesting taps a window at the passage end. He knocked at her door, waited, then heard her ask who was there. It's I, Roddy, he said. There was a pause. Then the door was opened. He came in and stood in the doorway. Rachel was sitting up in bed, her face very white, her eyes fixed on him. I'm sleeping here tonight, Rachel, he said. Her voice was a whisper. No, Roddy, no, not... Yes, he said firmly. No, not tonight. Yes, tonight, now. He walked carefully across the room, took off his dressing-gown and hung it over a chair. He looked about the room. Too much light, he said, and going to the door, switched off all the lights, save the one above the bed. End of Book 2, Chapter 11. Book 2, Chapter 12 of The Duchess of Wrexe by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 12, Lizzie's Journey 3. Exile of immortality, strongly wise, strain through the dark with undesirous eyes to what may be beyond it. Sets your star, O heart, for ever? Yet behind the night waits for the great unborn, somewhere afar, some white, tremendous daybreak. Rupert Brooke. 1. That night Lizzie had a dream, and, waking in the grey, dim hours of the morning, saw before her every detail of it. She dreamt that she was lost in the house. No human being was there, every room was closed, and she knew that every room was empty. It was full day, but only a dull yellow light lit the passages. She could not find her way to the central staircase. A passage would be familiar to her, and then suddenly would be dark and vague and menacing. She opened doors and found wide, dusty, empty rooms with windows thick in cobwebs, and beyond them a garden, green, tangled, deserted. She knew that if she did not escape soon, some disaster would overtake her, some disaster in which both Roddy and Rachel would be involved. She knew also that, in some way, Rachel's safety absolutely depended upon her. She felt within herself a struggle as to whether she should save Rachel. She did not wish to save Rachel, but some impulse drove her. She ran down the passage, stumbling in the strange, indistinct yellow light. She knew that, could she only reach the garden, Rachel would be saved. She reached a window, looked down, and saw below her, like a green pond, the lawn, overgrown now with weeds and bristling with strange, twisted plants. She flung open the window and tried to jump, but a cold blast of some storm met her and drove her back. The storm screamed about her, the dust rose in the room, the plants of the garden waved their heads. The wind rushed through the house, and she heard doors banging and windows creaking. She knew suddenly that she was too late. Rachel was dead. She stood there thinking, I thought that I hated her. I know now that I loved her all the time. The storm died down, died away.
A voice quite close to her said, "You made a mistake, Miss Rand. People have souls, you know. Having a soul of your own is more important than criticizing other people's. People have souls, you know." She woke and heard a clock strike 7. As she lay there, a sense of uneasiness was with her so strongly that she repeated to herself, half sleeping, half waking, "I wish today were over, quite over, quite over. I want today to be over." She was completely wakened by a sound. She lay there for a little time, wondering what it was. Then she realized that something was scratching on the door. She got out of bed, opened the door, and found the dog Jacob sitting in the long dark passage, looking through his tangled hair into space, as though the very last thing that he had been doing, was trying to attract her attention. Jacob was nearer to a human being than any animal that she had ever known. He had attached himself to Miss Rand, and she had decided after watching him that he knew more about the situation in the house than anyone else. To catch him as he watched with his grave brown eyes, Roddy or Rachel as they spoke or moved, was to have no kind of doubt as to his wisdom, his deep philosophy, his penetration into motives. He liked Miss Rand, but she knew well that his feeling for her had nothing of the passionate urgency with which he regarded Roddy or Rachel. All tragedy, the depths and the heights of it, she had seen in that dog's eyes, fixed with the deepest devotion upon Roddy. He knows, she had often thought during the last week, exactly what's the matter with all of us. He always slept, she knew, in a basket in Rachel's room, and she wondered why he had been ejected. He sat now in the middle of the floor and seemed deeply unhappy. He sat square with his legs spread out, his hair hanging in melancholy locks over his eyes, his small beard giving a last wistful touch to his expression. He did not look at Lizzie or show any interest in her. He only stared before him at the pattern on the wall. Lizzie did not attempt to pat him. She went back to bed, and lying there saw the light gather about the room. Once Jacob sighed. Otherwise he made no movement until the maid came in with Lizzie's tea. Then he crawled under the bed. 2. When she came down to breakfast, she felt that she could not endure another day of this place. She wished now for no revenge upon Rachel. She had no longer any curiosity as to the particular feelings of any one of these people for any other. She felt detached from them all, and utterly, absolutely weary. She was weighed down with a sense of disaster, and she felt that she must instantly escape from it all, fling herself again into her London work, deal with the tiresome commonplaces of her mother and sister. She must escape. Roddy was sitting alone at breakfast, and she saw at once that he was uneasy. He seemed to avoid her eyes, and he coloured as she came towards him. "Morning, Miss Rand," he said. "Rachel's not coming down. Bit of headache. Rotten night." "I didn't have a very good night either. The storm made me sleep badly." "Yes, wasn't it a corker? It's all right today, though." She looked through the wide, high windows, and saw out over the country painted as in a delicate water-colour. The softest green and dark brown lay beneath a pale blue sky, very still, very gentle. Tiny white puffs of cloud were blown like soap bubbles across the sun, so that bright gleams floated and passed and flashed again. She drew a deep breath. Nothing terrifying in such a day as this. "Yes, it's beautiful, beautiful. I'm off for the day," Roddy said. "Riding." She helped herself to some breakfast and sat down. Roddy said, "Well, no one would ever believe you'd had a bad night, Miss Rand. You're as fresh as a pin." "Thank you," she said, laughing. "But all the same I did sleep badly." "I'm not feeling princely myself," he confessed. "That's why I'm going off for a ride. Nothing like a ride to take you out of yourself. Don't you ever feel, Miss Rand, that you want to get right away from yourself and be someone else?" She looked at him. Roddy was in real trouble. His very physical strength showed the more clearly that he was unhappy. His fingers moved restlessly. His eyes were never still. She looked at her letters. There was one from Lady Adela. "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I shall have to go back almost immediately. The Duchess is much less well. They're worried about her." "The Duchess?" Roddy started up and then sat down again. "I'm sorry. I was thinking about her only yesterday. What's the matter?" Lady Adela doesn't say, but she asks about you, the Duchess, I mean. Got it into her head, Lady Adela says, that you're not well or something."
"I'll write to her." Roddy spoke slowly, as though to himself. "I've not treated her very well lately, and she's always been such a brick to me."
He left his breakfast, walked backwards and forwards once or twice.
"Always been such a brick to me, the old lady has," he repeated.
Lady Adela really did want Lizzie to return. This horrid war was getting on her nerves. The house was all in disorder, and nobody seemed either well or happy. "Somebody really does want me," thought Lizzie, with a certain grim satisfaction. But she was terribly restless that morning. She could settle down to nothing, and ended by walking up and down the garden paths, watching the pale winter light cross the downs in sweeping shadow, seeing the bare branches all black and sharp against the blue distance. How she loved life, and how at every turn life was thrust from her. For that other woman, there inside the house, 2 men were ready, eager to die. For herself in all the world no one cared. There came up to her again, borne as it were on the sharp winter air, a determination to drive down Rachel's defences. The very sense that now, after Lady Adela's letter, she must shortly return to London, hardened her resolution. Before breakfast she had felt that she did not care. Now, quite suddenly, she was determined that she would confront Rachel and drag the truth from her. How much did Rachel care? Was Rachel already involved in a liaison with Breton? And at that thought a pain so fierce clutched her heart that for a moment she could not see, and the garden and the sky mingled like coloured smoke before her eyes. Suddenly, coming to the end of the garden by the stone gate, she saw that a strange thing had happened. One of the griffins, perched there for many centuries, had tumbled to the ground and lay in the path beyond the garden, broken into 2 pieces. The storm of last night must have driven it down. But what had broken it? She was sorry. She knew how deeply attached Roddy was to these griffins. She remembered his pride when he had pointed them out to her. The other griffin looked very lonely. He will be distressed. The dead leaves on the path were trembling over the broken pieces of stone and whistling in little excited groups above it, just as though they are glad, she thought. She and Rachel had a very amiable conversation at luncheon. Rachel confessed to a bad night. Lizzie told her about Jacob. "How tiresome of him to come and bother you. Yes, I couldn't sleep, and he was very restless too, so I put him into the passage. It was after 6. I meant him to go down to the servants' hall. I'm so sorry, Miss Rand." "Oh, he didn't worry me at all. I was awake." That appeal was in Rachel's eyes today more than ever. Lizzie saw it and steeled her heart. I must know, she thought. I must know. "I'm afraid," she said, "that I'll have to go back to London tomorrow. I heard from Lady Adela this morning. The Duchess is not so well." "Oh?" Rachel caught her breath. "Oh, Miss Rand, no, oh, I hope not. You must stay. Her colour came and went. "There's the dance. I don't know what I shall do without you." And she went on more desperately, catching Lizzie's eyes and evading them. "We're just beginning to be so happy here. My husband likes you so much. I do hope—" She stopped, and the colour left her again. Her hands were trembling on the white tablecloth. The strangest impulse flooded Lizzie's breast, an impulse to go to her and put her arms around her and kiss her and let her, there and then, unburden her heart. Lizzie drove the impulse down, buried it. Her eyes were cold and her voice hard as she answered, "I'm so sorry, but I think I must go. I can't leave Lady Adela if things are really difficult. I'll come this afternoon, shall I, and we might go over the dance?" Rachel had been thinking. She looked up sharply and stared at Lizzie, staring as though she had been some stranger whom she saw for the first time. "Yes, come to the Chinese room at 4, will you? We'll have tea up there." "Yes," said Lizzie, "at 4. They were both of them aware that something, now quite irrevocable, had been settled by these words. There was a little old library up in one of the towers, and there Lizzie went. She had a desperate need of some place where, during the next hour, she might think and decide upon some plan. The room had little diamond-paned windows that looked down on one side over the courtyard, and on the other over the garden and the downs. The shelves were from ceiling to floor, and were filled with books that dimly shone with their old gold, and were dusky in their rich, faded bindings. It was very seldom that anyone came here. Lizzie was quite alone, as, perched up in one of the deep-seated windows, she looked down at the garden, saw the stone gate with the solitary griffin, watched the swiftly fading afternoon light fill the green lawn, as a pot is filled with water. Even now, early though it was, the little room was growing dark. She strove now resolutely to discipline her mind. Although the very thought of Francis Breton now shamed her, it was for him that she must care. Poor dear, he was even now in her heart. Foolish, indiscreet, must plunge from one mess into another, needs someone, oh, so dreadfully, to help him out. Her hostility to Rachel did not prevent her from feeling that here was someone very young, terribly inexperienced, most unhappily impulsive, the very last in the world to prevent Breton from having another catastrophe as bad as the early ones. She must know absolutely what it was that he and Rachel were doing, and only Rachel could tell her that. And here her feeling about Rachel was compounded of the strangest mixture of anger and suspicion, of tenderness and compassion, of sympathy and hard, callous indifference. Oh, Lizzie thought, why has all this come to me? Why wasn't I allowed just to go on with my life as it was, my life that was so safe and sure and dull? She was conscious, as she sat there, that she was listening for something. She felt in an odd way that the day had been a direct continuance of the dream that she had had in the night. All the morning she had been aware that her ears, in spite of herself, had been waiting for some sound, a message, or an arrival. She sat now in the swiftly darkening room, as though she had been told that someone was coming at such and such an hour, and she had heard the clock strike, and was listening for the grating of the wheels on the cobbles of the courtyard. The calm winter's day passed now into a purple twilight. Lights were coming in the windows. She thought she heard a step in the passage, and was startled as though someone had been suddenly, unexpectedly within the room. She opened the window and listened. Someone, several people, will come down that garden path in a minute. I know they will. But the air was very cold, and she closed the window. Even as she did so, a clock struck 4. She got up and went to Rachel. 3. The Chinese room was so called because its walls were covered with a stiff golden Chinese paper. It had wide windows looking onto the garden. Rachel used it a great deal. Lizzie fixed upon her mind, very deliberately, all the details of her surroundings. Rachel was dressed in black, with red round her throat and her waist, and this brilliant colour made her face seem white, and there were deep, heavy black marks under her eyes. She looked up when Lizzie came in, seemed with a violent effort to compel control. They sat there for some time and discussed the dance. The dusk filled the room. Then tea was brought. There was a light in their corner. Slowly the rest of the room grew dark. They finished tea, it was taken away, and Lizzie, sitting quite close to Rachel on a little sofa that had a window just behind it, was aware that again, in spite of herself, her ears were straining for some sound. The house and all the world were profoundly still. When the servant had at last left them alone, Rachel said, "Miss Reed, you mustn't go away tomorrow. Aunt Adela can manage for another week. After all, she did promise that you should stay for me over the ball." "Why did you ask me here, Lady Rachel?" Lizzie said. Her speech was a direct challenge, and instantly when she had spoken, she knew that they had entered upon those personal relations that they had, during all these weeks, feared. "I asked you because I wanted you for a friend. I've no friend, no woman friend, whom I can trust. I knew that I could trust you. I hoped that you could help me." "I've been here for some time now, and you've told me nothing." "No, because you've held me off, have shown me so plainly that you disliked and distrusted me. You didn't always dislike me. What have I done?" "That's only my way. As I told you this morning, Lady Seton, I'm not an emotional person, but I feel more than I show. I would like to help you if you will let me." Rachel leaned forward and caught first Lizzie's arm, then her hand. Then she spoke, her voice quivering as though she were forcing upon herself the most intense control. "Oh, you're so strange, so odd. I don't know what you feel, whether you care, but these last months have been so hard for me that even though you hate me, despise me, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters if only I can get away from myself. You're so different, so dry, so hard, but you are just as hard." She stopped. Lizzie drew her hand away. "Please, don't tell me things if you feel about me like that. It hasn't been my fault, has it, that we don't get on? I didn't ask to come here, to know you. Let me go back. Don't bother about me. Leave me alone," she at last brought out. But Rachel said more urgently, "No, don't go now. Even though you don't care, even though you hate me, help me. I've got no one else. If only you knew the things I've suffered these past weeks, how I've hated myself for my indecision, for my weakness and shame. I don't know why I feel as though you were the only person to whom I could talk. I'm being driven, I suppose, by this long silence, and then you're so absolutely to be trusted, even though you dislike me. You're straight all through. I've always known that." And Lizzie's heart again now that strange confusion of sensation, and with it a sure conviction that fate had this scene between them in hand, and that events now, whatever the hours might bring forth, were beyond her control. "Yes, you may trust me," she said dryly. "I'm useful, at any rate, for that." Lizzie watched her, as in the little pause that followed, Rachel struggled for concentration and for the point of view that would make the strongest appeal. That, Lizzie grimly knew, was the thing for which the girl was struggling, and it yielded her the pleasanter irony because she was herself so surely aware of that one fact that all Rachel's confessions contained. For herself, she had only confidently to sit and wait. Then Rachel plunged. "I'm unhappy," she said, "in my married life, miserably unhappy, and entirely, utterly by my own fault. I've tried, or fancied that I've tried. I've done what I've thought was my best. Things have happened now at last that have made it impossible. I can't go on any longer." She spoke as though she were, very urgently, endeavouring to deliver a fair, honest statement. There was in her voice a note that showed that life had truly of late been very hard for her. "I married in the beginning for a wrong reason. I knew then that I didn't love my husband. I married because I wanted to escape. I had always hated my grandmother, and she had always hated me. You know that, Miss Rand. Everyone who had anything to do with us knew it. She had done more than hate me. She had made me frightened of life and people. Someone came along who was kind and easy and comfortable, and everyone said it would be a good thing, and so I, not because I loved him, but because I wanted to escape from my grandmother, married him. Because I had to silence everything that was honest in me, I'm paying now." "It was all quite natural," Lizzie said. "Most women would have done the same." "It was horrible from the beginning. I found that I had not escaped from my grandmother at all. She had arranged the marriage, and now was always, and in some curious way, influencing it. I soon saw what I had done, that I had been false to myself, and therefore false to everything else. My husband was in love with me. He was very patient and good to me. But I found that everything that I did or thought or said in connection with my husband was false. What made it so hard was that I was, and I am, very fond of him. My training, the training of all our family, had always been to learn how to be sham, so that one's real self never appeared all one's life. It ought to have been easy enough, but I had never been like one of my family. I have always been different. I determined that this year I would do my duty to Roddy, but it's harder than any determination can govern. It's bad for Roddy, it's deadly for me. At last things have happened that have made it impossible for us. I made up my mind this morning. I must leave Roddy, let him divorce me, Give him a better chance with someone else. She spoke with the desperate immediate determination of youth, staring in front of her, her hands clenched. Like flame at Lizzie's heart leapt this knowledge. She and Breton are going, and you can stop them. She and Breton. Don't you think, said Lizzie, a little of your husband? I'm thinking of him all the time. It's for his sake that he should have a better chance with someone who cared. No, that isn't true, said Lizzie. It's because you love someone else. Rachel, with her head down, whispered, Yes, it's because someone else. Francis Breton. Yes, Francis Breton. That whisper of his name had in it confidence, worship, defiance. All these things were torture to Lizzie, sitting there, very composed, very stern, very quiet. She should have been able to say that name with just that precious intimacy, and she saw in Rachel's eyes, beyond her trouble, the glad pride that the pronouncing of the name had given her. You know? Rachel asked at length. Yes. You've known a long time? Yes, a long time. Oh, if you'd only spoken to me. All this time I've been wanting you to... You must have known. Yes, I knew. Then Lizzie brought out slowly, letting her grave eyes wander over Rachel's face. You yourself insisted on telling me. You've brought it upon yourself if I say what I must. Rachel caught the hostility. Yes? She said sharply. I'm older than you, older in every way. You know so little yet the harm that you can do. You must leave Francis Breton alone, Lady Seddon. Rachel laughed. Of course, I knew that it was the kind of way that you must look at it. But don't you see, we've got past all that first stage. It isn't in the very least any good looking at it from any general point of view. It's simply the individual happiness of the three of us, my husband, Francis Breton, myself. It's better for all of us that I should go. No, not better for Francis Breton. Rachel moved impatiently. He and I can judge that, Miss Rand. No, you can't. You're too young. You don't know. I have a right to speak here. I know him. I have known him all this time. Lizzie broke off. Rachel, suddenly looking up, gazed at her. Lizzie, fiercely, also proudly, as though she were guarding something very precious that they were trying to take from her, returned her gaze. All this time, Rachel said slowly, you've known him, of course, at Saxton Square. Then, as though the revelation had suddenly broken upon her, Why, you! Yes, said Lizzie, now fiercely indeed, hurling back at the girl the naivety of her surprise. Yes, it's odd, isn't it? I'm not the kind of woman, am I, ever to care for a man, or to have a man care for me, to have any feeling or desire or affection. But it is not so strange as it may seem. I love him every bit as well as you do. I've cared more patiently, perhaps, more unselfishly even. But there it is. It gives me the right. Nothing more surprising than that on this special circumstance Rachel had never reckoned. Feeling it now, blazing there before her, the way that she was to deal with it was beyond her experience. In an instant, Lizzie Rand was to her a new creature. Always she had seen Lizzie patiently, with method, with discipline, putting things in order. That was her world and her dominion. Lizzie had appeared to Rachel to stand for all the things that she herself was not. Rachel had often envied that absence of emotion, that security from impulse and passion. And it was upon that very security that Rachel had wished to depend. It was that had driven her to seek Lizzie's friendship. She herself, so unsure, so caught and destroyed by powers too potent for her resistance, had looked with wonder and desire upon Lizzie's safety. Now Lizzie Rand was no longer Lizzie Rand. She was of Rachel's number. She might as easily as Rachel be swept, whirled away, after death and destruction. But there was more than that. There was the realization that Lizzie must hate her, that Lizzie was the last person in the world to whom she should have given her confidence, that Lizzie would fight now to the last breath in her body to keep Francis Breton from her. During a long silence they sat facing one another. The little room was now nearly dark, and it was only by the faint pale shadow from the sky beyond the window that they could catch, each from each, their consciousness of their new relationship. It was during that silence that Lizzie was again aware that her ears were straining to catch some sound. "I didn't know," Rachel said at last, very softly. "It must seem brutal to you now that I should have told you all this. I wouldn't, of course, have spoken." "Ah, you needn't mind," Lizzie said grimly. "He's never seen anything of it. You must never give him any reason to suspect. I trust you for that. No one in this world knows but you, and you should never have known it if it had not been that I had to prove my right to interfere. Perhaps even now you don't see that I have a right, but whether I have one or no, you've got to reckon with me now." "And you've got to reckon," Rachel answered, with some of Lizzie's own fierceness, "with a power that's beyond your power, or mine, or anyone's. Don't you imagine that we, all of us, haven't tried hard enough? Why, all these last 2 years we've done nothing but try. Now it's simply stronger than we are. If Roddy," she went on, speaking now more slowly, "hadn't forced it, if he'd not been impatient, but now, after what's just happened, it's right. It isn't fair to him, to myself, to any of us, that things should go on as they are." "I'm thinking," Lizzie answered quietly, "simply of Francis Breton." "Well, isn't it fairer too for him? He's been living as we have all this time, a life that's denying all his own real self. Anything's better than being forced to that. Life may be hard for us if we go away together, but at any rate it will be honest." "Ah, that just shows how young you are. Don't I know that pursuit of truth and honesty as well as you? Don't I know that when life's beginning for us, the one thing that seems to matter is exposing ourselves, showing ourselves to the world just as we are? At first it seems such an easy thing. Just round that corner the moment's coming when the real person in us is going to stand up and proclaim itself just as it is, fine and splendid. But always something just comes in the way and stops it. The years go on, and we're further off from truth than ever. You think that if you go off with Francis Breton now, you'll, both of you, be leading suddenly honest, brave lives before the world. I tell you, it isn't so. Things will be just as crooked, just as shadowed, issues just as confused. It will be worse than it was." "But you don't know." "I know Francis Breton. Don't you know, too, the kind of man that he is? Don't you know that he's as weak as a man can be, weaker than any woman ever could be? He's the kind of man who must have society to bolster him up. If the men of his world are supporting him, then he's as good as gold, as fine as you like. Let them leave him, and down he goes. All his life the world's been down on him, and that's why he's been down. Lately he's been quiet, he's been winning his place back. Soon, if he's patient, they'll all come round him again. But let him go off with you, and he's done, finished, absolutely, utterly. Ah, everyone will say, that's what we expected, that's what we always knew would happen. Don't you know what kind of effect that will have upon him? Don't you know? Of course you do. It will break him up. His old life abroad, creeping from place to place, will begin again. Only now he'll have the additional knowledge that he's done for you as well as for himself. It will be the end, utterly the end of him. And I, who love him, will not let it be." Lizzie's speech had roused in Rachel one of those old storms of anger. She was exerting now her utmost self-control, but her heart seemed bound tight with some cord so slender that one movement, one impulse, would snap it. Then she saw in Lizzie now, only moved by a sense of jealous injury. She sits there, knowing that I've taken him from her. That's it. That's what she's feeling. She's lost him. She can't forgive me for that. But when she spoke, her voice was quiet and controlled. "That isn't so," Rachel said. "It won't, I think, be like that. There's so much more between us than you can understand. There's all our early life. Not that we were together, but we seem to have it all in common, to have known it all together. We're unlike our family, all the Beminsters. We're together in that. We are together in everything." But Lizzie's voice went on, so coldly, with such assurance, that with every word the flame of Rachel's anger climbed a little higher, grew stronger and steadier. "There's another thing, too. I watched you, more than you know. No man in the world will ever keep you all together. There's something, I can't tell you what it is, there's something in you that demands more than just a personal relationship like that. Perhaps it's maternity. It is with many women. Perhaps it's a great cause, a movement of a country. But I know with certainty that you will never love Breton as you should love a man. Realization will never be the thing to you that anticipation and retrospection are. I believe if you were to lose your husband now, you'd find that you loved him. All thoughts of Francis Breton would go." At that, because at the very heart of her determination burnt the knowledge that Lizzie's words were true, Rachel's control was abandoned. Her anger leapt. "You think you know, you think... Why, you don't know me at all. You can't know me. We're strangers, Miss Rand. Now, always. Nothing can ever make us friends again. I'll never forgive you for what you've said. The poor creature that you take me for. No doubt you'd have done better had the chance been yours, but you go too far." "That was unfair of you," Lizzie said very low. "You may say to me what you please. That's of no importance to anybody. But Francis Breton's happiness, his success, that is more to me than anything or anyone. You shall not break his life into pieces for your own pleasure. There are more important things than your personal happiness, Lady Seddon." They were both standing, but they could not see one another, save very faintly their hands and faces. "It's too late, Miss Rand," Rachel laughed. "I shall write to him tomorrow. I myself shall tell my husband. There is nothing that you can do." They stood there, conscious that a word, a movement on either side might produce an absurd, a tragic scene. Lizzie had never known such anger as the passion that now held her. Rachel was taunting her with the thing that she had missed. She stood there before the world as the woman for whom no man cared. She stood there with the one human being who mattered to her on the edge of complete disaster. Nothing that she could do could prevent it, and the woman at her side was the cause. A sudden, sweeping consciousness of the things that it would mean if Rachel were dead flowed over her. Her heart stopped. That way, at least, Francis Breton might be saved. The room, dark as pitch before her, was filled now with a red glow. Her hands, clenched, were ice in a world that was all of an overpowering heat. Lizzie never afterwards could remember what then exactly happened. She was worked to a pitch of anger. She was thinking to herself, what would be a way? Anything to save him. She shouldn't have taunted me with that. When suddenly, exactly as though someone had taken her brain and emptied it, she had forgotten Rachel, had forgotten her own personal injury, forgotten her anger, was only aware that with every nerve in her body on edge, she was waiting for some sign. Like an answer to an invocation, the sound, through the closed window, came. 4. She must have made some startled noise, because she heard Rachel say, "What is it?" She fled to the window and opened it. She could see nothing, but she could hear, as she had known all day that she would hear, steps, stumbling, falling heavily upon the heavy gravel path. She felt Rachel's hand upon her sleeve. "What is it?" Rachel said again. "Lizzie, what is it?" Both women were seized and held by fear. Their feelings for one another were lost, sunk in the cold, shattering sense of disaster that had come through the open window into the room. They could see lights now, and figures. There were murmuring voices. "Oh, Lizzie, what is it?" Rachel said for the third time. And then, after a moment, "Roddy!" Lizzie said, "Wait there. It may be nothing. I'll see. Don't you come for a moment." She crossed the dark room, and opening the door saw Peters hurrying down the passage towards her. His face was in complete disorder. the face of someone who throughout his life had had only one kind of face that had served most admirably for every kind of occasion. Suddenly a situation had arisen for which that face will not serve. His body was shaking. "Oh, Miss Rand, the master!" Lizzie felt Rachel follow her, brush past both of them, down the passage and out of sight. "An accident. Flung from his horse and dragged along. Been hours on the hill. A shepherd found him." "Is he dead?" "No, miss, not dead. Not yet, thank God." "The doctor?" "Not a crane from Lewis. We caught him, miss, most fortunately, on the way from another patient. He's downstairs now." "Quick, Peters, things will be wanted." Lizzie passed to the head of the stairs. Peters, behind her, said, "They've taken Sir Roderick into the green drawing-room, miss, so as not to have to go upstairs." She came down the stairs, and then stood waiting in the hall. That was, for the moment, deserted, but the house wore an air of dismay, surprised alarm, so that every sound was of momentous import. Somewhere, a long way away, someone, perhaps a frightened kitchen-maid, was sobbing. The hall door was still open, and little gusts of cold wind came in and stirred and rustled the pages of some illustrated papers on one of the tables. Lizzie went to the door and closed it. What should she do? To go into the room and ask whether she could be of use? Her quarrel with Rachel had made any movement now on her part difficult. Rachel might resent her presence. Someone came into the hall. She saw that it was the doctor. He stood looking about him as though he was searching for someone, and Lizzie went up to him. "Doctor, please tell me. I'm staying in the house. Is there anything at all that I can do?" The doctor was tall, thin, black, like an elongated crow. No, I think there's nothing for the moment. There are 2 of us here. We instantly wired to London, and the London men should be here, if they catch the 7 o'clock, in an hour and a half. Lady Seton is with her husband." "There's hope?" "Oh, yes, I think Sir Roderick will live. It's the spine that's damaged." He seemed to realise Miss Rand's efficiency. This was no ordinary country-house visitor. He went to the hall door and opened it. "I'm waiting for the things from Lewis. I just came on with what I've got. Yes, the spine. Afraid we'll never be able to get about again. Such a strong fellow, too." "There's nothing I can do?" "Nothing anyone can do for the moment. Lady Seton's taking it wonderfully, but she'll want you later. I advise you to get some quiet in the next hour. It's afterwards that they'll need your help." Lizzie went up to her room and lay down on her bed. She did not light the candles, but lay there in the darkness, striving to compel some order out of the turmoil that rioted in her brain. Her first thought was of Roddy. Roddy had always been to her the supreme type of animal spirits and vigour. That had been, above everything else, what he stood for. That he should have been struck down like this. The cruelty, the irony of it. Much better that he should die than be compelled to lie on his back for the rest of his life. Anything better for him than that. If he died, Rachel would be free. Lizzie faced that thought quite calmly. Her quarrel with Rachel seemed to be now very, very long ago, something distant and remote, something whose very conditions had been torn asunder and flung aside. As she lay there, tenderness for Rachel came sweeping about her. She must want someone now. She's so young and so ignorant, never had any crisis like this to deal with. Half of this to happen to him just after she thought those things. That must be terrible for her. Oh, she'll need someone now. Something reminded Lizzie of other things, of Francis Breton, of Rachel's words, of Lizzie's anger. Then, but that's all so long ago. It doesn't seem to count. There are things more important than all of that. What will she do now? Perhaps she still hates me, won't let me come near her. It's my own fault, after all. I kept away for so long, wouldn't let her come near me. Oh, but she must have someone to help her. After a while, Lizzie thought, she won't be practical. She won't know the things that ought to be done. I'll wait a little, and then I'll go. Then she slept. She awoke with a clear, active brain. She felt as though she could be awake now for weeks. A tremendous energy filled her. She left her room, and at the turn of the passage met a thick-set, clean-shaven man whom she knew for Cramp, one of the most famous of the London doctors, a man whom she had sometimes seen with Christopher at the Portland Place house. She stopped him. "I'm Miss Rand, Doctor, Lady Adela's secretary. We've met in London. I want you to tell me how I can help." He shook hands with her, eyeing her with approval. "Why, yes, of course. How do you do, Miss Rand? Yes, you're just the sort we want. For the moment, Lady Seddon's my chief anxiety. She's borne up splendidly so far, but now I'm a little afraid. I've got to her to go and lie down. Would you go to her, Miss Rand? Just be with her a little and let her know if anything happens." "Sir Roderick?" Pretty bad, I'm afraid. He'll live, I think. Afraid we'll never run about, though, again." Lizzie made her way to Rachel's bedroom. She paused outside the door. This was the very hardest thing that she had ever, in all her life, had to do. If Rachel were to repulse her now, it would surely be the final absolute proof that she was of no use to anyone in this whole wide world. She knocked on the door and went in. "Who's that?" "It's I, Lizzie." The room was dark, but she saw that Rachel was lying on the bed. She went up to her. Rachel did not move. "I came," Lizzie said, "to see whether I could help, if I could do anything." Rachel said nothing. If you don't want to see me, of course just say." Rachel turned over, and Lizzie heard her say, "I did it. I wanted him. It was my fault. It was my fault." Lizzie knelt down beside the bed. "Rachel, dear, you mustn't think that. It was nothing to do with anyone. But you can help him now, Rachel. He'll want you. He'll need you now as he's never wanted anyone." Rachel gave a bitter cry. Her hand touched Lizzie's, then she flung up her arm, caught Lizzie's neck, drew her towards her, put both her arms around her, and held her as though she would never let her go. End of Book 2, Chapter 12. Book 3 of The Duchess of Wrexe by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Roddy. Chapter 1, Regent's Park, Breton and Lizzie. "Yes," said Mrs. Bright, "he missed it all the time." "Missed what?" asked Miss Rankin. "His good luck," sighed Mrs. Bright. Henry Gallion. 1. Francis Breton had known, during the weeks that preceded his letter to Rachel, torture that became to him at last so personal that he felt deliberate malignant agency behind its ingenious devices. At first it had seemed that that wonderful hour with Rachel would satisfy his needs for a long time to come. He had only, when life was hard, dull, colourless, monotonous, to recall it, to see again her movements, to hear her voice, to remember to the last and tiniest detail the things that she had said, to feel that clutch of her hand upon his coat, and instantly he was inflamed, exultant. So for a time it was. Into every moment of his daily life he worked this scene. Rachel was always with him. Never for a single instant did he doubt that, in some fashion or another, she was coming to him. He had purchased an interest in some little business that had to do, for the most part, with candles, and down to the city now every morning he went. The candles prospered in a small but steady fashion, and he found them of a more thrilling and romantic interest than he would once have believed possible. He had always known that he had a business head, and now that his life was equable and regular, he was astonished at the useful man that he was becoming. He liked the men with whom he worked. He found that some of his friends of the old days sought him out. He was assured that he had only to wait for the death of his grandmother for his restoration to the Beminster bosom. He was, during these first weeks, tranquil, almost happy, feeling that Mrs. Pont and the rest were, with every hour, passing more surely from his world, nourishing always, like hoarded treasure, his consciousness of Rachel. Then a very faint restlessness crept upon him. The repetition of those precious moments was growing dry. From the very frequency of their recounting came impatience. His assurance that she would ultimately come to him grew chill. He needed now something more tangible, and gradually there grew with him the conviction that she would write. She had said very clearly and distinctly that she would not, but if she cared, as he knew that she did, then this silence must be as impossible for her as for himself. His state of mind now was that he expected a letter. When he came back from the city at 6:30 or 7, he expected to find lying there on the green tablecloth the letter. In the morning his man appeared with a jug of hot water in one hand and the letters in the other. There, one of those tantalizing mysterious envelopes, must be the letter. At first disappointment was reassured with, "Oh, it'll be there tomorrow." But as the days passed and the silence grew, the torture developed. Now, after that first search in the morning, after that swift, sharp glance to the green tablecloth, came physical pain, sickened, heavy drooping of the spirits, when the world looked one vast deserted plain of monotonous dullness, when the hours and days that yet remained to life seemed intolerable in their dreary multitude. He would go to bed early, in the order that the morning letters might come the sooner. He fled home from the city, his heart beating like a drum, as he mounted his stairs. Only one line would have been sufficient. It needed only the reassurance that she thought of him, that she still cared. Such a short letter would have given him all the comfort he needed. The need for some sign came as much from his impatience with the whole situation as from his love for Rachel. But this, because he always saw himself as a fine-coloured centre of some passionate crisis, he naturally did not perceive. His whole idea of Rachel was, as the days passed, increasingly a picture that was far enough from reality. On the one side Rachel, on the other side his restoration to his family. Now, as he waited, it seemed to him that he was in danger of losing both the one thing and the other. There was nothing that so speedily drove Breton to frenzy as enforced inaction. After all, they had been together so little. Breton was cursed with his imagination. All his instability of character came from his imagination. He looked ahead and saw such wonderful events. He knew why people did this or that. He could see so clearly what would happen did he act in such and such a way. He traced future action through many hazardous windings into a safe, fair haven, and for the sake of the haven embarked on the preliminary dangers. Discovered, of course, too late, that the haven was a dream. He saw Rachel now, sitting alone, thinking of him, loving him, forcing herself to be fair to her blockhead of a husband, feeling at last that she could endure it no longer, and so writing. Or he saw her falling in love with that same blockhead, forgetting everyone and everything else. In all of this his grandmother played her part. He was aware that behind all the attraction that he had had for Rachel was the consciousness that he was a rebel against the Duchess. They were rebels together. That, he knew, was the way that she thought of it. He was aware, however, that he was a rebel only because he was forced to be one. Let his grandmother hold out her old arms to him, and into them he would run. He would be restored to the family. Horribly he wanted it. The spirit with which he had returned to England was one of hot vengeance, that would indeed have suited the finest of Rachel's moods. But that spirit had, he knew, subtly changed. Here, then, with regard to Rachel, he felt a traitor. Would she come to him? Why, then he would do anything for her, even to pulling the Duchess's nose. But if she would not come to him, why, then he would rather that the Beminsters should take him to themselves and make him one of them. But he felt, although he had no tangible argument to support his feeling, that the old lady was round the corner. She knows, you bet, all about things, what I'd give for just one talk with her. I believe we'd be friends. His weakness of character came, as he himself knew, from his inability to allow life to stay at a good, safe, dull level. "Today's dull. Something must happen before evening. I must make it happen." And then he would go and do something foolish. London excited him. The lighted shops, the smell of food and flowers and women and leather and tobacco, the sky, signs flashing from space to space, the carts and omnibuses, the shouts and cries and sudden silences, the confused life of the place, so that you could never say, "This is London," but could only say in retrospect, that must have been London, and still know that you had failed to grasp its secret. The dirt and shabbiness and lack of plan and good humour and crime and indecency and priggishness, its life. Many things out of all this glory called him: racing, women, drink, the gutter one minute, the stars the next. From them all he held himself aloof because of Rachel, and Rachel, meanwhile, perhaps did not care. As Christmas approached, he became utterly obsessed by this one thought, that he must have a letter. His obsession had been able, during these weeks, to clutch the tighter in that he had seen nothing of Lizzie Rand. Throughout the autumn he had encountered her very seldom. Ever since that night in the summer when he had taken her to the theatre, she had avoided him, and he decided that she had been shocked at his confession about Rachel. You never know about women. I shouldn't have thought that would have shocked her. But there it is, you never can tell. Lizzie had been very good for him. He missed her now. He would tackle her, he said, one day. Then, not only with every day, but with every hour, the torture grew. He avoided Christopher because Christopher might see things. His work faded like mist from before him. He could not sleep, but lay on his back thinking of what she would say if she did write, whether she were thinking of him, how she found his own silence, and what she felt about it. Then he heard the astonishing news that Lizzie Rand had gone down to Seddon to stay. At first he thought that he would write to her and beg her to find out for him all that she could as to Rachel's mind. But Lizzie's avoidance of him checked him there. If she had been shocked at his just telling her, why then she would not be likely to help him now. No, that would not be fair to Rachel. It occurred to him then that Rachel had asked Lizzie in order that she might speak of him, have with her someone who could tell her about his daily life, and so, without breaking her word, yet be in some kind of communication with him. Soon this became with him a certainty. It assured him that her patience was exhausted, and that she would forgive, and more than forgive, a letter from him. He wrote. Then in an agony would have snatched it back again, and yet was glad that the post had taken it from him. He had broken his word, and shown himself for the miserable poor creature that he was. She would never trust him again, but surely now she would write, were it only to dismiss him for ever. He waited, and the agony once again grew phantasmal in its terrors. Then swiftly came word, first that Roddy Seddon had been flung from his horse, and was hovering between life and death, then that he would not die, but paralysis of the spine, always have to lie on his back, I'm afraid. This from Christopher. Then, finally, this note. Seddon Court, near Lewes, Sussex. Dear Mr. Breton, I have to come up to London next Tuesday for the day. I shall return here that same evening. I have a message for you. Could we have tea together that afternoon, or what do you say to a walk in Regent's Park? Perhaps we could talk there more easily. I'll meet you at the entrance to the Botanical Gardens about 3:30, unless I hear from you. Yours sincerely, E. Rand. 2. The effect upon him of Roddy's accident was indescribable. He was sorry, terribly sorry, dreadful for a man whose whole interests are in physical things to be laid on his back like this for ever. Surely it would be better for him to die, and then, at that, sober thought would forsake him. He did not wish Seddon to die, but around the possibility of it, always turning, wheeling, his mind fluttered. He did not know what Lizzie would have to say to him, but at his heart he expected triumph. With so little encouragement he would wait so faithfully. It was a cold, windy afternoon of early spring, and up to the gates of the Botanical Gardens little eddies came sweeping, twigs and dust and pieces of paper tossing, under a grey sky, beneath branches that creaked and strained. Breton stood there impatiently. He was 10 minutes before his time. This biting, windy world took from him his confidence. A dirty little brown dog walked round and round, wagging now and again a pessimistic tail. There at last she was, coming as orderly and neat as ever up the road. Her grey dress, her little shining shoes, her hair that no breeze could disturb, her expression as though she were ready for anything and would be surprised at nothing. These all, to-day, irritated him. Good heavens, was she so surely tied to her typewriter that she could understand nothing of the emotions that an ordinary human being might be feeling? Had she no imagination? because she had never herself known sentiment about anyone alive, was it beyond her to consider what others might encounter? Breton would have preferred any other ambassador in his affair than the neat, efficient Miss Rand, forgetting that there had been a time when he had chosen her as his one and only confidante. "How do you do, Mr. Breton?" she said, giving him her little gloved hand. "It's just struck. I was a little early," he answered, feeling confused and hating himself for his confusion. "Let's go round to the left here and turn over the bridge, and then out past the zoo and back. That makes quite a good round." "Yes," he said. "I chose the park because I thought that we could talk better. We might have been interrupted at home." He caught then a little tremor in her voice and was grateful for it. She did feel a little that this was important for him. She sympathized perhaps more than he should have expected. "Let's come straight to the point, Miss Rand," he said. "You have a message for me." She nodded, felt in the pocket of her dress, and produced an envelope which she gave him. "She thought it better that I should give it you like this, because then I could say something as well, something she had asked me to say." His hand trembled as he saw the writing on the envelope, Francis Breton, Esquire, 24 Saxton Square. During what months and months he had longed for that handwriting, and how often had he imagined that letter lying, just as it lay now, in his hand. He read it, Lizzie walking gravely at his side. "This letter is not easy to write, and you must realize that, and forgive me if I have not put things properly. These last weeks have all made such a demand on me that I'm tired out. I said once, Francis dear, that I would not write to you until I meant to come to you. Now I have broken my word. This is to tell you that everything, anything that we have felt for one another, must be ended, now and for ever. Don't think that I am angry with you for writing to me. Perhaps I should have been, but I understood. Only now all my life must be always entirely devoted to my husband. That is now all that I live for. I feel as though in some way I have been responsible for the disaster. At any rate, his bravery and pluck are wonderful, and it is a small thing that I can do to make his life as easy as I can, but it will take the whole of me. Perhaps after a time we shall meet, one day be friends. I can't look ahead or look back. I only know that I am now absolutely, entirely my husband's. Don't hate me for this. It was taken out of our hands. I've asked Lizzie Rand to give you this. She knows everything, and it would make me happy to think that you two have become great friends." They had crossed the little bridge, left behind them the strange birds that chattered beneath it, and had passed into the wide green spaces, often given up to cricket or football, now empty of any human being, the zoological gardens, a deserted bandstand, a fringe of trees on which the first tiny leaves were showing. Above them the grey sky had broken into blue and white, the clouds shaped with ribs and fleecy softness like a huge wing stretching above them from horizon to horizon. Over the two of them, so tiny on that broad expanse, this wing brooded tenderly, gravely. Breton had crushed the letter in his hand and stood looking in front of him, but seeing nothing. His one thought was that he had been brutally treated. She had simply, without a thought, without a care, flung him aside. He had, of course, known that this accident to her husband must, for a time, hold her, but now, in this fashion, she passed on without hesitation, leaving him anywhere, anyhow. Was it so long ago that she had said to him that, whether she came to him or no, she would always love him? Had she already forgotten that kiss, that moment when she had clung to him, held to him? He stood there, filled with self-pity. This restraint, this self-discipline, all done for her, and now all useless. It was not wanted. He was not wanted. Had she only preserved some relationship, told him to wait, assured him that he meant something to her, anything but this? But there was greater pain at Breton's heart than thought of Rachel brought him. To every man comes in due time the instant of revelation. It had flashed before Breton now. He saw that his relationship with Rachel was at an end, utterly. However he might delude himself, that, in his soul, he knew. There had been a moment when they had met, and the moment had passed. But he saw more than this. He saw that he was a man to whom life had always been a succession of moments, moments flashing, stinging, flying, gone. He always helpless to grasp and hold. Had he on that day been strong, held Rachel, conquered her, made her his, he was weak through the fine things in him as surely as through the base. His ideals forced his purpose to tremble as often as his regrets. Standing there, he faced himself and saw that, whether for good or evil, life for him had always been evasive, fluid, a thing grasped at but never caught. Rachel was not for such as he. Lizzie had watched him, and her face had grown very tender. "I know I'm a nuisance just now," she said. "It hasn't naturally been a very pleasant thing for me to have to do, but I thought that I could tell you a little about her. I've seen her through all of this." He strode along fiercely, his eyes staring in front of him. He looked, she thought, like a boy who had been forbidden some longed-for pleasure. She found it difficult to keep pace with him. "She's so very, very young," Lizzie went on. "I expect you forget that. She's filled above everything else with a determination to express her own individuality, a protest, you know, against its having been squashed by her family. Anything that helps her to express it she seizes on. You helped her, she seized on you. Now all her heart is stirred by this disaster to her husband, the most active person she's ever known, absolutely helpless. So now that has seized her. She can't have two things in her mind at once. That's where her troubles come from. She cares for you. You'll always be something to her that no one else can ever be, and oh, it's so much better, so much, much better than if you'd gone off, made a mess of it all, spoilt all your beautiful ideas of one another." The thrill in her voice made him, even though he was intensely concerned with his own wrongs and losses, consider her. What Lizzie Rand was this? It flung him back, almost against his will, as though he hated to throw over all the ideas he had formed of her, to that first meeting when they had stood at the window and looked out on the grey square, and he had called it the pool. Then he had suspected her of emotion and sentiment. It was afterwards, when he made her his wise counsellor and common-sense adviser, that he had thought of her as unemotional. He felt now that he had been treating her rather badly. He stopped abruptly and looked down at her. There was something in her earnest gaze at him, something rather nervous and hesitating, that did not belong at all to the efficient Miss Rand. "It is good of you, Miss Rand, to have come and given me this note. I'm finding it all rather difficult at the moment, as I'm sure you'll understand. I'd better go off somewhere by myself a bit, I think, but it was good of you." He broke off and stared desolately about him. He was not very far from tears, she thought. She too remembered their first meeting. She found him melodramatic then, a little insincere. Now she knew that she had been wrong. He was sincere as a child is sincere. The world was utterly black, was transcendently bright as it was for a child. She understood him so well, so much better than Rachel. She knew that neither he nor Rachel would ever have had the wisdom to endure that romantic impatience that was in both of them. They would begin fighting in a week, but I should know how to deal with him. The green park and the brooding sky seemed to join in her tenderness. She had never loved him so surely, so unselfishly, as she loved him now. "Tell me," he said gruffly. "I wrote to her. Did she tell you anything about that?" "Yes," Lizzie answered. "I don't know what might have happened if he hadn't had the accident. But as it is, I know she's glad you wrote. She likes to look back on it, but it's on something that died, gone altogether. And it's much, much better so." "To you," he said, "it may be so." "Only because through these weeks I've got to know her so well. She's strange, unlike any other woman I've known. Her great charm is that she's so unobtainable. Men will always love her for that, and sometimes she may think she loves them in return. But no man will ever call the real woman out of her. If she were to have a child, perhaps that would... But we, all of us, You, I, Dr. Christopher, her husband, all of us who love her will always love her without quite knowing why, and without in the end her belonging to any one of us. I've grown to love her during these last weeks, and I thought it was because I was sorry for her and admired her pluck. But it isn't that, really. It's simply because there's something wonderful in her that isn't for any of us.
Well, you've been very kind, Miss Rand. I shan't forget it. You've said just the thing to put it all straight and clear. I wouldn't do anything now to disturb her or hurt her husband, poor devil. Must be hell for him. And it don't anyway matter much what happens to me. It never has done. You've been a brick. If you really care to bother about a rotten waster like myself, I'll be proud. Goodbye, and thank you.
He took her hand and shook it, and then was gone, striding off furiously towards the trees. She walked slowly back to Saxton Square. End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Book 3, Chapter 2 of The Duchess of Wrexe by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Chapter 2, The Duchess Moves. Fear of the loss of power has more to do with disasters in the history of nations than any other motive. James Anthony Froude. 1. Trouble invaded the strongholds of 104 Portland Place that winter. The Duchess was not so well. No evasions, whether above or below stairs, could conceal the harsh truth. The Duchess was not so well. To the bewildered mind of Lady Adela, the horrid succession of disasters that the winter had provided no other years could equal. It had all begun, she often fancied, from the day of Rachel's coming out, from the ball, or even, although for this she could not find a real excuse, from that visit to the Bond Street picture gallery. It was on that afternoon, Lady Adela well remembered, that there had first come to her those strange, treacherous thoughts about her mother that had afterwards, as they had grown stronger and more formidable, changed life for her. Yes, it had seemed that, with Rachel's appearance before the world, disaster at the Beminster house had appeared also. Her mother's illness, the war, perpetual rumours of Rachel's unsatisfactory marriage, the uncomfortable presence of Frank Breton, the horrible disaster to poor Roddy. How they trooped before Lady Adela's eyes. Finally, more terrible than all of them, was the complete destruction of the old fiction, the old terror, the old submission. Lady Adela did not now dare to look into her mind because of the horrible things that she found there. Roddy's accident had had the most terrible effect upon the Duchess. Only Christopher could really tell how her Grace had taken it, but throughout the house it was understood that the effect of it had been serious. "Wouldn't give her long now," said Mr. Norris. "What with this war and what not, she was going as it was. And now Sir Roderick, as was always, as you might say, her pet, having this awful disaster. No, I don't give her long." Adela, of course, saw nothing of her mother's feelings. She never had been allowed to see anything of them, and she was not allowed now. The old lady was outwardly as she had ever been, although she spoke less, and if you watched her, you could see sometimes that her hands were shaking. She used paint for her cheeks, and she rouged her lips. Her love of fantastic things had grown very much, and on the little table behind her chair there was a row of strange china animals and some Indian dolls with wooden limbs that jangled when you touched them. But Adela was no longer afraid of her mother. Stimulate it as she would, force upon herself her sensations of the days when she had been afraid, as she did, still the terror would not now confront her. There had been a dreadful scene when the Duchess had been told that her daughter was acting on the same committee as Mrs. Bronson, the dazzling American. A terrible scene, but Adela had come through it without a tremor. It had not affected her at all. "It isn't that I've changed much either. I'm just as nervous as other things. I'm just the same coward." Perhaps it was a little that the war had altered one's values. So many Beminster necessities were not quite so necessary. Certainly John felt the same, and the one consolation to Adela through all this horrible time was that she had grown nearer to John than she had ever been to anyone. John and she had been attacked by the real world, both of them at the same moment, and they did find comfort at this terrifying crisis in being together. But all Adela's energy was directed towards concealing from her mother that there was any change at all. She must think that things are just the same, exactly the same. She mustn't ever know that, well, that... She could not put it into words. Her Grace's illness was never alluded to by any member of the household. There came word, at the beginning of March, that Roddy had been moved up to London, that Rachel had taken a little house in York Terrace overlooking Regent's Park, that Roddy was wonderfully cheerful, suffered pain at times, but was on the whole marvellous. 2 or 3 days after this news, when Christopher arrived at 104 on his usual morning visit, Lord John met him in the hall. "I say, come in here a minute," he said, leading the way into his own little smoking-room. Lord John was fatter, scarcely now as rubicund, as shining as he had been, as neat and clean as ever, but there were lines on his forehead, and in his eye that glance of surprise that had always been there had advanced into one of alarm. "What the devil is life going to do? What horrible trick is it up to next?" he seemed to say. "Look here, Christopher," he brought out when the door was closed. "There's the devil and all to pay. My mother declares this morning that she's going to pay a visit to Roddy." "Well?" Christopher seemed amused. "But, good heavens!" John was aghast. "She hasn't stirred out of her room for 30 years. It'll kill her." "Oh, no, it won't," Christopher answered. "Not if she really means to do it. Of course, she can't walk much. She won't have to. We can get her downstairs, and Roddy's room in York Terrace is on the ground floor. We'll have to see she doesn't catch cold. She'll have to choose a warm day." "She says she's going this afternoon," said Lord John, still overwhelmed by this amazing development. "Well, today won't do any harm." "Are you sure?" "Quite sure. The danger with your mother has always been to stop her inclinations. Indulge them all the time if you can. Let her say what she wishes, do what she wishes. If you were to carry her out of doors against her will, why, it would do a great deal of harm indeed. But if she wants to go, she'll see that she's up to it. It may be the best thing for her. She could have gone out heaps of times in the last 30 years if she wished to." Lord John rubbed his forehead. "It's a great relief to hear you say that, Christopher. I didn't know how we were going to get out of it. She was so determined this morning." He broke off. "You're sure it won't do her any harm?" he said again. "I'm sure," said Christopher. "There's something," Lord John went on again, "dreadfully on my mother's mind. She seems to feel that, in some way or other, she was responsible for this accident. I can't get at the bottom of it at all, and of course she won't tell me. She never tells me things. Perhaps you can get at it. I saw Rachel yesterday." "Yes?" "But she's very fair about it all. Must be having a very hard time. She was glad to see me, I think, but," he added a little wistfully, "I've never been anything to her since her marriage. She just seemed not to want me after that, and I've been a good deal to her before. When one's getting old, Christopher, we old bachelors, we begin to notice that nobody wants us very much." Christopher looked at him. Yes, John Bedminster had changed in the last year. Had he himself, he wondered, also changed? "Yes," he said, smiling, "but I've been an old bachelor, Bedminster, for years and years, and I see no likelihood of your ever being one. You get younger with every year, I believe." "This accident to Roddy," John said slowly, as though he were thinking it all out, "has upset us all. Seems so terrible happening to him. Much worse for him. And then Rachel. But look here, I know you've got to go up to my mother. I won't keep you a minute. But there's a thing I've got to talk to you about. It's been on my conscience now for ages. I've not known what to do. At last I've made up my mind." John Bedminster had made up his mind to do something that he hated. To Christopher, perhaps more than to anyone else in the world, this was a revelation of the most vital, the most moving interest. He had known John for so long, seen him struggling behind screens and curtains, hugging to himself the happy knowledge that to the very end he would be able to keep life from getting at him. And now, behold, life had got at him, Wag clutching him by the throat. "It's about Frank," at last he desperately brought out. "I've made up my mind. I must go and see him. Now, perhaps, whilst Mother is still suffering from the effects of Roddy's accident.
It wouldn't be wise perhaps to have him here actually in the house, but something must be done. Adela agrees.
Adela agrees. Well, if the old woman upstairs... Christopher was moved, as he had lately been often moved, by a swift stirring of pathos.
You see, this war has upset us all so, has made one feel differently. And then he really does seem to have changed, been as quiet as anything all this time, and I hear that he's working at something sensible down in the city. I must go and see him.
Then they hadn't heard, Christopher knew, of any rumours about Rachel and Francis. Perhaps there were no rumours, perhaps only in the mind of the old lady. But then let John say a word to her about this visit to Breton, and out she would come with it all.
Yes, Beminster, Christopher said. Of course, I'm delighted. Just what I hoped would happen. But perhaps as your mother's been rather upset lately, it would be just as well to say nothing to her.
Quite so. John looked away, out of the window. Poor John. Christopher held out his hand, and John took it, and for a moment they stood there. Then Christopher went upstairs. 2. Dorchester no longer asserted that her mistress was better than she had ever been. Since that terrible morning when Dr. Christopher had broken the news of Sir Roderick's accident, Dorchester had made no pretence about anything. This was the time that must, she had always known, one day arrive. But what she had not known was that it would be quite like this. She was a woman of some imagination. Moreover, were there one person in the world who touched her heart, then it was her mistress. She had penetrated, she thought, some of the strange secrets and fantasies of that old woman's soul, and it seemed that now, in these later days, she was at last in touch with every motive and grim artifice that her mistress adopted. But no, since that terrible day at the beginning of the year, Dorchester had lost touch, was left bewildered, at a loss, as though she was suddenly in the service of some stranger. She had known that nothing more terrible could happen to her mistress than this. When she heard it, she said to herself, "This will kill her, bound to." She had known, too, that her mistress would not flinch outwardly, and that to the ordinary observer there would be no sign. But the thing for which she had not been prepared was this silence. A silence so profound and yet so eloquent that one could obtain from it no clue, could discern no visible wound. But daily, almost hourly, as she sat there, change was at work. She was dying before their eyes. What Dorchester did not know was that the Duchess had been aware for a long time that this was to occur, if not exactly this, why then something like it. All through that autumn she had sat there waiting. The war, the rebellion of her children. It only needed that disaster should overtake Roddy, and the circle was complete. She did not doubt that it was because he had married Rachel that this had happened to him, and she might have prevented his marriage to Rachel had she wished. The girl had now for her, sitting there in her room, the fatal inevitability of some hostile spirit. She saw all her past years as a duel with this girl, the one soul in rebellion against hers. Rachel had taken everything from her. She had first stirred Adela and John into rebellion. She had encouraged Francis Breton. She had destroyed Roddy. She rose before the old woman's eyes, black, titanic, sweeping with great dark wings across the horizon. The Duchess did not in so many words state that Rachel had flung her husband from his horse and then watched while his body was dragged along the stones, but in some way the girl had plotted it. The old woman had indeed during these last months suffered from visions. There were days when her brain was as clear as it had ever been, and on these days she thought more of Roddy than of Rachel, ached to be with him, longed to comfort him and make life bearable for him, cursed whatever fate it was that had ordained that upon him of all people such a burden should have fallen. Then there were other days when the old china dragons seemed more real than Dorchester, when shapes and sizes altered in an instant, when the cushion at her feet was swollen like a mountain, when she seemed floating through space, looking down upon houses, cities, mountains, when only like a jangling chain upon which everything hung ran her hatred of her granddaughter. On such a day, if Rachel had come to her, and she had been alone with her, she would have wished the dragons to devour her, would have urged the silver Indian snake on the little black table to have strangled her. On such a day she would sit hour after hour, and wonder what she could do to her granddaughter. It was upon one of her clear days that it flashed upon her that she would go and see Roddy. Beyond the actual excitement of visiting Roddy, there was the determination to show the world what she still could do. Doubtless they were saying out there that she was bedridden now, ill, helpless, dying even. Well, she would show them. For 30 years she had not been outside her door. Now, because she wished it, she would go. She said nothing to Adela about this. She saw Adela now as seldom as possible. She told John on the morning of the day itself. On that same morning she told Christopher. She told him, sitting in her chair, with her cheeks painted and her white fingers covered with rings. "I am going to pay a visit this afternoon, Christopher." She had expected opposition. She was a little disappointed when he said, "Yes, so I've already heard this morning. I think it's an excellent thing. The day's warm. You'll have to be carried downstairs, you know." "You and Norris can do that. I won't have anyone else." "Very well, I shall have to come with you." "Yes, you can talk to my granddaughter." "It's 30 years.
"Yes, the last time was old Judy Bonnings's reception. They're all dead, all of them. Do you remember Dorchester?"
"Yes, your Grace, very well." Dorchester expressed no surprise. Anything was better than that silence of the last months. Moreover, she had trusted Christopher. She had often been amazed at the knowledge that he showed of her mistress's temperament, would allow her temper, her imperious self-will indulgence one day, and on another would control them absolutely. He knew what he was doing. The picture that she presented, however, when helped downstairs by the pontifical Norris and Christopher. The house, with the decorous watchfulness of some large, solemn, and immensely authoritative policeman, surveying her descent, her own little bird-like face, showing nothing but a fine assumption of her splendid appearance before the public after 30 years. She thus, once again, was saluted by Portland Place. Black furs of Lady Adela's surrounded, enfolded her, and from out of them her eyes haughtily but triumphantly surveyed a crossing-sweeper, 2 small children with their nurse, a messenger-boy, and Rolla, the coachman. To Rolla they must have been the dramatic moment of a somewhat undramatic career. But, stout and imperial upon his box, his body was held, rigid, motionless, and his large, stupid eyes gazed in front of him at the trees and the light cloud-flecked March sky, and moved neither to the right nor to the left. She was placed in the carriage. Christopher got in beside her, and they moved off. He was interested to see the effect that this breaking into the world would have upon her. He felt himself a little in the position of showman, and was glad that he had a spring afternoon of gleaming sunshine and a suggestion of budding trees and shrubs in the Portland Crescent garden to provide for her. They were held up by traffic as they crossed the Marylebone Road. Drays, hansoms, bicycles passed. There was a stir of voices and wheels. Somewhere in the park a band was playing. He looked at her and saw that she paid no heed, but sat back in the dim shadow, her eyes, he thought, closed. She was, at that instant, more remote from him and all that he represented than she had ever been. Curiously, he was moved, just then, by a consciousness of her personality that exceeded anything that he had ever felt in her before. Yes, she must have been tremendous, he thought. And then he wondered of what she was thinking, so quiet, and yet, from her very silence, sinister. And then, how could he have not considered this before? What was she going to say to Roddy? At this the dark carriage was suddenly for him as flashing with life and circumstance as though it had been the florid circle of some popular music hall. What would she say to Roddy? He knew her for the most selfish of all possible old women, unselfish only perhaps if Roddy were concerned, but there also, if some question of her power moved her, ruthless. He traced the windings of her queer, intertwisted brain with some accuracy. He knew also that the coloured, unreal state that her closed, fantastic life, resembling, as you might say, life inside a Chinese puzzle, had brought upon her, led her now to see Rachel as arch antagonist in every step and movement of her day. She would not wish to make Roddy unhappy. She might persuade herself that to hint to him of Rachel's infidelity would be to put him on his guard. She might say that it was not fair that Rachel should not be pulled up. Christopher himself could not tell how far this affair with Breton had gone. During that short time it seemed to him that a crisis that had been building up around him, here, there, for months, for years perhaps, had leapt upon him, and that in some way he must deal with it. Even whilst he struggled with the thoughts that were sweeping upon him now from every side, they were at the house. As he stepped out of the carriage, he felt that he was before a locked door, that the safety of many persons depended upon his opening it, that he could not find the key. Lady Seddon was out. Sir Roderick was alone. The Duchess was half assisted, half carried into the house. 3. The Duchess's feelings were indeed confused as she was helped into Roddy's room, placed in a large easy chair opposite to him, and at last left alone with him. Enough of itself to disturb her was the fact that now, for the first time for 30 years, she was able to examine some room different from her own, a large, high, white-walled room with wide windows that displayed the park, sporting prints on the walls, antlers over the fireplace, a piano in one corner, a large bowl of primroses on the piano, some boxing gloves and 2 old swords over the door, a wooden case with thin rosewood drawers and birds' eggs in gold letters upon it, a round table near the sofa upon which Roddy was lying, and on the table a photograph of Rachel. All these things her sharp old eyes noticed before she allowed them to settle upon Roddy. His quiet, almost humorous "Well, Duchess," set quite concisely the note for this conversation. Not for either of them was it to betray any consciousness that this meeting of theirs was in any way out of the ordinary. Formerly it had been the ebullient, vigorous Roddy who had brought his vigour to renew her fierce old age. Now that old age must be brought to him. The Beminsters did not show surprise at anything at all. Had she come from her grave to visit him, he would have greeted her with his quiet "Well, Duchess." His life was broken in pieces, but she was not to offer any comment on that either. She was exhausted even by that little drive and that little passage from door to door, so she just lay back in her chair for a little while and looked at him. His body was covered with a rug. His hands, still brown and large and clumsy, were folded on his lap. He was wonderfully tidy, brushed and cleaned, it seemed to her, as though he were always expecting a doctor or a visitor, or were performed upon by some valet or other, simply, poor dear, that the time must be filled. His cheeks were paler, of course, and his face thinner, but it was in his eyes, his large, simple, singularly ungrown-up eyes, she had always considered them, that the great change lay. They smiled across at her with the same genial good temper that they had always presented to her, but indeed she could never call them ungrown-up again. Roddy Seddon had grown up indeed since she had seen him last. She knew now, as she faced the experience, and above all the strength that those eyes now presented for her, that she had a new spirit to encounter. Yes, he had had a horrible time, but she was wise enough at that instant to realize that the horrible time had drawn character out of him that she at least had never for an instant suspected. The old woman was moved, so that she would have liked to have tottered to his sofa, to have caught his hands in her old dry ones, to have kissed him, to have smoothed his hair. But she sat quietly in her chair, recovered her breath, and grimly, almost satirinely, smiled at him. "Well, Roddy," she said, "how are you?" "I'm quite splendid. Play Patience like a professor. Can knit 5 mufflers in a week, and am learning 2 foreign languages. But indeed how ripping to see you here. I spent a lot of time on this old sofa, wondering how you and I were going to see one another again." "Have you?" She was pleased at that. "Well, you see, I have managed it, and quite easily too. Not so bad after 30 years. My good Roddy, you of all people to tumble off a horse. What were you about?" "Oh, it was simple enough." Roddy's eyes worked swiftly to the park and then back again. "I was worried, you see. My thoughts were wandering, and the old mare just tripped into a hole, pitched and flung me. I fell on a heap of stones. They knocked the sense out of me. The horse was frightened and went dashing along with me, tangled up in her. All came of my thoughts wandering. But you know, Duchess, I've had heaps of accidents, heaps and heaps. Every kind of thing has happened to me. It's never been serious, always the most wonderful luck. Well, for once, it left me." Poor old Roddy.
Yes, it was, poor old Roddy, I can tell you, for the first 6 weeks. Thought I simply couldn't stand it. Had serious thoughts of kicking out altogether. Seemed to me everything had gone. It's wonderful, though, the way you pick up. And then everyone's been so tremendous. And as for Rachel—" He heaved a great sigh. Her eyes half closed. Then she looked very carefully at the photograph on the little round table. "That's a good photograph of her you've got." "Yes, it's my favourite. But you, Duchess, tell me about yourself. You must be a magnificent form to have planned this great adventure." She told him about herself, only a little, all very carefully chosen. She was fancying, as she sat there, that she was again playing the great diplomatist before the world. This expedition had greatly excited her. It had fired her blood, and just now she felt that she was equal to taking up her old life of 30 years ago, playing once more a tremendous part, beating Mrs. Bronson and others of her kind straight off the field. She had a great plan now of coming often to see Roddy, and of gaining a very great influence over him. She did not say to herself in so many words that she could not bear to think of him lying there helpless, and therefore completely in Rachel's power, but that is what in reality stirred her. Roddy's helplessness, the sight and sound of it, drove higher that flame that had burnt now for so long before the altar at which Rachel was one day to be sacrificed. She may come and go as she pleases. He lies here. He can do nothing. He can know nothing of her movements. He's in her hands, after what I know. What did she know? The acquaintanceship of Bretton's manservant and Dorchester had produced the fact of Rachel's visit, of letters, but wasn't that all? Amongst the strange mingled visions that now crossed and recrossed her brain, it were hard to say what were real and what phantasmal. But granted that the two of them had come together at all, why then it was plain enough to anyone who knew them that only one result was possible. Poor Roddy. Her poor Roddy. But she did not know even now that she intended to tell him anything. Her sense of the pain that that revelation would give to him held her, but as the minutes passed, her delight at being back once more in this gay, bustling world, yes, she liked its new invigorating noises, the sense of power that she had, and youth, and strength, spun her brain to finest cobwebs of entanglements. She was glad to be with her Roddy again. It was only fair that, helpless as he was, there should still be someone to guard and protect him. To protect him, yes. Her eyes flashed at the photograph. But for a long time they talked in precisely their old fashion. The war, friends and enemies, victories and defeats, marriages and deaths. Roddy seemed for a time the old Roddy. And then gradually through it all there pushed towards her the consciousness that he was doing it now to please her. More than that, again and again she was aware that some bitter jest, some sharp distraction, some fierce criticism had been turned by him deftly aside, simply rejected with a deftness and a strength that the old Roddy could never have summoned. Here again, then, and it stabbed her there in the midst of her new pride and confidence, was a reminder that her power, her sovereignty, had vanished. Was Roddy also to be beyond her influence? Roddy, whom she'd had at her feet since he was a boy of 16? The photograph smiled across at her. She bent forward, her hand raised a little, as though to lend emphasis to her words. "And then you know, Roddy, I'm still troubled with my abominable relation." "What, Bretton? Why, how's he been behaving?" Roddy's voice was scornful. "Oh, he's not done anything that I know of. But he's always there, so tiresome to have him so close, and John and Adela have grown so peculiar lately that there's no knowing. They may ask him to tea one day." "Oh, no, they won't," said Roddy. "He must be the most awful outsider." "I wanted to speak about him to you, because I thought you might give a word of warning to Rachel." "To Rachel?" Roddy's voice was amazed. "Yes, she's become such a friend of his. Surely you know. That's what makes it so difficult for me, when one's own granddaughter—" "Rachel? A friend of Bretton's? But I don't know she's ever spoken to him. Look here, Duchess, you must explain." "I thought you must have known. I've often wished to speak to you about it, only Rachel is so difficult, and I didn't want to worry you, and it seems especially hard just now." "But it doesn't worry me, not a bit. Only tell me, how do you mean that she's a friend of his?" Only that she goes to see him, writes to him. Goes to see him? Oh, yes, is in complete sympathy. Are you sure? Absolutely. You must ask her. I will, of course. He lay back on his sofa. For a little time there was silence between them. She was filled now with wild regrets. She wished that she had said nothing. His face was hard and old. She wished. She scarcely knew what she wished. She only knew that suddenly she was tired and would like to go home. A bell was rung, and Christopher was sent for. She would like to have kissed Roddy, but only wagged her bony finger at him. Now be a good patient boy, and I'll soon come again. 4. Meanwhile, 5 minutes before this, Rachel had come in. She was told of the visits, and going swiftly to the little drawing-room upstairs, had found Christopher. She flung her arms around him and kissed him. "Oh, dear Dr. Chris!" But he stopped her. "Quick, Rachel, I may only have a minute. I've got to speak to you." Instantly she drew back, her grave eyes watching him, and her hands, as of old, nervously moving against her dress. "What is it?" "It's just this. The Duchess may ring at any moment. She's been with him a long while. Look here, Rachel, she knows about Breton, that you've been to see him, that you've written to him." "She told you?" "Yes, long ago, but never mind that now, although I'd have spoken to you of it before if you'd let me. But the only thing that matters is that I believe, of course I can't be sure, but I believe that she's come now to tell Roddy." Rachel drew a long breath. "Oh," she said, and stiffly standing there, showed in her eyes the pitch of feeling to which now her grandmother had brought her. Christopher went on urgently. "I've been praying for you to come in. I hoped you'd have come half an hour ago. There's no time now, but it's simply this, Rachel dear. Tell Roddy everything." She broke in passionately. "You know it's all right, Dr. Chris. You've trusted me?" "Absolutely," he said gravely. "But it simply is that Roddy mustn't be there imagining things, waiting, wondering. Perhaps he won't ask you. Perhaps he will. But anyway, tell him at once everything." The bell rang. He went across to her, kissed her, and then went downstairs. She stood there waiting, without moving, except to strip off very slowly her black gloves. Her eyes were fixed upon the door. She heard the door downstairs open, the stumbling steps. Once she caught the Duchess's voice, and at that she drew in her breath. Then the hall door closed, but for a long time afterwards she stood there, without moving. End of Book 3, Chapter 2. Book 3, Chapter 3 of The Duchess of Wrexe by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Chapter 3. Roddy Moves. But the Red Dwarf, although as malevolent as possible, found that his ill temper had no effect against true love, which always won in the end, even with quite stupid people. Grimm's Fairy Tales. 1. It would have been quite impossible for Roddy to have given any clear description of his experiences since the event of his accident. There, surely as a gleaming sword that cut his life into 2 pieces, the fact itself was visible enough, and there floated before him, again and again, the casual canter, the especial view that was before him just then, a view of undulating downs, somewhere to his left white chalk hollows in grey hills, and to his right a blue strip of sea, the wonder that was in his mind about Rachel, his thoughts chasing back over all the incidents of their life together, then suddenly the jerk, his consciousness of falling with the ground rising in a high wall to oppose him, and then darkness. After that there was nightmare, in which pain and Rachel and pain, mingled and parted, were confused and then separate, and with them danced shapes and figures, sometimes in a turmoil that was horrible, sometimes in silence that was the most terrible of all. Clear, after that first period of mystic confusion, was the day when he was told his fate. He had come out from the heart of the more terrible pain. No longer had he to lie, knowing that soon, after another minute's peace, agony would rise before him, like a creature with a wet, pale, malignant face, and then, after looking upon him for a moment, would bend down, and with its horrible damp fingers would twist and turn his bones one against another,
until the supreme moment came when nothing mattered, and no agony, however bad, could touch his indifferent soul. He was now simply weak, weak, weak. Nothing mattered. In his dream he fancied that someone had said that he would never rise from his back again. For days after that it lingered far away from his actual consciousness. Really, it had not mattered. Something, this dream, that concerned him, but what could concern him except that people should keep quiet and not fuss? For instance, he loved to have Rachel with him. He was miserable were she not there, but at the same time he was conscious that she did fuss, was not quite like Miss Rand. But of this thing that he had heard he thought nothing. There's something that I ought to think about. I don't know what it is. One day when I'm stronger I'll look into it. There came a day when he was stronger, a day, late in January, of a pale wintry sun and watery gleams. They had placed his bed so that he could see his beloved downs, and the little road that ran from their foot out into the village. On this morning he was wonderfully better. He'd slept well. Breezes and pleasant scents came through the open window. Geese were cackling. A donkey's braying made him laugh. "Silly old donkey," he said aloud to no one in particular. Then he was aware of Jacob, sitting bunched into a heap in the middle of the floor, his brown eyes peering anxiously through his hair. At every sound his ears would rise for a moment, but his eyes were fixed upon Roddy. The dog had been in Roddy's room a good deal during these last weeks, had been wrenched away from it. Roddy found that he was touched by this devotion. Jacob apparently cared more for him than did the other dogs. Not a bad old thing. Often these mongrels are more human. But Lord, he is a sight. The nurse was sitting sewing by the window. Roddy lay happily, thinking that now at last that jolly bad pain really did seem to have been left behind. He was immensely, wonderfully better. It would not be long, surely, before he was quite fit again, before he... Then down it swung like an iron door shutting all the world away from him, inexorable. Always on your back, never get up again. His hand gripped the bedclothes. "Nurse." "Yes?" "Tell me, am I dreaming, or did someone say something the other day about my never being able, well, to toddle again, you know?" "I'm afraid... Thanks." He closed his eyes, and then summoned all the grit and determination that there was in him to face this fact. He could not face it. It was as though he was struggling up the side of a high slippery rock. Up he would struggle, up and up. Now he was at the top. Down he would slip again. It could not be true. It was true. As the days passed grimly in silence, he accepted it. It had always been his creed that in this world there was no place for the maimed and the halt. He was sorry for them, of course, but it was better that they should go. They only occupied room that was intended for lustier creatures. Well, now he was himself of the halt and maimed. That was ironical, wasn't it? Indeed, he would much rather that he pegged out altogether. Better for everybody. But as things were, he would square things out and see what he could make of it all. Then he saw, as every day he grew stronger, that he had no resources. Everything in his other life, as he now had come to think of it, had depended upon his physical strength. Every pleasure, every desire, every ambition had had to do with his body. Everything except Rachel. In his other life, half his happiness arose simply from the sense of his physical movement, his consciousness that, as the rivers flowed and the winds blew and the sun blazed, so did he also live and have his being. And with all this, most intimately was his house mingled. That grey building, and he grew and moved and developed together. Life could never be very terrible for him, so long as he had this place to come back to, his place to care for, his fields and his gardens, his horses and his dogs to look after. Now he could do nothing more for it. Perhaps one day he would be wheeled about its courts and paths, but, oh, with what pitying eyes would it look down upon him! How sorrowfully his griffins would greet him! With what memories they would confront him! He could not bear now to look out upon the downs or the little village path. His bed was moved. A day arrived when he felt that it was all really more than he could endure. He was in wild, furious rebellion, surly, sometimes in raging tempers, sometimes sulking from day to day. He cursed all the world. Even Christopher could do nothing for him. Then upon this there followed a period of silence. He lay there, and beyond yes and no would answer no one. His eyes stared at the wall. Christopher feared at this time for his sanity. Suddenly the silence was broken. He must go to London, because he could not endure the memories that this place thronged upon him. At the beginning of March he was moved to the house in York Terrace. 2. The little house by the park helped him to construct his new life. The normality that there was in Roddy, the same balance of common sense, fostered his recovery. He was not going to die. Life would be an infernal trouble were he always to be in rebellion against it. He must simply make the best of the conditions. And then, after all, he had Rachel. Rachel had been a heroine during this time, and to his love for her he now clung passionately, tenaciously, the one thing left to him out of his great catastrophe. She seemed, during these months, to have thought for nothing else in all the world. She was not so useful in a sick room as Miss Radd. Miss Radd was wonderful. But there were certain moments when she would bend down and kiss him, or would look at him, or would take his hand, when he wondered whether love for him had now crept into her heart after all. Funny when he had gone out for his ride on that eventful morning, expecting that he'd offended her for ever. Well, if his accident had won Rachel for him, it had been worth while. But there were other days when he knew for a certainty that it was not so, knew that it was pity that moved her. Affection too, perhaps, but nothing more than affection. Nevertheless, he hoped that this might be the beginning of something else. He would lie for hours looking out of the park and creating visions. He made now something tolerable of his life. People showed a wonderful kindness, and there was always someone to entertain him, some new present that someone had sent him. People could not be kind enough. He was grateful for all of this, but he spent many, many hours in thinking. He found that he had never thought before. He found that he would have gone to his grave without thinking, had not the great catastrophe occurred. He thought of a great many things, but especially of what other people's lives were like. There were, he supposed, a great number of people who had had misfortunes as overwhelming as his. How had they behaved? And what, after all, were all the other people in all their different circumstances doing? Before this, it had only occurred to him to be interested in the people who were leading lives like his. Now he wondered about everybody. Little things became of the greatest importance. Every day he read the paper with absorbed care from the first line to the last. The arrangement of the room interested him, and he would give its details minutely his consideration. He was greatly interested in gossip, and he would chatter happily all the afternoon did someone come and visit him. To everyone it was an amazing thing that he should take it all so easily. No one had ever given Roddy credit for the strength of character that was in him, and they did not perhaps recognize that his earlier impatient condemnation of other people, "Why the devil don't the fellow stand up to it like a man?" made him now conscious that he was himself at last faced with a similar test to which he himself must stand up. But, beyond question, he could not have held the position as he did, had it not been for Rachel. He seemed to see that here was a chance of seizing her and making her really his own, a chance that would never be his again. He was making an appeal to her. She was closer to him, he thought, with every day. So his natural humour and spirits returned. At present life was tolerable. He suffered very little pain, and he was aware that a number of people to whom he had never meant anything whatever now cared for him very much indeed. He was ashamed when he heard of the men who were dying and suffering for their country. He would have had to have gone to Africa, he told himself, if he had not had his accident. Then enteric or a bullet, and good-bye to Rachel altogether. 3. He had often, during those long hours, thought of the Duchess. He had always, in his heart, considered her affection for him strange. He knew that it was difficult for her to be patient with fools, and he knew that his own intellectual gifts were on no very high level. He based her friendship for him on the naive transparency with which he displayed his frankly pagan indulgences. His love for Rachel and this accident had changed all that. He was still pagan enough at heart, but there were other things in his world. Principally, it occurred to him now that one couldn't judge about the way things looked to other people, and the Duchess, of course, always did judge. If they didn't look her way, why, then wipe them out. He had in fact much less now to say to the Duchess. He was afraid that he would no longer agree with her about things. Of course she knows the world and is a damned clever woman, but she's jolly well too hard on people who aren't quite her style. She put my back up, I believe, as she talked. He had indeed always been uncomfortable at the old lady's approaches to sentiment. She was never sentimental with other people. He hated sentiment in anyone, except, of course, Rachel, and she never was sentimental. He looked out now upon the road that ran through the park beyond his window, watched the nursemaids and the children, the old gentlemen, the girls, the smart women, and the pale young men with books, and the smart young men with shiny hats, and he wondered about them all. Sometimes when the grass was very green, when high white clouds piled one upon another hung above the pond whose corner he could just see, thoughts of his little grey house, his gardens, the downs, his horses and dogs would come to him. "Come out, come out!" a sparrow would dance on his window ledge. "Damn you, I can't!" he would cry, and then his eyes would fly to Rachel's photograph. "If I get her, it will be worth it, won't it, Jacob, my son?" He talked continually to Jacob, and found great comfort in the stolid assurance with which the dog would wag his stump of a tail. "He's more than human, that dog," he would tell Rachel. "Funny how I never used to see anything in him." Of course, there were many days when life was utterly impossible. Then he would snap at everyone, lie scowling at the park, curse his impotence, his miserable, degraded infirmities. Curse it! To die in a ditch like this, to be broken up, to be smashed. His majestic butler, now the tenderest and most devoted of attendants, stood these evil days with great equanimity. "Bless you, of course he's bound to be wild now and again. Wonder is it don't happen more often. Does him good to curse a bit." So things were with him until the day of the Duchess's visit. His surprise at seeing her was confused with an assurance that she had come for something. After her departure, what she had come for was plain enough to see. He had not taken her words about Breton at first with any credulity. His principal emotion at the time had been anger with the old woman, a great desire that she should go before he should forget himself and be disgraced by showing temper to anyone so old and feeble. But when she had gone, he found that peace had left him now, once and for all. He knew that the Duchess hated Rachel, and he was ready to allow for the bias and exaggeration that spite would lend, but when that was taken away, much remained. Rachel knew Breton, that was certain. She had never told him. Breton's name had occurred sometimes in conversation, and she had always spoken of him as though he were a complete stranger. Rachel knew Breton, and she had never told him. He might tell himself that she had not told him because she knew that he would instantly stop the acquaintance. It was, of course, simply a friendship that had sprung up because Rachel was sorry for his ostracism. Roddy thought that that was just like Rachel, part of her warm-hearted interest in anyone who seemed to be unfairly treated. Yet she had never told him. Then, lying there all alone with no one in whom he could confide, there sprang before him suspicions. If she had known this scoundrel of a cousin of hers, if she had been so careful to keep from her husband all cognizance of her friendship, did not that very silence and deceit imply more than friendship? Was Breton the kind of man to abstain from snatching every advantage that was open to him? Did not this explain Rachel's avoidance of Roddy during the last year, her moods of restraint, repentance, her sudden silences? Then upon this came the thought, how much of all this did the world know? Perhaps it was true once again that the husband was the last to be informed. Perhaps during the last year all London society had mocked at Roddy's blindness. The Duchess, he might be sure, had not spared her tongue. The Duchess! He cursed her as he lay there, and then wondered whether he should not rather thank her for opening his eyes, then cursed himself for daring to allow such suspicions of Rachel to gain their hold upon him. In Roddy there was, strong beyond almost any other principle, a sturdy hereditary pride. He was proud of his stock, proud of his ancestors and all their doings, worthy and unworthy, proud of his own pluck and standing.
Different from all these half-baked fellows with only their own grandmothers to go back to. It had been this arrogance, with other things somewhat closely allied, that had endeared him to the Duchess. Now it was the same pride that suffered most terribly. Here was some disaster hanging over his head that threatened most nearly the honour of his family. Let Breton touch that. He was alone on that evening after the Duchess's visit. Rachel had gone out to a party. She went, he had noticed, reluctantly, protested again and again that she wished she could stay with him, seemed to hang about him as though she would speak to him, looked, oh, too adorably beautiful. While she was with him, he saw behind her the dark shadow of Breton, that fellow kicked out of the country for cheating at cards or something as bad, disowned by his family, and she, Rachel, so proudly apart, could have gone to him. He was glad when at last she had left him. Then, lying there, he endured 3 of the most awful hours of agony that he was ever, in all his life, to know. Nothing that had come to him through his accident was so bad as this. At one moment it was fury, wild, raging, unreasoning fury, that wished that Rachel and Breton and the Duchess, all of them together, might suffer the torments of hell. And then swiftly following it came his love of Rachel, nearer now to burning heights, so that he swore that, whatever she had done, he did not care, he would forgive her everything, but all that mattered was that she should be spared, that her honour should be vindicated. Then more quietly he reflected that he was uncertain of everything as yet. He had only that malicious old woman's word, and until he had something more solid than that, he must trust Rachel. Oh, if only she would of her own accord speak! If she would only sit there by his sofa, and with her hand in his, tell him quite simply in what exactly her friendship with Breton consisted. Ha! Then how he would forgive her! How together they would be revenged upon the Duchess! If she did not speak, he did not know what he would do. That old woman's mouth must be stopped. He must find out exactly how far the danger had spread. He must deal with Breton. Now indeed he cursed so that he should be tied to this sofa. There had swept down upon him the hardest trial of his life. Rachel returned from her party. She sat by his sofa, and he lay there looking at her. Had it been a nice party? Not very. One of those war parties that everyone had now. That silly Lady Michaelton recited "The Absent-Minded Beggar," and they had that French tenor from Covent Garden to sing patriotic songs, and of course they got money out of everybody. There'd be nothing for supper. She'd seen nobody amusing. She broke out, "Roddy dear, what have you been doing with yourself? You look as white and tired as anything. Has that pain in your back?" "No, dear, thank you." "I wish I hadn't gone. And the dinner at Lady Massiter's was so stupid. Monty Carfax, whom I loathe, and Lord Massiter so dull and stupid, says he's coming to see you tomorrow afternoon." "Well, he can. I'm at anybody's mercy." She got up, stood over him for a moment, looking so tall and slender, so dark with diamonds in her black hair, so lovely tonight. She looked down upon him, then suddenly bent and kissed him. "Roddy." "What is it, dear?" He caught her hand so fiercely that she cried, "Roddy dear, I—" "Yes?" "Oh, nothing. And you look so tired. I wish I could take some of the pain." "There isn't any, dear. I'm wonderfully lucky." Peters came in to take him to bed. She kissed him again and left him. "Looking done up tonight, sir," said Peters. "I am," said Roddy. End of Book 3, Chapter 3. Book 3, Chapter 4 of The Duchess of Wrexe by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Chapter 4, March the 13th, Breton's Tiger. If I'd had the power not to be born, I would certainly not have accepted existence upon conditions that are such a mockery. But I still have the power to die, though the days I give back are numbered. It's no great power, it's no great mutiny. Dostoevsky. 1. Christopher's knowledge of Rachel, long and intimate though it had been, had never made him sure of her. In his relations with his fellow men,
he proceeded on the broad lines that best suited, he felt, any investigation of his own character. Broad lines, however, did not catch that subtle spirit that was Rachel. He had been baffled again and again by some fierceness or sudden wildness in her, and had often been held from approaching her, lest by something too impetuous or ill-considered he should drive her from him altogether. He had been aware that, since her marriage, she had been gradually slipping from him, and this had made him, during the last year, the more careful how he approached her. He loved her the more in that something that was part of her was strange and mysterious to him. The idealist and the poet concealed in him behind his frank worldliness cherished her aloofness. She was precious to him because nothing else in this life had quite her unexpected beauty. Since that afternoon when the Duchess had paid her visit to Roddy, he wished many times that he were a cleverer man. He felt that something must instantly be done, but he felt too that one false step on his part would plunge them all into the most tragical catastrophe. He was baffled by his own ignorance as to the real truth. Neither Breton nor Rachel had taken him into their confidence. He could not say how any of them could be expected to act, and yet he knew that something must be done at once. He saw Rachel through it all like a strange dark flower, mysterious, shining, with her colour beyond his grasp, but so beautiful, so poignant. She had never appealed to him as now, in the heart of some danger that he could not define. She eluded him, and yet demanded his help. After much puzzled thinking, he decided that it must be Breton whom he had best approach, and so he wrote and asked him to come and dine quietly with him in Harley Street on the evening of March the 13th. Breton accepted if he might be released at 9:30, as he had then another appointment. "Can't stand a whole evening," thought Christopher. "Thinks I want to bully him. Well, perhaps I do." He was detained to a late hour on that afternoon by a patient in Hawkins Street, and it was after 7 when he started home, driving through Piccadilly and Bond Street. It had been an afternoon of intense closeness, and now, as evening came down upon the town, the thick curtain of grey that had been hanging all day overhead seemed, with a clanking and jolting, one might imagine, so heavy and brazen was its aspect, to fall lower above the dim grey streets. The lights were out, swinging pale and distended down the length of Piccadilly, and already the carriages were pressing in a long row towards the restaurants. Boys were crying the latest editions with the war news, and upon all those airs their cries now fell drearily, monotonously, for so long had the town been filled with details of escape, folly, death, ignominy, that it was tired and weary of any voice or cry that concerned itself with war. Christopher, waiting impatiently for his carriage to move on, thought of Brun. This oppressive, stifling evening seemed to call, in some manner too subtle for Christopher's powers of expression, the houses, the streets, the lamps, the very railings, into some life of their own. Under the iron sky that surely with every minute dropped lower upon the oppressed town, the clubs opposite the Green Park raised their hooded eyes and stirred ever so little above the people, and the twisted chimneys watched and whispered as the trail of carriages wound drearily into the misty distance. Christopher was not an imaginative man, but he thought that he had never known London so evilly perceptive. It grew hotter and hotter, but with a heat that made the body perspire and yet left it cold. A dim yellow colour that seemed to herald a fog that had not made up its mind whether it would appear or no, hung at street corners. Figures seemed furtive in the half-light, and instinctively voices were lowered, as though some sudden sound would explode the air like a match in a gas-filled room. A bell began to ring, and startled everyone. "There'll be an awful thunderstorm soon," thought Christopher. "I've never known things so heavy. Everyone's nerves will be on the stretch tonight. Why, one might fancy anything." His own brain would not work. He just left a case that had needed all his sharpest attention, but he had found that it was only with the utmost difficulty that he could keep his mind alert. And now, when he wanted to think about Breton, he was continually arrested by some sense of apprehension, so that he had to stop himself from crying out to his driver, "Look out! Take care that there's someone there!" When he got to his house, he found that his forehead was covered with perspiration, and that he could scarcely breathe. Meanwhile, he had decided nothing as to the course he would pursue with Breton. When he had dressed and come down, he found that Breton was waiting for him. How ill he looks, was Christopher's first thought. Perhaps Breton also was oppressed by the weather, and indeed in the house, although the windows were open, it was stifling enough. No, the man's in pieces. Christopher's look was sharp. He had never seen Breton, who was naturally neat and a little vain about his appearance, so dishevelled. His beard was untrimmed, his eyes bloodshot, his hair unbrushed, his face white and drawn, and his mouth seemed, in that light, to be trembling. "Good heavens, man," said Christopher, "what have you been doing to yourself?" Breton smiled feebly. "Oh, nothing. Don't badger me. I can't stand it." "Badger you? Who's going to badger you? Only—" Christopher broke off, looked at him a moment, then put his hand on the other's shoulder. "Look here, old man, why have you left me alone all these weeks?" "Haven't felt like seeing anybody." "Well, you might have felt like seeing me. I've missed you. I haven't got so many friends that I can spare so easily my best one." "Oh, rot, Chris," Breton said, almost angrily. "You know it's only the kind of interest you've got in all lame dogs that ties you to me at all." "You're an ungrateful sort of fellow, Frank. But no matter. I'm fond of you in spite of your ingratitude. Come in to dinner and see whether you can eat anything on this stifling night." It was stifling, but oppressive with something more than the mere physical discomfort of it. It was a night that worked havoc with the nerves, so that Christopher, who had naturally a vast deal of common sense, found himself glancing round his shoulder, irritated at the least noise that his servant made, expecting always to hear a knock on the door. Breton contributed very little to the conversation during dinner. He ate almost nothing, drank only water, looked about him restlessly, muttered something about its being strangely close for March, crumbled up his bread into little heaps. When they were back in Christopher's smoking room, Breton collapsed into a deep chair, lay there staring desperately about him, then, with a jerk, pulled himself up and began to stride the room, swinging his arm, then pulling at his beard, crying out at last, "My God, it's stifling! Christopher, I must go out. I can't stand this. It's beyond my bearing." Christopher made him sit down again, and then, feeling that he could not more surely hold the man than by plunging at once into what was in all probability the heart of his trouble, said, "Look here, Frank, I said I wouldn't badger you, and I won't, but there's something about which I must speak to you. You must tell me the truth. There's more involved than just ourselves." Breton seemed instantly aware of Christopher's meaning. He sat up. "I knew," he said, "that I was in for a lecture. Well, it can't make any difference." "No," Christopher answered brusquely. "Whether it makes any difference to you or no, you've got to listen, Frank. It's simply this. I happened to hear a good time ago that you had met Rachel. I knew that she had been to your rooms. I knew that you had corresponded. I should dismiss that manservant of yours, Frank." Breton muttered something. "You might have told me yourself, Frank. You might both of you have told me. But never mind, it's all too late for that now. The point is that it was your grandmother that told me." "My God!" Breton cried. "She knows? She knew? But there was nothing to know. There was nothing anyone might have known. Anyone dares to breathe a syllable against one of the purest, noblest—" Yes, I know all that," Christopher answered. "But the thing is simply this. I don't know. She doesn't know exactly what the truth is between you and Rachel. All that she does know is that Rachel went to see you and wrote to you. Now, Roddy Seddon isn't, or wasn't, aware that his wife had ever met you. He holds the more or less traditional family point of view about you. I believe that 2 or 3 days ago the Duchess told him about Rachel's visits. I'm not sure of this. I hope that by now Rachel herself has told her husband. But of that also I'm not sure. All I know is that it is our duty, your duty and my duty, to save Rachel all the unhappiness we can, and still more to save Roddy. Remember the position he's in." Breton sprang to his feet. "Look here, Chris, I should have told you all of this long ago. I didn't know that you had heard. I wish to God I'd spoken to you. But as heaven is my witness, Rachel is a saint. I'm a miserable cur, a misery to myself and a misery to everyone else. But she—" "You've been fools, the couple of you," he answered sternly. "It's no use cursing now. I won't go and urge Rachel to tell Roddy. She must do that of her own free will. All our hands are tied. It depends upon the steps that Roddy takes. And after all, the old lady may never have told him. But I've warned you, Frank. It's up to you to do the right thing."
"What do you want me to do?" asked Breton.
"I don't know what you can do. You must see for yourself. Only, Frank," here Christopher's voice became softer, "by all our old friendship, and by any affection that you may have left for me, I do conjure you to play fair by Rachel and her husband. Rachel is very, very young. Roddy is helpless."
"That's enough!" Breton cried. "My God, Christopher, if you could realize the weeks I've been having, you wouldn't think perhaps so badly of me. It's been more, I swear, than any mortal flesh can endure. I'm driven, I'm at the end. But she's safe from me, safe now and safe forever. That old woman should step in, now."
Christopher came and again put his arm on Breton's shoulder, and held him up, it might seem, with more than physical strength. His affection for Breton was an affection sprung from his very knowledge of the man's weaknesses. He had in him that British quality of ruthless condemnation for the sinner whom he did not know, and sentimental weakness for the sinner whom he did. He'd seen Francis Breton through 1,000 scrapes. He'd see him doubtless through 1,000 more. "We'll say no more now, old boy. You look done up. I won't worry you. But if you want me, here I am, and I promise not to lecture. Only you owe me some confidence. You do indeed." Breton got up and stood there with his hand pressed to his forehead.
"What you've told me," he said. "I must do something. It's all been my fault. If they should touch her—"
Then turning to Christopher, he said,
"You are the only friend I've got, and I know it. I do value it. Only lately I've been going to bits again. If it weren't for you and little Miss Rand, I swear I'd have gone altogether. You are a brick, Christopher. Another day I'll come to you and tell you everything. Tonight I'm simply past talking."
A servant came in and gave Christopher a note. It was from Lord John, saying that he was anxious about his mother, and asking the doctor whether he could possibly go round and see her. Breton then said that he must go. He went, promising that he would soon come again. When he had left the house, Christopher stood perplexed, wondering whether he should have left him alone. Then he put on his hat and coat and set off for 104 Portland Place. 2. Breton had indeed no destination. He'd been frightened of a whole evening with Christopher. He was frightened of everything, of everybody, above all of himself. He found himself with a sense of surprise, as though he were the helpless actor in some bad dream, standing in Oxford Circus. Surely it was a dream. The sky, grey and lowering, was yet tinged with a smoky red. He had an overpowering sense of the minuteness of humanity, so that the crowds crossing and recrossing the circus seemed like tiny animals crawling over the surface of a pond from which the water had been drained. His old fancy of the waterways came back to him, and now he thought that Oxford Circus, often a maelstrom of tossing, whirling humanity, had run dry and lay stagnant, filled with dying life, beneath the red-tinged sky. Ever lower and lower that sky seemed to fall. Theatres, restaurants on that evening were almost deserted. People stood about in groups, saying that soon the thunder would be upon them, wondering at this weather in March, watching with curious eyes the sky. Breton was near madness that evening. He was near madness to this extent, that he was not certain of reality. Were those lamp-posts real? What was the meaning of those strange high buildings in whose heart there burnt so sinister a light? He watched them, expecting that at any moment these would burst into flame, and with a screaming, rattling flare go tossing to the sky. Near him a girl said, "All right, of course it ain't of no moment what I might happen to prefer. Oh, no." A mild young man answered her, "Well, if you want to go to the Oxford, why not say so? That's what I say. Why not say so instead of hanging about?" "Oh, hanging about? Say that again and off I go. Hanging about, I'd like to know." "I didn't say anything about your hanging about. You catch a feather up so quickly, Bertha. What I mean to say—" "Oh, your meanings. Don't you know what you do mean, if the truth were known? Here's a pleasant way of spending an evening." Breton regarded them with curiosity. Were they real? Did they feel the strange oppression of this lowering sky as strongly as he did? Were they uncertain as to whether these buildings were alive or no? Perhaps they could tell him whether these omnibuses that came lumbering so heavily up Regent Street were safe and secure. Oddly enough, although he tried, he could not remember exactly what it was that Christopher had told him. Something, of course, to do with his grandmother. Everything was to do with her. She was the one who was driving him to destruction, sending him down when he was climbing up at last to safety. Always it was she who stood behind him, on the watch lest some happiness or success should come his way. He felt as though he would like to go and force his way into 104 Portland Place and face the woman and tell her what she had done to him. Yes, that would be a fine thing, to see all those Bedminster relations gathering round, protesting, frightened. And then it occurred to him that he really did not know the way to Portland Place. Things were so strange tonight. He knew that it was close at hand, but he was afraid that he would never find it. He was really afraid that he would never find it. Some man jostled into him, apologized, and moved away. The contact cleared his brain, asserted the reality of the buildings, the crowds, the cabs and carriages. He pulled himself together, and began slowly to walk down Oxford Street in the direction of Tottenham Court Road. He remembered very clearly and distinctly what it was that Christopher had told him. Rachel was in danger because her husband had heard of her friendship with him, Breton. It would not have been Francis Breton if he had not taken this piece of news and looked at it in its most sensational colours. He had, through all these last weeks, been striving to accustom himself to the agony of enduring life without her. He dimly perceived that it was the emptiness of life rather than any actual loss of any particular person that was so terrible to him. He had still, very fine and beautiful, his memory of the day when she had come to him in his rooms, and had that day been followed by a secret relationship between them and many hours spent together, then his passion would have been very genuine and moving. But after all she had flashed into his life and then flashed out of it again, and so swiftly with him did moods follow one upon another, and ideals and ambitions and despairs and glories jostle together in his brain, that she might have remained, very happily raised to a fine altar in his temple, very distantly recognized as a beautiful episode now closed and contemplated only from a worshipping distance, had any other figure or incident definitely occupied his attention. But no figure, no incident had arrived. He had had, during all these weeks, no drama into which he might fling his fine feelings, his great ambitions, his glorious sacrifices. Of genuine sincerity were these moods of his. He had never stood sufficiently beyond himself to arrive at any definite insincerity about any of his movements or impulses. But of all things in the world he could not endure that his life should be empty, and empty now it had been for, as it seemed to his swift impatience, a long, long time. Christopher's news did touch him very deeply. He would instantly have sacrificed his life, his honour, anything at all, for Rachel, and the fact that he would enjoy the drama of that sacrifice did not rob it of any atom of its sincerity. But the pity of it was that he really did not see what he could do. Had he been able, here and now, to rush into the Portland Place house and seize his grandmother by the throat and shake her, or had it been possible to appear before Roddy Seddon, to declare himself the only culprit, to proclaim that he was ready for any condemnation, any punishment, then, in spite of all his unhappiness, he would now be a happy man. But alas, the only possible action was to pause, to see what happened, to wait. And waiting, it was that sent him mad. One action indeed was possible, and that was that he should put a close to his wretched existence. On this close and sterile night such an action did not appear at all absurd. It had fine elements about it. It would deal a sure blow at his grandmother and all that family who had treated him so basely. What a headline for the papers! Suicide of member of one of England's noblest families. Rachel should be no longer annoyed with his unfortunate presence. He would make it, of course, quite obvious that she had had nothing to do with his sad end. He looked about him with an air of fine melancholy at the passers-by. Little they knew of the terrible tragedy that was even now preparing in their midst. He felt almost happy again as he turned this solution over and over again. Some people would be sorry, Christopher, Lizzie Rand, and Rachel. Above all, it must be heavy upon the consciences of the Duchess and her wretched children. They had driven him to his death, and must bear the blame to the grave and beyond. Very faintly the rolling of thunder could be heard as the storm approached the town. He was standing outside the Oxford Music Hall, and he thought that he would go inside for a little time, that he might avoid the rain. And then upon that followed the reflection that it did not matter whether he was wet or no, he would soon be dead. Faintly behind these gloomy resolves, some voice seemed to tell him that if he could only pass safely through this night, fortune would again be kind to him. Wait, something told him. Be patient for once in your life. But no, to wait any more was impossible. Some fine action, some splendid defiance or heroic defence, here and now. Otherwise he would show the world that he had courage at least to die. Most of his impetuous follies had their origin in his conviction that the eyes of the world were always upon him. He paid his money and walked into the Circle promenade. Behind him was a bar at which several stout gentlemen and ladies were happily conversational. In front of him a crowd of men and women leaned forward over the back of the circle and listened to the entertainment. On the stage, in a circle of brilliant light, a thin man with a melancholy face, a top hat, and pepper and salt trousers, was singing, "Stripe me pink and stripe me blue, stripe me purple and crimson too. I'll be there, Lottie dear, down by the old canteen." "Now," said the gentleman, "once more. Let's have it all together." There was a moment's pause. Then the orchestra began very softly, and in a kind of ecstasy the crowd sang, "Stripe me pink and stripe me blue, stripe me purple and crimson too," etc. Breton sat down on a little velvet seat near the bar, and gloomily looked about him. Did they only realize, these people, the tragedy that was so close to them, then would they very swiftly cease their silly singing. The place was hot, infernally hot. It glowed with light, it crackled with noise, it was possessed with a glaring unreality. It occurred to him that to make a leap upon the railing at the back of the circle, to stand for one instant balanced there before the frightened people, then to plunge down, down into the stalls, that would be a striking finish. How they would all scream and run and scatter! Yes. Against the clinking and chatter of the bar, he would hear the voice of the funny man. "And so I says to her, Maria, if you're trying to prove to me that it's 2 a.m, then I says what I want to know is who's been helping you to stay awake all this time. That's what." It was then that, in spite of himself, he was drawn from his moody thoughts by the eyes of the girl standing near the bar against the wall. She was a small, timid, rather pale girl in a huge black hat. She wore a long trailing purple dress and soiled white gloves, and was looking, just now, unhappy and frightened. He had noticed her because of the contrast that her white face and small body made with her grand, untidy clothes, but looking at her more closely, he saw something about her that stirred all his sympathy and protection. Like most Englishmen, he was at heart an eager sentimentalist, and he was, just now, in a mood that responded instantly to anyone in distress. He forgot, for the moment, his desperate plans of self-destruction. A fat, red-faced man came from the bar towards her with 2 drinks. He was himself very unsteady and uncertain in his movements, and his smile was both vacuous and full of purpose. He lurched towards her, put his hand upon her shoulder to steady himself, then, as one of the glasses spilled, cursed. She refused the drink, but he continued to press it upon her. His fat hand wandered about her neck, stroked her chin, and he was leaning now so that his face almost touched hers. Breton heard him say, "Well, if you won't drink, damme, come along, my dear, let's be going." She shook her head, her eyes growing larger and larger. "Nonsense," he said, "dull nonsense." She glanced about her desperately, but no one, save Breton, was watching them. She caught his eyes pitifully, eagerly. The man put his arm about her and tried to draw her from the wall. "Come," he said, "we'll go home." She drew away. He pulled at her hand. "Damn the place! What's the matter? You got to come." Then he seized her by the arm, and still lurching from side to side, began to move away. "No, no," she whispered, obviously terrified of a scene, but using all her strength to resist. Her eyes again met Breton's.
"That lady," he said, advancing to the stout gentleman, "is a friend of mine."
The man looked at him with an expression astonished, simply, and rather puzzled.
What?
He said.
"You'll be so good as to leave that lady alone." "Well, I'm bloody well damned. Oh, gosh!"
The stout gentleman contemplated him with furious amazement.
"Who the bloody hell, I'd like to know? Get out, or I'll kick her out."
The quarrel had by now gathered its crowd. The stout gentleman, lurching forward, aimed a blow at Breton, which missed him.
"Let her alone, do you hear?" cried Breton.
The stout gentleman, amazed apparently at a world that defied all the probabilities, turned, caught the girl by the body, and, dragging her with him, pushed past his opponent. Breton seized him by the waist, turned him round so that, with a little puzzled gasp, he half fell, half sat upon the cushioned seat against the wall. Then Breton offered the girl his arm, and walked away with her, conscious that an attendant had arrived rather late upon the scene, and was now abusing the stout gentleman, whilst a sympathetic little crowd listened and advised. He walked down the stairs with the girl. "That was decent of you," she said. "Most awfully." Beyond the doors the world was a hissing, spurting deluge of rain. A cab was called, and she climbed into it. "What about coming back?" she said. He shook his head.
"Not tonight. You have a good rest. That's what you want."
"When I am done. Meet another night, perhaps?"
"I hope so,"
he said politely. He raised his hat, and the cab splashed away.
"Another cab, sir?"
said the commissionaire.
"No, thanks,"
said Breton, and plunged out into the rain. The air was fresh and cool. Streams of water danced and spurted on the gleaming pavements. Breton walked along. The little adventure had swept completely from his mind his earlier desperate decisions. There were still things for him to do. Poor little girl! He was glad that he had been there. What a fool he had been all these weeks, sitting there, letting himself go to pieces because the world had gone badly. What sort of a creature was he? Well, he was some good yet. Just one twist of the hand, and that man had gone down. Yes, she was grateful. Her eyes had shone. And what of the candles, his business? Why had he allowed that to drop when he had made already so good a start? He would be in the city early tomorrow. Business was humming just now. And Rachel? Rachel. Let him be content to have her as his ideal, his fine beacon to light him on, to hold him to his work and do the best that was in him. After all, things were for the best. They would always have their fine memories, one of the other. Nothing to spoil that idyll. He arrived, soaked to the very skin, at his door. Funny, he thought, how that thunder depresses one. I've been moody for weeks. Air's ever so much clearer now. God, didn't that old beast tumble? Poor little girl. She was grateful, though. Then, as he opened the door, he remembered what Christopher had that evening told him. "Tomorrow," he said to himself, in a fine glow of hope and confidence, "tomorrow I'll get to work and soon stop that wicked old woman's mouth. Rachel, God bless her, I'll show her what I'm like." He climbed the dark stairs as though he was storming a town. End of Book 3, Chapter 4. Book 3, Chapter 5 of The Duchess of Wrexe by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Chapter 5. March the 13th, Rachel's Heart. When God smote his hands together and struck out the soul at a spark, into the organized glory of things from drops of the dark, say, didst thou shine, didst thou burn, didst thou honour the power in the form, as a star does at night, or the far-fly, or even the little ground-worm? I have sinned, she said. Elizabeth Barrett Browning. 1. Meanwhile, Rachel had not spoken to Roddy. Bad though the months had been since that terrible afternoon at Seddon, these days that followed the Duchess's visit were the worst that she had ever known. During the weeks that immediately followed Roddy's accident, she was allowed no line for thought. She discovered, and she never forgot the sharpness of the discovery, that she was the poorest of nurses. Everything that she did was clumsily and slowly done. She watched Lizzie Rand with admiration and wonder. Dimly through the absorption that held her, thoughts of Francis Breton pierced, but always to be instantly dismissed. Before her was simply the amazing, incredible fact that Roddy, the most active, the most vigorous of human beings, would never stand upon his feet again. She could see nothing but Roddy, and no service, no sacrifice was too stern or too difficult. Meanwhile, subtly, almost unconsciously, she was influenced by Lizzie Rand. It was not strange to her that Lizzie should have changed so swiftly from hatred to friendship and affection. Rachel was passionate enough herself to understand that a woman will go instantly to the person who needs her most, even though she's hated that same person 5 minutes before. No, the thing that was wonderful to her was that Lizzie Rand should combine such feeling with such discipline. To watch her as she moved about Roddy's rooms was to deny to her the possibility of emotion, of anything that could disturb that efficiency. And yet Rachel knew. She'd seen depths of feeling in Lizzie that made her own desires and regrets small and puny things. But it did not need Lizzie's power to abase Rachel before Roddy. It would have been enough for her to have remembered what her thoughts and intentions had been on that day, to have brought her on her knees to beg his pardon. But when she saw the fashion in which he bore his sentence, his endurance, his stubborn will beating down any temptation to despair, she recognized that it was very little of Roddy that she had known before this crisis. Then, as the weeks passed and the world settled into this new shape and form, thoughts of Francis Breton returned to her. She had written to him soon after the accident, but that was for herself, that she might clear her mind of anything except her husband, rather than for Breton. She had considered him whilst she wrote that letter, had seen him as someone in her old life, someone who had stirred her then, but possessed now no power to move her. She wanted him to be happy, but wished never to see him again. Once, long ago, there had been a scene in a room, and she had been carried up to strange and dangerous heights, and the world had tossed and stormed about her. But oh, how long ago that was! How younger she had been then! But as the weeks passed, that scene drew closer to her, and life crept back into its heart. Sometimes, when Roddy was sleeping, and she was sitting there beside him, and about her the house slumbered, and the very birds were still, her heart would beat thickly, her cheeks would flush, and she would remember that, had it not been for a horse that stumbled, she might be now far away, leading a life that might be tragedy, but that was, at any rate, life. She would beat the thought down. She would tell herself what, now, from this distance, she knew to be true, that she would not have been happy had she gone with Breton. She remembered that even at that supreme moment in Breton's rooms, when he had kissed her for the first time, her swift thought had been, poor Roddy. She knew, with an older wisdom than she had possessed 2 months ago, that Breton on his side would not have held her any more than Roddy, in his so different fashion, could hold her now. Was she to be always thus, wanting something that was not hers? During the weeks that had immediately followed the accident, she had thought that, at last, love for Roddy had really come to her. Then, as the days threaded their way, she knew that it was not so. He was more to her, much more to her, helpless and courageous, than he could ever have been under the old conditions. But it was not passion. It was care, affection, even love. She loved him, yes, but she was not in love with him. He held all of her, save that one part that Breton alone, of all human beings, had called out of her. But she had learnt discipline during these weeks. Down, down she drove rebellion, memory. She was Roddy's. She had dedicated her life to his happiness. Then they came to London. Lizzie returned to her mother and to Lady Adela, and Rachel was alone. Life was again very difficult for her. Roddy was wonderfully cheerful, but Rachel found that she could not do very much for him. He liked to have her there, but she knew that many of his friends who could tell him the town gossip, the latest from clubs, the hunting and racing chatter, entertained him more than she did. She had not, since her marriage, made many friends, and she knew that almost everyone who came to their little house came for Roddy's sake rather than for hers. She did not mind that. She was glad that he was happy, but she wished that he needed her a little more. Roddy urged her to drive, to see people, to dine, and go to the theatre. She went because she saw that it disturbed him if he felt that she stayed indoors for his sake. But she did not enjoy her gaiety. When she was out, she wished to hurry back to him, and then, when she was with him again, she often wondered whether her presence made him any happier. Through all his intercourse with her, she discerned a wistful restraint, as though he would like to ask her for something that he had not got, and yet was afraid. When she felt this in him, she redoubled her affection towards him, but she thought that he noticed this, and knew her effort. Her thoughts went often now to Francis Breton, not as to anyone whom she would ever see again, but she hoped that he was happy, wondered whether there was anyone to look after him, wished that he had some friend so that she might know that he was safe. Her pride did not allow her to speak to Lizzie Round about him. They had had one talk when Lizzie had taken her letter, but that was all. Then, as February drew to a close, she was unwell. That was so unusual for her that she might have been disturbed had it been anything more material than headaches, strange fits of indifference to everything, and a general failure of energy. She thought that she was indoors too much, and was now in the air as often as her duties to Roddy allowed her. But the indifference persisted. Her feelings for Roddy were an odd confusion. There were times when she was away from him, and the thought of him made her heart beat. This is love, at last. There were times again when, as she sat beside him, she could have beaten her hands against the walls for very boredom, and for his impenetrable taciturnity as he read the Times, from the births and marriages on the front page to the advertisements on the last, and flung her details. London Scottish won their game at Richmond. That Ferris man got over 3 times. Or, I wouldn't give a button for that horse of old Trenty's stomachs they're all so gone on. You mark my words. I'd like to see that new piece of Edward's. They've got a girl in it who dances on her nose. Jolly pretty she is too, Sir Massiter says. He's been 5 times, and there's a song about moonlight or some old rot that they say is biffin. How to adjust this horrible stupidity with the courage, the humour, the affection, even the poetry that she found in him at other times? There were days when she cared for him with a new, thrilling emotion, something that had in it a quality of curiosity, as though he were coming before her as someone unknown and unexpected. There were other days when she wondered how he could have remained through all the crisis so precisely the same Roddy. Meanwhile, between all these uncertainties, she lost touch with herself. It was as though her soul flew like some bird in a strange country, from point to point, restless, unsatisfied. 2. Then those few hurried words with Christopher on the afternoon of the Duchess's visit flung at an instant her whole life into crisis. Even as the words left him, she knew that it was up to this that all her days had been leading, that at last she was, in very truth, face to face with her grandmother, that the battle between the two of them had commenced. She knew, in those few minutes whilst she stood there, motionless in that room, other things. She knew, and this was the first sharp conviction that struck her heart, that at all costs, whatever else might come to her, she must not now lose Roddy's love. Strangely, as she stood there facing her danger, some warm glow heightened her colour as she felt from this what Roddy really meant to her. She thought then of Francis Breton, of his danger if her family understood how implicated he was with her. It was true that she had, not very long ago, contemplated running away with him, and surely nothing could have implicated him more than that. But now that he should suffer and yet not have her, secured, as his reward for his suffering, that, at all pain to herself, she must prevent. Her first impulse, after Christopher had left her, was to go down instantly to Roddy and confess everything. Then she paused. Perhaps after all her grandmother had not spoken. In that case, how cruel to make Roddy miserable with something that was dead and already remote. In her heart, too, was terror, lest she should precipitate Breton into some peril. On every side it seemed to her better that she should wait and discover, perhaps through Christopher, perhaps by her own intelligence, what exactly had occurred. 4 days afterwards, on the afternoon of that day that brought Breton to dine with Christopher, she had not yet spoken. She had taken no steps at all, despising herself, afraid for Breton, feeling at one instant that Roddy knew everything, at another that he knew nothing, ill with this same lassitude that had hung about her now for so many weeks, determining at one moment that she would confront her grandmother, at another that she would go instantly and confess to Roddy. Yet Rachel hesitated and did nothing. On this close and heavy afternoon, Rachel sat up in her little drawing-room, wondering whether she would wait there for possible callers, or go down to Roddy, who was being entertained at the moment by Lord Massiter, or, complete confession of surrender to nerves and general catastrophe, go up to her bedroom, pull down the blinds, and lie there hunting sleep. The day was intolerably heavy. The windows of the little room had all been flung open, and through the park figures wearily dragged themselves, and the waters of the lake lay as though they had fallen, because of this leaden heaviness, from the grey sky. She sat there, listening for every sound, starting at every opening or closing of a door, thinking that were Lord Massiter not there, she would go down now and tell everything to Roddy, yet knowing in her heart that if Peters were to come now and tell her that his master was alone, she would not move. Peters did come, but it was to tell her that Lord John would like to see her. Uncle John! She scarcely knew whether she hailed him as a relief or no. "Oh, ask him to come up, Peters, at once. Bring tea here. Lord Massiter will have his downstairs, I expect." Had her grandmother told Uncle John anything? Was his visit in connection with anything that he had heard? Of all the changes that her marriage had brought her, that she should have slipped away from Uncle John was one of the saddest. She loved him as dearly as ever, but restraint had been there between them, struggle against it though they might. He was, like Roddy, so ineloquent that anything like a situation was real agony to him. He could never explain his feelings about anything, and he would eagerly agree with you that it was a great pity that he had any. What had made this trouble between them? Rachel only knew that now there were so many things in her life which Uncle John could not understand. At her heart her love for him was as clear and simple as it had ever been. But oh, Uncle John was glad to see her. His picture of her, as she sat there, her cheeks flushed, in a rose-coloured dress, with the room as soft and delicate as a shell around her, filled him with delight. Changes had come to him even since their last meeting. The lines in his forehead seemed to her a little deeper, his eyes were anxious, and his smile less sure and genial. He wore a beautiful white waistcoat, and sat there with his chest out, his white hair rising into a crest, looking exactly like a pouter pigeon. "Dear Uncle John, I'm so glad." "Well, my dear, I was just passing. Been to some woman who's got a party in Harley House. War party, of course. There were characters of the names of different generals, and if you won you paid a guinea to the War Fund. Quite a reversal of the ordinary proceedings." "I'm sure, my dear, I don't know why I went." "Well, it was so close that I felt I couldn't walk back even to 104 without a cup of tea from you." "How's Roddy?" "All right. Lord Massiter's been down there chatting to him ever since 3 o'clock. Would you like us to go down and have our tea with them, or shall we stay cosily up here by ourselves?" "Why, stay up here, of course. You're not looking very well, my dear. You've not been the thing lately, have you? This business with Roddy—" He took her hand and held it. "Don't you think it would be a good thing if you went away for a week or two and had a change?" "No, Uncle John, dear, thank you. I am tired, and I will go away later on. But just now it would only make me anxious, and I should worry about Roddy." Tea was brought. She looked at Uncle John and thought that he had heard nothing. His guileless eyes smiled back at her. All that she could discern in him was apprehension lest he should say something to displease her, to make her angry. Bless his heart, he need not be afraid of that now. As she gave him his sugar, she felt that some of the old intimate relationship between them was creeping back. "Of course you heard of grandmother's wonderful visit to us the other day?" Rachel said. "Wasn't it amazing? And Christopher says that she was none the worse, rather the better." "Amazing,"
said Uncle John very solemnly. "Perfectly astonishing. Your grandmother, Rachel, is an astounding woman. Just when we were all of us thinking that she was really not quite so well, quite so fit as she used to be, she comes along and does something that she hasn't done for 30 years. I confess I was nervous when I first heard of it, but Christopher reassured me, said it would do her no harm, and it hasn't." "It shows what her affection for Roddy is," Rachel said slowly. "And for you, dear," Uncle John said timidly. "I know that you haven't, that is, weren't always very friendly, but I hope that now you've come to understand her a little more. She's a difficult woman. She wouldn't be so splendid if she weren't so difficult." He saw those hard lines that he knew of old strike into Rachel's face, afraid that he had by one ruthless sentence lost all the happy intimacy that had returned to them. She had risen and walked to the window. "Dear Uncle John," she said, "I know you'd like us to be friends, bless you. But you may as well give that idea up once and for ever. Grandmother and I, the old and the new generation, you know. There's never been anything but war, and never will be. Besides, she's never forgiven me for marrying Roddy, although she arranged it all." "Oh, my dear," said Uncle John. "No, it is so. I shouldn't be astonished," she continued bitterly, "if I were to hear that she thinks that I flung Roddy from his horse and trampled on him. It would be quite likely." Then, suddenly, she came back from the window to the sofa where Uncle John, looking greatly distressed, was sitting. She leaned down, put her arms round his neck and her cheek next to his. "Uncle John, dear, don't you worry about grandmother and me. That's an old, old story, and it can't alter. The case of us two, you and me, is much more important. I've been a beast for a long time, Uncle John. We got away from one another somehow, and it's all been my fault. I've been a prig and all sorts of horrid things, and I've let things come between us. Nothing shall ever come between us again. Never." He kissed her, and his fat body thrilled with happiness. Amongst all the distressing things that this last year had brought him, nothing had been more distressing than his separation from Rachel. Now the old Rachel had come back to him again. They sat on the sofa there, and he talked of a number of things in his old, happy, disconnected way. Some of her apprehension lifted from Rachel. She forgot the closeness of the day, and sat there, happier than she had been for many weeks. 6 o'clock struck, and he got up to go. "Taking your aunt out to dinner. You going anywhere tonight, my dear?" "Yes, it's such a nuisance, but Roddy insists on my going. I'd so much rather stay with him. It's only a silly little dinner at Lady Carlo's. She's asked a harpist in afterwards. Fancy, harpist!" But Uncle John liked Lady Carlo's. She was an old friend of his. "Don't laugh at Lady Carlo's, dear. She's a kind creature, and been a friend of the family's for ever so long. A devoted friend." He stopped suddenly. "By the way, something I meant to have told you." He dropped his voice. "You needn't say anything about it, and I don't want to worry your grandmother. I'm afraid she wouldn't like it. But the black sheep is to be restored to the fold." "The black sheep?" said Rachel, wondering. "Yes," said Uncle John. "Your cousin Frank Breton, my dear. Your Uncle Vincent and your aunt and I thought that he behaved so well, been so quiet and steady all this time, that really something ought to be done about him. It's been on my conscience, I can assure you, for a long time past. Well, I've written to him. I'm going to see him. Of course it's better to be quiet about it while your grandmother feels as she does, but in time—" Rachel's voice was sharp and rather harsh as she said, "Dear Uncle John, that is kind of you. I'm so glad. Poor cousin Frank, I always felt it unfair." John looked at her with one of his supplicating, "Please don't be hard on me," glances. Rachel really was strange. She seemed to dislike the idea of Breton's redemption. He had thought that she would have been delighted. She kissed him. "Nothing ever to come between us again," she whispered. He pressed her hand. "I must just look in upon Roddy," he said, and they went down together. 3. The thought that instantly occurred to her was that she must not allow Uncle John to talk to Roddy about Breton.
She saw some innocent word falling like a match into a haystack and starting immediately the most horrible blaze. There were other thoughts behind that. Thought of her grandmother's actions when she heard of this, thoughts of Roddy's probable decision about it, thoughts that she, Rachel, might prove to be the one person in the world who had helped to drive Breton out. Thoughts intolerable they were for a moment indulged. But now, as she walked laughing downstairs with Uncle John, her one urgent resolve was to prevent an immediate scene. She need not have feared. Massiter, stout, red-faced, hearty, and stupid, held the stage. He'd been holding it since 3 o'clock, and Roddy's white face showed fatigue. His eyes were half closed, and although he smiled, his mind, distressed and exhausted, was far away. Rachel's glance at him told her that his visitor had been too much for him. When she saw Roddy like this, she longed to have him alone, away from all the world, to love him and care for him. Although in hard fact, when he was worn out, Peters was of more value than she. She looked at him now, loved him, and was also afraid. She hated Lord Massiter at this moment, and hoped that he would go. He talked in his cheerful voice as though he were addressing an assembly in the open air. He spoke of the hunting, pretty rotten, of the musical comedies, absolutely rotten, of our tactics in South Africa, rotten of course beyond all words, and of farming on his land in the country, unspeakably rotten, and was cheerful about all these things. He knew that he had been self-sacrificing, and had spent a whole afternoon in cheering up. That poor devil, Seddon, got to lie on his back all his life, poor chap. Active beggar he was, too. He overwhelmed Lord John, whom he liked but scorned. Never takes any decent exercise, John Bemister. Always about with a parcel of women. Finally he departed, carrying with him a faint scent of soap and tobacco, swearing that it was the closest night he'd ever known, and wiping his red forehead with the air of one who rules this country and is going very shortly to enjoy an excellent meal. Soon Uncle John also departed. Roddy, alone with Rachel, faintly smiled and then closed his eyes again. Better go and dress, dear. It's gone 6:30. What on earth did he stay all that time for, roaring like a bull? She cried indignantly. Tired you out? Roddy, dear, I don't think I'll go out to dinner. I'll send a wire to Lady Carlo's. No, you must, he said firmly. It's too late to disappoint her. Such an appalling night. I'm not feeling awfully well. I don't think I could stand one of her dinners. There'll be old Lord Crooner, old Mrs. Brunning, and young somebody or other for me, and I believe Uncle Richard. I simply couldn't stand it. Aren't you well? He looked up at her sharply. Not very. Their eyes met. She turned hers away. She was desperately near to tears, near to flinging herself down at his side and hiding her head and telling him all. Wait, perhaps he knows nothing. Still looking away from him, she said, Oh, yes, I must go, of course. It's only this thunder that one feels. She bent down hurriedly and kissed him. They said good night to one another, and she left the room. Later, in the carriage, she saw his white face and was miserable. She thought of Breton, and that made her miserable too. To everyone she seemed to bring unhappiness. The stifling evening held a hand at her throat. The carriage moved languidly along. On every side of her she saw people listlessly moving as though controlled by an enchantment. She really was ill. If I don't look out, she thought, I shall be hysterical tonight. I shall just have to hold on and keep quiet. I've never felt like this before. Fancy being hysterical before Uncle Richard. How surprised he'd be, and how he'd disapprove. In Lady Carlo's small and stuffy drawing-room, bony Mrs. Brunning and Lord Crooner were being polite to one another. One would suppose that it had been Lady Carlo's intention to gather together into a confined space as many of her grandmother's possessions as possible. Her grandmother had known Sir Walter Scott, and had Lord Wellington to tea, and spent several days in the country with Joanna Bailey. The little room had an old faded wallpaper covered thickly with prints, miniatures, and fading watercolours. On the many little tables were scattered old keepsakes, bijouterie of every kind, dragon china, coloured stones, and even an ebony box with seashells. There were cabinets and glass cases, several chattering clocks, nodding mandarins and shepherdesses on the mantelpiece, a faded illustrated edition of Sir Walter's poems, and finally 3 cats with large blue bows and tinkling bells. All these things added immensely to Rachel's distress. On such an evening this jumble of small objects rose like the sound of the sea and threatened to throttle her. A fire was burning, and only the upper part of one window was open. Rachel felt that she was in real peril of fainting. That she had never done, but tonight she had the sensation that at any moment the floor with its old faded carpet would rise slanting before her and pitch her into the street. Lady Carlos, more hunched together than usual, her voice thick and husky, and her dress of blue satin, hurried in. Uncle Richard, untouched by the closeness of the evening, clean and starched and dignified, made his majestic entry. A young man from the embassy, so beautifully dressed that he appeared to have spent his days in the efforts to make his personality of less importance than his studs and his waistcoat buttons, apologized from behind his shining collar for being the last of the party. They all went down to dinner. Rachel felt, as the young man led her downstairs, that at last she knew what panic was. Panic was the state of standing, surrounded by ordinary everyday things and people, waiting for the bolt to fall, the enemy to advance, danger to spring, but seeing in actual vision nothing to justify terror. She reached tonight the climax of months of alarm, and during these past days unbroken suspense. She was at the end of endurance. How was she ever to compass this horrible meal? The young man was finding her difficult. She was aware that Uncle Richard watched her and was expecting her to sustain the family ease and dignity. They were at a little round table, so that he was able to hear all the conversation. "Yes," she said desperately, I quite agree with you. The lack of enterprise at Covent Garden is shameful. We want more competition."
So I said to her, "My good woman, if you really imagine that I'm taken in by your pretending that that's Dresden—"
"Herr Beckett is coming in afterwards," old Lady Carlos said. "You'll like him, my dear. He plays the harp too wonderfully. I've asked a few friends to come in. Of course, the drawing-room isn't very large, but I hope—" The room was swimming before Rachel. A stuffed bird in a glass case sailed across the table towards her, and the fireplace tottered and staggered. She was just able to gasp, "Lady Carlos, please, it's this heat or something." There were cries of agitation. The young man gave her his arm into the passage. She was surrounded by anxious servants. Someone fanned her. She drank water, and was conscious of Lady Carlo's blue satin and Uncle Richard's shirt front. She knew now what she wanted. She pulled herself together and absolutely refused Uncle Richard's escort. "No, I shall be quite all right. Really, no, Uncle Richard, I won't hear of it. It was silly of me to come out, really. I've been feeling this thundery weather all day. No, Lady Carlos, thank you. I'll just go straight back and go to bed. I won't hear of anyone coming with me, thanks. No, really. I'm so sorry, Lady Carlos. I shall be all right in the morning. Yes, if you call a cab, please. No, Uncle Richard, I'd rather not." She was better. She knew what she wanted. At last the cab was there, but it was not York Terrace that she had commanded, but 24 Saxton Square. It was Lizzie whom she needed. 4. It was a long drive to Saxton Square. She was better now, but still strangely unwell, and to open both the windows was of no use. Not a breath stirred. The trees, dark and sombre, were of iron. The lamps gave no radiance, and the sky was black. She was terribly frightened because here in the dark of her carriage thoughts of Breton attacked her as they had never done before. She hid her face in her burning hands. Her body was shivering. Breton was before her as he had been in his room. She felt his hands about her, his breath on her cheek. His mouth was pressed against hers. Her fingers knew again the stuff of his coat, and the back of her hand had touched his neck. And yet it was at this moment, with those very memories crowding about her, that she knew definitely and with absolute assurance that it was Roddy, and Roddy only in all the world, whom she now loved. Her passion for Breton had been a passion of rebellion, of discontent, a moment perhaps in her education that carried her from one stage to another. She loved Roddy. She could not trace the steps by which her love had grown, but affection had first been changed into something stronger on that day when he had been carried back into his house from whose gates he had passed that morning so strong and sure. Pity had been the beginning of it. Admiration of his courage had continued it. This moment of this stormy night had struck it into flame. And now, perhaps, in another day or so, she would learn that he had done with her for ever. She sat there, huddled, trembling, her eyes burning, her throat dry. Oh, why wouldn't the carriage go faster? If only this storm would come and that terrible sky would break. She knew that Mrs. Rand and Daisy were away in the country, and Lizzie went out very seldom. She would find her. She must find her. She shuddered to think what she might do were Lizzie not at home. They were there. Yes, Miss Rand was at home. Rachel went in. Lizzie was sitting quietly by the open window, reading. She looked up and saw Rachel in a dress of black and gold, her face very pale, as she stood there in the doorway. "Lizzie, dear, Lizzie." Rachel flung off her coat, stood for a moment motionless, then without another word huddled up onto the sofa, and her face buried in her arm, began to cry. Lizzie came across to her, took her hand, and sat there without speaking. After a long time she said, "Rachel, dear, what is it?" Rachel clung to her, holding her fiercely. At last, looking up but away from Lizzie, she said, "Oh, if you hadn't been here, I don't know, I simply don't know what, I think it's this night, this awful night, it's so close and the storm is so long coming." "Has anything particular happened?" "Yes, the Duchess has told Roddy about Francis, or I think she has. Roddy said nothing to me, but I ought to speak to him, to tell him I've put it off." Lizzie said softly, "You must tell him, Rachel. You know that you must. It's the only thing. I thought it would come to that sooner or later." "But it's more than that. I'm not well. I don't know what it is, but I've never felt like this before, and it makes me more frightened than I've ever been. Tonight I've been more frightened." But Lizzie was thinking. "Has your grandmother told other people?" "I don't know. I know nothing. That's what makes it so hard. It's all had a climax tonight. There was an awful dinner at old Lady Carlo's, and it was so hot and stuffy that I nearly fainted. I had to leave. And then, coming here—" Rachel began to tremble again, and creeping close to Lizzie, she held her tighter. "Lizzie, in the cab, coming here, Francis, I had such thoughts I couldn't have believed." Lizzie's eyes gazed out into the square, far away. "Not like a pool tonight, Mr. Breton. All hard and cruel, and even the nymph has no softness." She kissed Rachel. "It's the night, dear. When the weather's like this it affects one. London's awful tonight. There'll be such a storm soon." "But it's worse, Lizzie. I seem tonight to have seen myself as I am, more clearly than before. My priggishness, talking so much about truth, and then the things I do. Roddy, Francis, all the same. I've treated them all badly. I've been true to no one. I'm no good." "Promise me, my dear, that you'll tell him, your husband, everything, tomorrow. Promise me." "But Lizzie, perhaps—" No, everything, tomorrow. He'll hate me, No matter. You must, tomorrow." Rachel was silent. Then she looked into Lizzie's face. "Yes," she said, "I will." Then with a little sigh she fainted. 5. When she rose to a realization of life again, she was lying upon Lizzie's bed, and the storm had broken over the house. Lizzie was holding her hand. The thunder roared. Coming with stealthy steps closer and closer, sometimes to creep stealthily away again, sometimes to break, with crashing splendour, upon their very heads. The lightning flung Lizzie's bedroom into pale brilliance, and was gone. Life leapt into vision, then surrendered to the candle flare, then leapt again. Rachel smiled faintly. She felt around her and about her a great peace. She knew that all her terror had departed. and one thought now was to return to Roddy and tell him everything. She sat up. "How silly of me to faint. It's a thing I've never done in my life. How did you get me here?" "The maid and I carried you in. It's better for you in here." "I think I'll go now, Lizzie dear." "Wait a little while." They stayed in silence. Then they heard the rain that lashed the windows. "Isn't the rain terrific? Oh, Lizzie, it's all gone, all the terror, all that awful fright." She added solemnly, "I don't believe I'll ever feel like that again. It'll never come back. I'm sure of it." Rachel sat silently for a moment, then turned and buried her head in Lizzie's dress. "Lizzie dear, I've been so frightened. Of something else." "Of what?" "I'm going to have a child. I've known it for some time. First I wasn't sure, then I knew. I was frightened and miserable. Then as with every day I seemed to grow fonder and fonder of Roddy, I became glad about it, then very happy. Oh, Rachel dear, I'm so glad." "Yes, but now with this about Roddy, it's all dreadful again. If she'd to turn on me now, just when I've begun to care." She sat up in bed, her eyes staring, her hands clutching the clothes. "Lizzie, if it should come right, if it should, just think what a child would mean for him. He's so brave, lying there all day, making himself amused and interested. I watch him often and wonder where all that courage comes from. I couldn't have done it. But now, if the child's a boy, he'll be able to put all his old strength and keenness into him. And the place. Think what it will mean to him to have that." "And for you?" asked Lizzie. "I believe it's what I've wanted. Oh, if only things are all right with Roddy, then I can start again and have some decent pride about it all. I've made such a mess of things so far." They talked for a little. Then Rachel got up and dressed. "I'm all right now. Everything seems to have cleared. I'll tell Roddy everything tomorrow, Lizzie dear." "Come and see me as soon as ever you can, won't you?" "I will." Rachel said good night. She held Lizzie's shoulders. "Lizzie, you're wonderful. Don't think I don't know how wonderful you are. I'll never forget what you've been tonight, and if it's all right tomorrow. Oh, I am going to be happy." "That's all right," said Lizzie. "Don't go and get frightened again." "I'll never be so frightened as I was tonight, never." "I'm afraid you've got dreadfully wet," she said to the cabman. "Don't matter, Mum, but it does come down." Lizzie stood in the doorway and waved her hand. The rain slashed the panes and whipped the shining deserted streets. Very far away the faint whisper of thunder bade the town farewell. End of Book 3, Chapter 5. Book 3, Chapter 6 of The Duchess of Wrexe by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Chapter 6, March the 13th. Roddy talks to the devil, and the Duchess denies God. Que désirez-vous savoir plus précisément? Mais le porte-drapeau répondit, non, pas maintenant, après, à l'extrême limite, Artsebatchev. 1. That afternoon had been a difficult one for Roddy. He felt, lying so eternally on his back, the vagaries of the English weather. There were days when the wind was in the park, when sunshine flashed and flung shadows, when the water of the pond glittered and every duck and baby thrilled with life. Then it was very hard to lie still, and memories of days, riding days and swimming days and hunting days, would persecute him. But there were dark, wet hours when his room seemed warm and cosy. Then he was happy. On a day of thunder like this afternoon, his one desire was to get out. Never had he felt the bars of his cage so sharply, with so intense an irritation, as on to-day. Massiter broke the chain of his thoughts, and he was glad. 4 days now, and Rachel had said nothing. Many times he had thought that she was going to speak, but the moments had passed. He had not slept for 2 nights. Over and over he turned the question as to what he was to do. Had he been up and about, some solution would have naturally come, he thought, But lying here, thinking so interminably with one's body tied to one like a stone, nothing seemed clear or easy. This was the worst day in the world to make thinking simple. The leaden sky pressed one down and held one's brain. "I'm going to have a jolly bad evening," said Roddy. "I know I am." Massiter was a relief. There was no need to talk while Massiter was there, and his fat, cheerful body restored one's balance. The same sensible world that had once been Roddy's own, and had of late slipped away from him, was restored when Massiter was there. Nevertheless, 1 hour of Massiter was enough. Roddy could detect in Massiter's attitude that pity moved him to additional cheerfulness, and this was irritating. Then Massiter's clumsy efforts to avoid topics that might be especially tactless. That also was tiresome. Roddy was glad when Rachel and John Beminster came down and relieved him, and then the moment arrived when he thought again that Rachel was going to speak, and perhaps if he had made a movement of affection he would have caught her. But always when some expression of feeling was especially demanded of him did he feel the least able to produce it. The whole relationship between them depended on such slender incidents. One word from anybody, and there would be no more confusion or doubt. The situation had the maddening tiptoe indecision of a dream. "I'm going to have a bad time tonight," he thought. "It's no use giving in to the thing." He faced it deliberately. If only he could think clearly. But the damned weather! Well, he and Jacob must face the night as best they could. The dog lay flat near the window, moving restlessly under the close air, but pricking his ears at every movement that Roddy made, ready to come to him at any instant. "That old dog cares for me more than anyone else does, and I only appreciated him after I was laid up. Rummy thing." Roddy was conscious that high above him, somewhere near the ceiling, hovered a creature, born of this damnable evening, and that did he allow himself to relax for a moment, down that hovering creature would come. Very faintly, as it were from a great distance, he could catch its whisper in his ear. "What's the good of this? What's the good of this? What did you always say? What would you have said about anyone placed as you are now? Better for him to get out." "Damn you, shut up!" He was in great physical pain, the pain that always came to him when he was tired out, but that was nothing to the mental torture. Twisted figures, Rachel, Breton, himself, the Duchess, passed before him, mingling, separating, sometimes coming to him as though they were with him in the room. He had not, even on the day that had told him that he would never get up again, felt so near to utter defeat as he was now. He had been proud of himself, proud of his resistance to what, with another man, might have appeared utter catastrophe, proud of his dogged determination. To have the devil beat! Tonight this same devil was going to be too much for him, did he not fight his very hardest, and the cruelty of it was that this weather took all one's vitality out of one, drained one dry, left one a rag. "Curse you! Get out!" he muttered, clenching his teeth, then whistled and brought Jacob instantly to his side. The dog jumped onto the long sofa, taking care not to touch his master's legs. Then he moved up into the hollow of Roddy's arm, and lay there warm against Roddy's side. "What's the use?" The creature was close to him, his breath warm and damp like the night air. "She doesn't care for you. You can see that she doesn't. She's been in love with our cousin for ever so long, only you didn't know. Wouldn't she have told you that she was a friend of his if there had been nothing more than that in it? What a fool you are, lying here all broken up, simply in the way of her happiness. No good to yourself or anyone else." "I wish the thunder would come and smash you up." Then more desperately, "What if that's right? If I were to clear out?" "After all," said the creature, "you've never before seen yourself as you really are. You thought that you were all right because you could use your legs and arms. Now you know what you are. You're nothing. Only something that many people must trouble to keep alive. Useless. Useless. Why not?" Yes, Roddy did see himself tonight, sternly. As in the old days he might have looked upon someone and judged him unfit, so now he would confront himself. "It's quite true. You've got nothing to show. You've no intellect. You're selfish. You despise all kinds of people for all kinds of reasons. You've stood a little pain. So can any man. You'd better get out.
No one will know."
"Yes," said the creature, very close to him now. "You can do it so easily. That morphia that you've had once or twice. An overdose. No one would suppose. She would never know, and you'd be rid for ever of all this wrong, and you'd free so many people from so much trouble."
"Jacob, my son," he whispered, "do you hear what they're saying?"
He went right down, down to the depths of a pit that closed above his head, filled his eyes with darkness, was suffocating. "Yes, he's beaten," he heard them say. "We've succeeded at last. We've succeeded." But they had not. With an effort of will that was beyond any power that he had believed himself to possess, he pulled himself up.
"There's one thing you've forgotten,"
he gasped as he came struggling up. He took the creature in his hands, wrung its neck, and flung it out of the window.
"There's one thing you've forgotten. There's my love for her. That's strong enough for anything. That's reason enough for living even though she doesn't want it. I'll beat you all with that. Go back to hell, the lot of you."
2.
"I must never let it happen like that again. What a state this weather can get one into."
But he had come back to his senses. His brain was clear. He could think now. The great point was that it was of no use to think of himself in this affair.
Rachel's the only thing that matters.
Then upon that came the decision.
That old woman's got to pay for it. She's been wanting to give Rachel a bad time. She's tried to. Her mouth's got to be stopped, however old and ill she is.
He was fiercely, furiously indignant with her. Vanished, it appeared, all his affection, the sentiment of years.
"I've got to defend Rachel from her, no knowing whom she's been telling."
Roddy still found it impossible to admit more than one idea at a time, and the idea now was that he must stop the old lady dead. His brain came round now to Breton, and halted there. What kind of fellow, after all, was he? What, after all, did Roddy know about him that he could so easily condemn him? Tonight, fresh from the battle with the creature, Roddy's view of the world was painted with new colours. The man had been condemned for things that his father had done, and one recognized, here in London, how difficult it was for a fellow to climb up once he had been pushed down. Was the man in love with Rachel? Well, Roddy did not know that he could blame him for that. Difficult enough, surely, for anyone not to be. But was he? What, after all, was he like? Then, swiftly, the answer came to him. See the man, talk to him, know him. He stared at the idea, felt already new energy in his bones, and a surging victory over the lethargy of this awful evening, at the suggestion of some definite action. But see him, yes, and see him here, and see him soon. His impatience leapt now hotly upon him. He pulled Jacob's ears. "That's the ticket, old boy, ain't it? See what kind of a ruffian this is. My word, but wouldn't the old lady hate it if she knew?" But, and at this the room flared with the thrill of it, why not have her here to meet him, confront her with him? He was cool now. Here was matter that needed careful handling. Still as vigorous now as in his most active days was his impatience. Was something in the way, cobwebs, barriers, obstacles of any sort? Brush them aside, beat them down. Here was a plan. Here, too, most happily at hand, was the Duchess's punishment. All these years had the old lady been refusing to set eyes upon her grandson. Therefore, how dramatic would it be were she confronted with him unexpectedly? Out of the heart of that meeting would come most assuredly the truth about Rachel. There, in a flash, solid, substantial, beautifully compact, magnificently splendid, his plan lay before him. He would have them there. Rachel, the Duchess, this Breton, all of them there before him. They should come ignorant, unprepared, Breton first, then Rachel, then the Duchess. Having them there, he would quite simply say that someone had been pouring into his ears a story of friendship to which he might take objection. He would then, very quietly... But here he paused. Oh, he knew what he would do. He smiled at the thought of the success of his plan. When he made his little speech to them all, there would never again be any danger of scandal. The old lady would never again have any single word to say. The thought that Rachel might be angry at his deceptive plot did not disturb him. When she had heard his little speech she would not say that, and here suddenly He knew how deeply, in his heart, he trusted her. But what if, after all, it should be a lie on the old lady's part? Was he not doing wrong to take things so far without a question to anyone else, Christopher or Lizzie Rand? But this was Roddy. Here both his pride and his impatience were concerned. He did not wish that the business should pass beyond its present bounds. He could not go from person to person asking them whether they trusted his wife. And then he could not wait. Here was a plan that killed the danger at one blow, something direct, open, with sharply defined issues. Oh, Rachel should see how he loved her. "All these days," he said to Jacob, "I've been worrying about her. But I knew that she was coming to me all right." He thought of a day long before, and of Miss Nita Raisley, and of the meeting in the garden. "I'll show her that I can forgive too, if it's necessary. Not because I care so little, but, by God, because I care so much. No," he thought, shaking his head over it, "she doesn't love me. Not yet. But she's beginning to belong to me. She's coming." There was also the thought that the Duchess was an old, sick woman, and that the sea might be too much for her strength. "Not she," he grimly decided. "That's the kind of thing she lives on. Anyway, I owe her one. Didn't do her any harm coming to see me the other day. Won't do her any harm now. I know her." His scheme must be carried out at once. He felt that he could not wait a moment. He would have liked to have had them all there before him tonight. "Why, by this time tomorrow, old boy, it will all be straight. Thank God my brain's cleared in spite of this damn weather." He rang the bell, and Peters, large, solemn, but bending a loving eye upon his master, appeared. "Writing things, Peters." He wrote swiftly 2 notes. "Very close tonight, sir?" "Yes, Peters, very." "You're looking better, sir, less tired. Your dinner will be up in a quarter of an hour. Nice omelette, nice little bird, nice fruit salad, sardines on toast." "Thank you, Peters. I'm hungry as anything." "Very glad to hear it, sir." "I want these 2 notes sent by hand instantly. Do you see?" "Yes, Sir Roderick." "At once?" "Yes, Sir Roderick." Roddy lay back and surveyed the black sky. "Nasty storm coming up. Look here, Peters, give me that bird book over there, that big one. Thanks." Peters retired. 3. Meanwhile, her Grace had found this close evening very trying. That visit to Roddy had not harmed her physically, but had made her restless. The very fact that it had not hurt her urged her to have more of such evenings. Having shown them once what she could do, she would like to show them all again, and yet with this new energy was also lethargy, so that she sat thinking about her adventures, but felt that it would be difficult to move. Then this thundery afternoon really did drag the strength from her. She allowed her fire to fall into a few glowing coals. She allowed Dorchester to move her from her high-backed chair onto a sofa that was near the wide window, now flung open. She could see roofs, chimneys, towers of churches, all dingy grey beneath the leaden sky. She lay there, a book on her lap, but not reading. She was thinking of Roddy. For perhaps the very first time in all her life she regretted something that she had done. Nobody but Roddy could have called this regret out of her, and now she would confess it to no living soul, but she lay there thinking about it, remembering every movement and gesture of his, seeing always that, at the end, he had wanted her to go, had, as her sharp old eyes had seen, hurried her away. There had been so splendid a chance, she had shown her love for him so magnificently, that she could not have been touched or moved had she only left Rachel alone. Ah, that girl! Again, again! The Duchess looked at the plain roofs that lay dry and sterile beneath the torrid sky, and wished, not by any means for the first time, that she had left that marriage with Roddy alone. Roddy would have married some other girl, Nita Raisley or such, and he would have been mine, mine. Hard and utterly selfish in all her ordinary dealings with a world that she professed to despise, but really adored. Her love for Roddy was a little golden link to 1,000 softnesses, and, as she termed them, weak indulgences. Why had she loved him so? She was like the grim part of some conventional fiction. See him on his dark vessel surveying with cold and cruel eye the beautiful captives provided by the stricken ship on every side of him. See him select, for the very flavour that the contrast gave him, some ordinary slave from the crowd to whom he shows weak indulgence. So much blacker, he feels, does this kindness make his infamies. But the Duchess's career as the dark pirate of her period was swiftly vanishing. The black hulk of her vessel remained, but upon its boards only the little slave was to be seen, and even he, with furtive eye, sought his way of escape. Yes, on this torrid evening, every soul in that vast city surely felt that he was alone, abandoned, in a desert of a world. But the fear that she was losing even Roddy brought the Duchess very close to panic. She had not grasped before how resolutely she had been using him to bolster up life for her, how important his friendly existence was for her. Since his marriage, that friendliness had grown, with every hour, weaker. Something she must do now to repair her error of the other day. She was even ready to pretend affection for her granddaughter, if that would bring Roddy back to her. She watched the sky and longed for the threatened storm to break. Her bones were indeed old and feeble today. To move at all was an effort, and with it all there was a sense of apprehension, as though she was some terrified bird conscious of the hawk's approach, she who had until now been herself the hawk. She remembered the day when she had realized more poignantly than ever before that the hour must come, and indeed was not far away, when she would inevitably meet death. She had loathed that realization, attempted to defy it, been defeated by it. Now, on this evening, she suspected again the invasion of that same power. But tonight there was no resistance in her. She lay there, whitely submitting to the tyranny of any enemy. She could scarcely breathe. London, like a scaly dragon, flung its hot breath upon her and withered her defiance. She would have moved away from the window had not those grey roofs held her, by their ugly indifference, with a terrible fascination. I'm going, and they don't care. Just like that, long after I'm gone. The evening slipped away, and Dorchester, coming to her, thought that she was sleeping. She did not disturb her, but ordered her evening meal to be kept until she should wake. The Duchess did sleep. She awoke to find in the sky above the now vanishing roofs a golden glow, and in the room behind her the shaded lamps, the fire burning, and her table spread. But she had had a horrible dream. She struggled to recall it, and even as she struggled, trembling seized her body, as the vague horror that it had left behind it still thrilled and troubled her. She could recollect nothing of her dream except this, that she had died, and that, being dead, she was immediately aware that God awaited her. She could remember her frantic effort to reassert all those earthly convictions that had been based on the definite creed that the Duchess existed, but not God. She had still with her the sensation of hurry and dismay, the dismal knowledge that she had only a moment with which to break down the discoveries of a lifetime and place new ones in her stead. She had, above all, the horrible knowledge that her punishment was settled, that at last she was in the hands of a power stronger than herself, and that nothing could help her. She was frightened, but she knew not by what or by whom. She tried to tell herself that she had been dreaming, that this breathless evening was responsible, that she would be all right very soon. But she was seized by that terrible vague uncertainty that had been with her so much lately, uncertainty as to what was real and what was not. She looked at the French novel lying upon her lap. That was real, she supposed, and yet as she touched its pages her fingers seemed to seize upon nothing, only air between them. The fits of trembling shook her from head to foot, and yet she could scarcely breathe, so close and heavy was the night. That was only a dream. Suppose it could be true, though. What if I were to die tonight? Dorchester came to her and was alarmed. Dinner is ready, Your Grace. Her mistress did not answer, but lay there looking through the open window and shivering. Your Grace will catch cold by that open window. I'd better close it.
It's stifling, stifling.
Will you have dinner now?
No. Why do you worry me? I can eat nothing.
Dorchester was seriously alarmed. An evening like this might very easily... She determined to send word round to Dr. Christopher. She went away, gave directions about the dinner, saw that her mistress's bedroom was warm and comfortable. She came back. The Duchess was sitting up, colour in her cheeks and her eyes sparkling. On her lap lay a note.
"I've had a dream, Dorchester, a horrid dream. I was disturbed for a moment. I think I will eat something after all."
The way she goes up and down, thought Dorchester. Must say I don't like the look of her. Not knowing her own mind, so unlike her. Who's the letter from, I wonder? It was the letter, plainly, that had done it. Sitting up and enjoying her soup, forgetting that black sky and the dragon's scaly menace, the Duchess knew that dream about God, had been as silly, as futile, as dreams always are. The note, brought to her by Norris and lying now beside her plate, had told her so. The note, of course, had been from Roddy. It said, "Dear Duchess, I don't want to ask anything impossible of you, but encouraged by your coming to me the other day, and hearing that you took no harm from your expedition, I'm wondering whether tomorrow afternoon about 5 you could come again and have tea with me. There's something about which you can help me. Only you in all the world. If I don't hear from you, I will conclude that you can come. 5 o'clock. Your affectionate friend, Roddy." That letter showed the perfection of his tactful understanding. No absurd talk about her age, her feebleness, the weather, but simply it was taken for granted that of course she would be there. Well, of course she would be there. Nothing should stop her. She was aware that Christopher, hearing that tonight she had not been so well, would certainly forbid her to move. He should therefore know nothing about it, nothing at all. His visit would be paid in the morning. She would have the afternoon to herself. Norris and Dorchester should help her to the carriage. Christopher expected on his arrival to find her in a very bad way, exhausted by the closeness of the evening. It was possible that he might have to remain all night. He found her in bed, a lace cap on her head, a crimson dressing gown about her shoulders, and all her rings glittering upon her fingers. An old-fashioned massive silver candlestick with 6 branches illuminated the lacquer bed, the black Indian chairs, the fantastic wallpaper. The windows were closed, and the dry heat of the room was appalling. She was in her mildest, most amiable mood, had enjoyed an excellent dinner, laughed her cracked, discordant laugh, was delighted to see him. "Sit down there, close to me. Have some coffee." "No, thank you." "Dorchester can bring it in a minute." "No, really, thank you." "Who sent for you?" "Lord John." "Yes, I thought so. Pretty state of things, with them all hanging round like this, waiting for me to die. Never felt better in my life." "So I see. Delighted. I'll go." "Not a bit of it. Stay and talk. I feel like telling someone what I think of things, although you've heard it all often enough before. But the truth is, Christopher, I did have a nasty dream, a very nasty dream, and the nastiest part of it was that I couldn't remember it when I woke up. But it's the weather. I was frightened for a minute, although I wouldn't have anyone else know." "But you had a good dinner." "Splendid dinner, thank you." She lay back in bed and looked at him, delightful to think that she would play a little game with him tomorrow. He would in all probability be angry when he knew. That would be very amusing. Delightful, too, to think that, just when she was afraid that she had seriously alienated Roddy away from her, he should write and say that he needed her. She would go tomorrow and would be exceedingly pleasant to him, and would reassure him about Rachel. Yes, she had seldom felt so genial. She told Christopher stories of men and women whom she had known, wicked stories, gay stories, cruel stories, and her eyes twinkled and her fingers sparkled, and her old withered face poked out above the dressing-gown, with the white hair fine and proud beneath the lace cap. Once she said to him, "You think all this queer, don't you?" waving her hand at the bed, the chairs, the paper. "This colour, and the odds and ends, and the rest." "It's part of you," he said. "I shouldn't know you without them." "I love them," she breathed. "I love them. Oh, if I'd had my way, I'd have been born when one could have piled up and splashed it about and had it everywhere. Jewels, clothes, possessions. Ah,
That's why I hate this generation that's coming, the generation that you believe in so devoutly. It's so ugly. It wears ugly things, it likes ugly people, it believes in talking about ugly morals and making ugly laws. Then she laughed. It's funny, isn't it? I had to use the age I was born into. I cut my cloth to it. But what a figure I'd have made in any century before the 19th. All the old times were best. You could command and see that you were obeyed. None of your individualism then, Christopher. She was silent for a time, and he said nothing. He was thinking about Breton, wondering where he was, feeling that he should not have let him go. She said suddenly, Christopher, do you think there's a God? I know there is. Well, I know there isn't, so there we are. One of us will find that we've made a mistake in a few years' time. He said nothing. At last she began again. You're sure of it? Quite sure. So like you, and you get a deal of comfort from it, no doubt. But what kind of a God, Christopher? A just God, a loving God. How any doctor can say that, truthfully? The pain, the crime you must have seen. Exactly. I've known, I suppose, of as much misery, as much agony, much wickedness as most men in a lifetime. I've never had a case under my notice that hasn't shown the necessity for pain, the necessity for struggle, for defeat, for disaster. If this life were all, still I should have had proof enough that a loving God was moving in the world. She lay back, smiling at him. You're a sentimentalist, of course. I've heard you talk before. You're wrong, Christopher, badly wrong. I shall prove it before you will. Well, he said, smiling back at her, we'll see. Oh yes, you're a sentimentalist of the very worst. I don't know that I like you the less for it. I'm an old pagan, and it's served me all my life. Ah, there's the thunder. She sat up in bed, her cap pushed back, her skinny arms stretched out in a kind of ecstasy. There, that's it. That's the kind of thing I like. There's your God for you, Christopher. A flash of lightning flung the room into unreality. I'd hoped for one more good storm before I went. I've been waiting all day for this. He never forgot the strange figure that she made. She displayed the excitement of a child presented with a sudden, unexpected gift. He himself had known many storms, but perhaps because she now made so strange a central figure of this one, this always remained with him as the worst of his life. He had never heard such thunder, and as each crash fell upon them, he felt that she rose to it and exulted in it as though she were a swimmer meeting great ocean rollers. There was at last a peal that broke upon them as though it had tumbled the whole house about their ears. Deafened by it, he looked about him as though he had expected to find everything in the room shattered. "That was the best!" she cried to him. At last she lay back tired, and he bade her good night. She held his hand for a moment. "I regret nothing," she said. "Nothing at all. I've had a good time." But after he had left her, the sound of the rain had some personal fury about it that made her uneasy. She called to Dorchester. "I think I'd like you to sleep here tonight, Dorchester. I may need you." "Very well, Your Grace." After all, she thought, as the candles blown out, she lay and listened to the rain, that dream may come back. End of Book 3, Chapter 6. Book 3, Chapter 7 of The Duchess of Wrexe by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Chapter 7, Chamber Music, a Trio. A place may abound in its own sense, as the phrase is, without bristling in the least. The American Scene by Henry James. 1. The storm, savagely retreating, left blue skies, spring, and the greenest grass the parks had ever displayed behind it. Roddy, lying before his window, watched the pond, gleaming like blue grass, but crisped by the breeze into 1,000 ripples. 2 babies ran, tumbled, screamed, and shouted, and all the many-coloured ducks, the ducks with red bills, the ducks with draggled feathers, the ducks in grey and brown, chattered beneath the sun. By midday a note had arrived from Breton, saying that he would be with Roddy at 4:30. There was no word from the Duchess. He knew, therefore, that his plan had prospered. But with those morning reflections that freeze so remorselessly the hot decisions of the night before,
He was afraid of what he had done. He was afraid of Rachel. He was afraid of Rachel because he recognized, now that he was on the brink of this plunge, how much deeper and more dangerous it might be for him than he had thought. During these last months he had been slowly capturing Rachel. That capture was the one ambition and desire of his life. But in the very intensity and ardour of his desire he had learnt more surely than ever the strange contradictions that made her character. His accident had increased his own age and so emphasized her youth. She was ever so young, ever so impulsive. Her seriousness was the seriousness of some very youthful spirit, who, guessing at the terrific difficulty of life, feels that the only way to surmount it is to close eyes blindly and leap over the whole of it at once. This was what he knew in his heart, although he would never have put it into words, as her adorable priggishness. She had found her solution, and everything must fit into it. But since she had finally resolved it, nothing would fit into it at all. And there was the whole of Rachel's young history. To Roddy, one thing manifest was that a very tiny blunder might shatter the bond that was forming between them, and it was eloquent of a great deal that, whereas before in the Nita Raisley episode it had been Rachel who feared the one false step, it was now Roddy. What it came to was that in spite of everything he was still unable to prophesy about her. She was still unrealized, almost untouched by him. That was partly why he loved her so. Roddy's brain had been alive last night and ready to grapple with anything. Today he felt stupid and confused. "We're in for a jolly good row," he thought, "far as I can see. There's no avoiding it. Anyway, some clearing up will come out of all of it." So intent was he upon Rachel that he scarcely considered the Duchess. He had not very much imagination about people, and made the English mistake of believing that everyone else saw life as he did. He had, for that very reason, never believed very seriously in the Duchess's passion for himself. He liked her indeed for her hardness, and resented any appearance of the gentler motion, "She like telling us all what she thinks of it," placed her in the afternoon's battle. He might have taken it all, had he chosen, as the most curious circumstance, that he should be arranging things, eloquent of the changed order of his life and of the new man that he was becoming. He lay there all the morning, nervous and restless. Rachel had looked in for a moment and had told him that she was going to see Christopher, that she might not return to luncheon. He had fancied that in those few moments he had divined in her some especial thrill. "We're all going to be tuned up this afternoon." If he found, and this was the question that he asked himself most urgently, that Rachel really had, in the competent interpretation of the term, deserted him for Breton, what would be his sensations? Being an Englishman, he would, of course, horsewhip the fellow, divorce Rachel, and lead a misanthropic but sensual existence for the rest of his days. But here the wild strain in Roddy counted. That is exactly what Roddy would not do. What was law for the man must be law also for the woman. He had, on an earlier day, told her that were he to present her with 1,000 infidelities, yet he would love her best and most truly, and therefore she must forgive him. Well, that should be true too for her. Any episode with Breton seemed only an incident in the pursuit of her that Roddy had commenced on that day that he had married her. And yet was not this readiness on his part to forgive her sprung from his conviction that she would have told him had she had so much to confess to him? Let her relations with Breton remain uncertain and shifting, then she might have found justification for her silence. Let them once have found so definite a climax, and she must have spoken. Roddy had indeed advanced in his knowledge both of her and himself since 2 years ago. By the early afternoon he was in a pitiable state. Should he send notes to the Duchess and Breton telling them both that he was too unwell, too cross, too sleepy, too anything to see them? Should he retire to bed and leave Peters to make his excuses? Should he disappear and tell Rachel to deal with them? What a scene there'd be between the three of them! His illness had made a difference to his nerve. Lying there on one's back took the grit away, gave one too much time to think, showed one such momentous issues. On the events of this afternoon might hang all his life and all Rachel's. His capture of her was indeed now to be put to the test. 2. Rachel came into his room at 4 o'clock. She carried a great bunch of violets and a paper parcel. She smiled across the room at him, a cap of white fur on her head, and the hand with the violets held also a large white muff. "Roddy, I'm coming to have tea with you, alone. You'll be out to everyone, won't you? But first, see what I've brought you." She was dreadfully excited, he thought, as though she knew already the kind of thing that awaited her. Her smile was nervous, and that trembling of her upper lip, as though she would perhaps cry and perhaps would laugh, but really was not sure, always told him that she was afraid. "See what I've brought you." She put the violets down upon the table beside him. "Now, look." She undid the paper, and held up to his gaze a deep, gleaming, silver lustre bowl, a beautiful bowl because of its instant friendliness and richness and completeness. "I found it," she said, "staring at me out of a shop window, demanding to be bought. I thought you'd like it." She put it on his table, found water and filled it, then arranged the violets in it. "Oh, my dear, it's beautiful," he said, and then with his eyes fixed upon her face watched her arrange the flowers. But he brought out at last, "I'm afraid I can't promise to be alone for tea." "Oh." She stepped back from the flowers and looked at him. They faced one another, the silver bowl between them. She stood as she always did when she had something difficult to face, her long hands straight at her side, her hands slowly closing and unclosing, her eyes fixed upon some far distance. "Roddy, please," she said, "I do want to be alone with you this afternoon. I have a special, very special reason. I wanted to talk." "You see," he said. "No," she cried impatiently. "We must have this afternoon to ourselves. Tell Peters that you're too ill, too tired, anything. I'm sure after all that storm last night it would be perfectly natural if you were. Now, please, Roddy." "I'm awfully sorry, Rachel dear. If I'd only known, if you'd only told me last night." "I didn't know myself last night. How could I? But now it's most awfully important, Roddy. I've something to tell you." His heart beat thickly. His eyes shone. "Well, they won't stay long, I dare say." "Who are they?" "Oh, nobody special. Friends." "Then if they aren't special, put them off. Roddy dear, I beg you." "No, Rachel, I can't." "Well, you might—" For a moment it seemed that she would be angry. Then suddenly she smiled, shrugged her shoulders, at last moved across and touched the violets, then with a little gesture bent down and kissed him. "Well, my dear, of course you will have your way. But am I to be allowed to come, or are these mysterious friends of yours too private, too secret?" "Oh, not a bit of it. I want you to come." "I'll go and take my things off. I hope they'll come soon. I'm dying for tea. I've had such a tiring day. And last night—" "How was last night? You haven't had time to tell me." She was by the door, but she turned and faced him. "Oh, I was so silly. The weather upset me, and I went and fainted at Lady Carlo's." "Fainted?" His voice was instantly sharp with anxiety. "Yes, in the middle of dinner. Such a scene, and Uncle Richard thought I let down the family dreadfully." "I hope you went straight to bed. Ah, that was why you saw Christopher this morning." "Yes, that was why. No, I didn't come straight back last night. I went round to Lizzie's. I was frightened and felt that I couldn't come back all alone." They were both of them instantly aware that someone else lived at 24 Saxton Square beside Miss Rand. There was a sharp little pause, during which they both of them heard their hearts say, "Oh, I hope you aren't going to let that little thing matter." Then Roddy said, "Well, dear, I'm jolly glad you did go to Lizzie. I hate your fainting like that. What did Christopher say this morning?" "Oh, nothing. I'll tell you later." She was gone. When she returned, Peter was bringing in the tea, and they could exchange no word. The spring was beginning. Already the evenings were longer, and a pale glow, orange-coloured, lingered in the sky and lit the green of the park with dim radiance. Within the room the fire crackled, the silver shone, the lustre bowl was glowing. Rachel went across to the table, then, staring out at the evening light, said, "Roddy, who are your visitors?" Peters answered her question by opening the door and announcing, "Mr. Breton, my lady." 3. She took it with a composure that was simply panic frozen into stillness. She saw him come, straight from the square immobility of Peters, out to meet her, noticed that he looked most horribly ill, and that his eyes cowered, as it were, behind their lashes, as though they feared a blow. She saw him catch the picture of her, hold her for an instant while his cheeks flooded with colour. Then all expression left him. He walked towards her as though the real Francis Breton, after that first glance, had turned and left the room, and only the lifeless husk of him remained. For herself, after the word from Peters, her mind had flown to Roddy. He knew everything. There could no longer be doubt of that. But, oh, how she turned furiously now upon the indecision that had allowed her to surrender her courage and her self-respect. With that she wondered what it was that her grandmother had told him. Perhaps he believed worse than the truth. Perhaps he thought that nothing too bad. And what, after all, did he intend to do? This meeting had sprung from some arranged plan, and he had, doubtless now, some end in view. Had he meditated some vengeance upon Breton? At all costs he must be protected. Meanwhile, Breton had apparently taken it for granted that she had known about his coming. "How do you do, Lady Selden?" he said, shaking her hand. "You don't know my husband," she said quietly. "Roddy, this is Mr. Breton." Breton went over to the sofa, and the two men shook hands. "How do you do?" Roddy said, smiling. "My word, the fellow does look ill," was Roddy's thought. He did not know what type of man he had expected to see, but it was not, most certainly, this nervous, rather pathetic figure with the pointed beard, the white cheeks, the blue eyes, the armless sleeve, that uncertain movement that invited your consideration, and seemed to say, "I've had a bad time, not altogether my fault. I'm trying now to do my best. Do help me." Just the sort of fellow women would be sorry for, Roddy thought. But he was rather happily conscious that, although he was lying there helpless on his back, he was on the whole in better trim than his visitor. Breton, before he sat down, turning to Roddy, said, "I was very nearly wiring to you my excuses, Sir Roderick. I've been most awfully unwell lately, and all that thunder yesterday laid me up. I've got sunstroke once in Africa, and I've always had to be careful since." "Jolly good of you to come," said Roddy. "Sorry it was such short notice, but I can never tell, you know, quite how I'll be from day to day." Breton sat down, and the two men looked at one another. To Breton, whose imagination led him to live in an alternation of consternation and anticipation, the whole affair was utterly bewildering. He had reached his rooms on the night before, soaked to the skin, and had found Roddy's note waiting for him. It had seemed to him then as though it were, in all probability, some trick of the devil's, but he had of course accepted it, as he accepted all challenges. He had supposed that he would be confronted by a raging, tempestuous husband. He would welcome anything that would bring him again into contact with Rachel, and he always enjoyed a scene. But he had never for an instant imagined that Rachel would be present. The sight of her took all calmer deliberation away from him, because he wished so eagerly to speak to her and to hear her voice. They were sitting with the table between them, and they were both of them conscious first of Roddy, lying so still and watching them from his sofa, and then of the last time that they had met, and of that last kiss that they had taken. But Rachel, with strange relief, and also with yet stranger disappointment, was realizing that Breton's presence gave her no spark, no tiniest flame of passion. She was sorry for him. She wished most urgently that no harm should come to him. She would here at this moment protect him with her life, with her honour, with anything that he might demand of her. But her emotion, every vital, burning part of it, was given to her retention of Roddy. She might have felt anger because she had, as it were, been entrapped. She might have felt terror of the possible results to herself. She felt nothing, except that she must not lose Roddy. "I know now," she said, perhaps to herself. "I know at last what it is that I have wanted. And knowing this, if, just grasping it, I should lose it. Tea, Mr. Breton? Sugar? Milk? Would you take my husband's cup to him? Thank you so much. Yes, he has sugar." "I was so sorry," Breton said, "to hear of your accident. You must have had a bad time." "Yes," said Roddy, laughing. "It was rotten. But what one loses one way, one gains in another, I find. People are much pleasanter than they used to be." Roddy, as he looked at them both, had something of the feeling that a schoolboy might be expected to have did he suddenly find that some trick that he had planned was having a really great success. He was strangely relieved at Breton's appearance. He was more sure than ever of his retention of Rachel. he had most delightfully up his sleeve the imminent appearance of the Duchess. As he looked at his wife, he could see that she was appealing to him not to make it too hard for both of them. He could, now that he had seen Breton, flatter himself with something of the same superiority that Rachel had once shown on beholding Nita Raisley. Breton, as the moments passed, felt firmer ground beneath his feet. Rachel, wondering how she could contrive their meeting, had chosen this, the boldest way, had begged her husband to invite him, planned to make him a friend of the house. And yet, with all this new confidence, he felt too that there was something that he missed in Rachel, some response to his thrill. He could see that she was ill at ease, and was relying on him perhaps to carry it off. So he carried it off, talked and laughed about his experiences, the countries that he had seen, things that he had done, and, as always when he was striving to make the best impression, made the worst, letting that note of exaggeration, of something theatrical that was dangerously near to a pose, creep into his voice and his attitude. Rachel and Roddy said very little. He stopped, felt that he had been speaking too much, and, sensitive always to an atmosphere that was not kindly to him, cursed himself for a fool, and wished that he had never spoken at all. There was a little pause. Then Roddy said, "That's very interesting. Never been to South America, but I hear it's going to be the place soon. Everyone's as rich as Croesus out there, I believe. Another cup, Rachel, dear, please. Oh, thank you, Mr. Breton." Breton brought the cup to Rachel, and then stood there with his back to Roddy, his eyes upon Rachel's face, trying to tell her what he was feeling. Quietly, Roddy's voice came to them both. "There is one little thing, one reason why I wanted you to come this afternoon, Mr. Breton." Rachel got up, her eyes fixed intently upon Roddy's face. No, Rachel, don't go. It concerns us all three." Roddy laughed. "I don't want any of us to take it very seriously. It is entirely between ourselves. I do hope," he went on more gravely, "that I haven't been taking any liberty in arranging things like this, but it seemed to me the only way, just to stop, you know, the thing, once and for all." Breton had left the table, and was standing in the middle of the room. 1,000 wild thoughts had come to him. This was a trap that Rachel... The room whirled about him. He put his hand onto the back of a chair to steady himself, then turned to Rachel, seeking her with his eyes. He saw instantly in her white face and eyes, that never left for an instant her husband, that there was nothing here of which she had any foreknowledge. "It's only," said Roddy, "that somebody came to me a few days ago and told me that you, Mr. Breton, and my wife were on friendlier terms than I would if I had known, have cared for." Breton started forward. He began. "No, please," said Roddy. "It isn't anything that I myself have taken, don't you know, for a second, seriously. I've only arranged that we three should come like this because, for all our sakes, if people are saying those things, it ought to be stopped. It's hard for me, you see, being like this, to know quite how to stop it, so I thought we'd just meet and talk it over." Roddy drew a deep breath. He hated explaining things. He disliked intensely having to say much about anything. He looked round at Rachel with a reassuring smile, to tell her that she need not really be alarmed. She had left the table and stood facing both the men. Full at her heart was a deep, glad relief that at last, the moment had come when she could tell everything, when she might face Roddy with all concealment cleared, when she might, above all, meet her grandmother's definite challenge and withstand it. But indeed she was to meet it, more immediately and more dramatically than she had expected. Even as she prepared to speak, she caught, beyond the door, strange shuffling sounds. The door, rather clumsily as though handled with muffled fingers, slowly opened. Framed in it, leaning partly upon Peters and partly upon a footman, staring at the room and its occupants from beneath the sinister covering of a black, high-peaked bonnet, was the Duchess. The old lady caught for a second the vision of her grandchildren, beat down from her face the effect that their presence had upon her, then moved slowly between her supporters towards the nearest chair. End of Book 3, Chapter 7. Book 3, Chapter 8 of The Duchess of Wrexe by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Chapter 8, A Quartet. Her dignity consisted, I do believe, in her recognition, always sure and prompt, of the dramatic moment. Henry Gallion. 1. Rachel came forward. Roddy from his sofa said something. She was, it seemed, unconscious of them all, fixing her eyes upon a large black leather arm-chair, settling slowly down into it, dismissing Peters and the footman with, "Thank you, that is very kind." Then, at last, leaning her hands upon her ebony cane, raised her eyes and smiled grimly, almost triumphantly, at Roddy. He had been aware, at that first glimpse of her in the doorway, that he was ashamed of himself. He should not have done it. She was older, feebler, more of a victim than he had ever conceived her possibly to be, and in some way the situation that awaited her changed her entirely from the old tyrant who had sat there talking to him only a week ago, into someone who demanded of one's chivalry, of one's courtesy, protection. Roddy had also caught the light of fierce recognition that had leapt up into Breton's face as he had realized who it was that stood before him. Breton must have many old scores to pay. Roddy was suddenly frightened of the emotions, the fierce resentments, the angry rebellions that he brought so lightly into collision. But the smile that the Duchess flung to him had in it no fear. It said to him, "Oh, young man, this is your little plot, is it? Oh, Roddy, my friend, how young you are, and how little you know me, if you think that I am in the least embarrassed by this little gathering. I'm glad that you've given me a chance of showing what I can do." She dominated the room. She was, from the minute of her appearance, mistress of the situation. They realized her power as they had never realized it before. Sitting there, leaning forward upon her cane, she remarkably resembled Yale Ross's portrait. She was even wearing the green jade pendant, and her black dress, her bonnet, her fine white wrists, a gold chain with its jangling cluster of things, a gold pencil, a card-case, a netted purse. These flung into fine relief the sharp white face, lit now with an amused and ironic vitality. She was old, she was ill, she was being trodden down by generations hungrier than any that she had ever known, but she was as indomitable as she had ever been. She looked about the room. Her glance passed, without any flash of recognition, without sign or signal that she had realized his presence, over the fierce figure of her grandson. "Oh, my dear," she said to Rachel, "I'm sure this is all very pleasant and most unexpected. Let's have some tea." "I'm afraid," said Rachel, "that it's been standing some time. Let me ring for some fresh." "No, I like it strong. It used always to be strong when I was younger. This new generation likes things weak, I believe." Rachel looked at her grandmother, felt nothing of Roddy's compunction. She did not, even now, grasp entirely Roddy's intention. She had no sure conviction of the climax that he intended, but she did know that here at last was her chance. She should lift once and for all out from all the lies and confusion that had shrouded them her attempts at courage and honesty, attempts that had wretchedly, most forlornly, failed. Breton should know, Roddy should know, the Duchess should know, and she herself should never again go back. Breton did not move from the corner where he was sitting. He waited there, his hand pressing hard upon his knee. Roddy said, "Most awfully good of you, Duchess, to come out again. I wouldn't have dared to ask you to come if Christopher hadn't said that last time did you no harm." "Only for you, Roddy," she answered him, almost gaily, "and Rachel, of course. Today's a nice day. All that thunder has cleared the air." What her voice must have seemed to Francis Breton, coming back to him again after so vast a distance, bringing to him 1,000 memories, scenes, and faces that had been buried, a whole world of regrets and disappointments. Rachel gave her tea, brought a little table to her side. "Thank you, my dear. How are you, Rachel? You're not looking very well. Richard, who came in to see me this morning, told me that you were ill at dinner last night. He seemed quite anxious." "It was nothing, thank you, grandmamma. That thunder always upsets me. I was sorry to interfere with Lady Carlo's dinner party." "Not much of a party from what Richard told me. And she had in a harpist afterwards. Why a harpist? Poor Aggie Carlo's. Always done the wrong thing ever since she was a child. Yes, her little drawing-room's so stuffy, they tell me.
Must have been intolerable last night."
It was, for all three of them, a quite unbearable situation. Roddy had never, even when he was a boy of 16, been afraid of her. Now at last he understood what the power was that had kept her family at her feet for so many years. Indeed, he seemed now to perceive in all of them, in Breton, in Rachel, as well as in the Duchess, a strain of some almost hysterical passion that, held in check though it was, for the moment, promised to flare into the frankest melodrama at the slightest pretext. Anything better than this pause. He plunged. "You won't forgive me, Duchess," he said abruptly. "I believe I've done a pretty rotten thing. I didn't intend it that way. I only meant just to clear everything up and make it all straight for everybody. But if I've been unpardonable, just say so and give it to me hot." He paused and cleared his throat. "I wonder if you mind, Rachel," said the Duchess, "passing me that little stool that I see over there, that little brown stool. Just put it under my feet, will you? Thank you." Roddy desperately proceeded. "It's only this. You said the last time you came that you had heard, that you knew, that you were afraid that Rachel and your grandson, Mr. Breton, had been seeing too much of one another. You just put it to me, you know. Well," he went on, trying to make his voice cheerful and ordinary and failing completely, "lying on one's back one gets thinking and brooding, especially a fellow who hasn't been used to it like me. I got worried, not because I didn't trust Rachel, and Mr. Breton, of course, all the way, because I do, but simply that, you know, it's rotten for a fellow to be lying helpless on his back, thinking that people are talking about his wife. You know how malicious people are, Duchess. And I thought it jolly well must be stopped, don't you know, and I wanted it stopped quick and straight and clean, and I didn't see how it was going to be stopped unless I'd got us all friendly together here and just squashed it, all of us. So, well to speak, well, here we are. And," he concluded, trying to smile upon everyone present, "I do hope it's all right. It didn't seem then a poor sort of thing to do, but somehow getting you all here as a surprise—" He broke off, made noises in his throat, and felt that the room was of a burning heat. He remembered vaguely that he had designed this meeting as a punishment to the old lady. He had only succeeded, however, in revealing his own cowardice. The first glimpse of her had made a poor creature of him. Oh, how he wished himself now well out of it! And yet, behind that thought was the knowledge of the little speech that he was soon to make, and the way that, with it, he would win Rachel and hold her for ever. After all, it came to that, absolutely. Rachel was the only thing in the world that mattered. The Duchess flung upon him a kindly, satiric glance, then, turning from him, bent her sharp little eyes upon Rachel, leaning forward upon her cane so that it appeared that it was now only with Rachel that she had any concern. "Had I known that my few careless words—" She broke off with a little impatient gesture. "Ah, Rachel, my dear, I'm truly sorry. My stupidity." But Rachel, her eyes upon Roddy, had got up, had moved across to Roddy's sofa, and stood there above him. Her eyes moved then slowly to her grandmother. "There was no need," she said, her voice low and trembling, "for this. If I'd done as I should, it couldn't have happened. I'm responsible for all of it, and only I. Roddy has got you here on false pretences, grandmamma. If you'd rather go now—" "Thank you," the Duchess said. "I'd much rather stay. It amuses me to see you all together here." "Then," said Rachel, "I'll say what I ought to have said before. Roddy," turning passionately round to him, "you shall have everything, everything, from the very beginning. Mr. Breton, Francis, would agree that that's what we should have done long ago." Breton made a movement as though he would rise, then stayed. "Aren't we, my dear Rachel," said the Duchess, "making a great deal of a very small affair?" But Rachel, speaking only to Roddy, sinking her voice and bending a little down to him, began, "Roddy, one thing you've got to know. It's been from the beginning only myself that was to blame. Francis—" she paused for an instant over the name. "Francis, please," as he moved again from his corner, "let me tell Roddy." She went on then more firmly, turning a little round to her grandmother again. "Roddy, I don't want to defend myself. It's the very last thing I can try to do. I only wanted to tell you, all three of you, exactly the truth. You know, Roddy, that when I said I'd marry you, it wasn't a question of love between us at all. We had that out quite straight from the beginning. I was awfully young. I wanted safety and protection, and so I took you. You rather wanted me, and grandmother wanted you to marry me, and so there you were too. Then I met my cousin. I'd heard about him since I'd been a baby, and he'd heard about me. We had a lot in common, tastes and dislikes, all kinds of things. We met, and he stirred in me all those things that you, Roddy, had never touched. I'd found marriage wasn't the freedom I thought that it would be. I was fond of you. You were fond of me, but there was something always there jogging both of us, just putting us out of patience with one another. Things got worse. You never could explain what you felt. I tried, but the whole trouble wouldn't go into words somehow. Francis and I wrote to one another a little, and then one day, as Grandmamma has so kindly told you—" here her voice was sharp for a moment— "I went to his rooms." Rachel stopped. She was looking straight in front of her, her hands clenched. She seemed to dive deep for courage, to remain for an instant struggling, then to rise with it in her hands. Her voice was strong and unfaltering. "We found that we loved one another. We told each other. It seemed to Francis then that the only thing was for us to go away together. But I refused. Although it may seem, Roddy, I cared for you then more than I'd ever cared for you before, and I think it's gone on since then, getting stronger always. I wouldn't go, and I wouldn't see Francis again, and we weren't to write again, unless I found that our living together, Roddy, you and I, was hopeless. Then I said I'd go to him." Her voice sank and faltered. There did come a day when I thought that we couldn't get on any longer. You know what finally... Lizzie Rand found out. She knew that I intended to go away with Francis. She fought to prevent it. She was splendid about it, splendid. We quarrelled, and in the middle of it came your accident. I wrote afterwards to Francis and told him that it was all over, absolutely, for ever. Since then, only once—" She broke off, recovered. "Since then there's been nothing. No letter, no meeting, nothing. My whole life now is wrapped up in you, Roddy, and Francis knows that. I've told you the whole truth." She turned from him fiercely round to her grandmother. "I don't know what you told Roddy, what you made him believe. You've wanted always to harm me with Roddy if you could. At least now you can't tell him more than I've done." The Duchess stared first at Rachel, then at Roddy. She behaved from the beginning as though Breton did not exist. Some of her amiability had left her. Her lips were tightly drawn together as she listened, and her rings tapped one against the other. "This is all rather tiresome," she said sharply. "Very like you, Rachel, to do these things in public. You get that from your mother. But you're strangely lacking in humour. It all comes from my own very unfortunate remark the other day. Not like you, Roddy dear, to arrange this kind of thing. Stupid, distinctly. I'm sure now, however, that you're satisfied. Rachel's certainly been very frank, and now perhaps we might leave it." It was then that Francis Breton came forward into the middle of the room, his face grey with anger, something suddenly unrestrained and savage in his eyes, so that the room was filled with a wind of angry agitation. He stood in front of his grandmother, but turned his head sharply now and again round to Roddy. So agitated was he that his words came in little gasps, flung out in little bundles together, and strangely accented as though he were speaking in a language that was strange to him. The sarcastic smile came back into the old lady's eyes, and she leaned forward on her stick again, looking up into his eyes. I didn't know that we were going to meet like this. You didn't know either, or you wouldn't have come, but I've been waiting for years for this. It's been nice for me, hasn't it, to sit by whilst you've done everything to make things wretched for me, to ruin me, to push me back to where—" Roddy's voice interrupted. "Mr. Breton, I think you forget—" Instantly Breton stopped. He forced control upon his voice. He stammered, I'm ashamed. I oughtn't to have, but sitting there, not being allowed to speak, you must excuse me." He turned round to Roddy. "You must think me the most complete blackguard. It's only a climax to everything that's happened since I came back. I don't want to defend myself, but it isn't
It isn't all so simple as just talking about it makes it look. You're the kind of man to whom everything's just black or white. You do it or you don't. But I've never found that. I've been in things without knowing I've been in them. I've done things that would have turned out straight for any other fellow, but they've always been crooked for me. Something always blinds me just when I need to see straightest. It's no excuse, but it's an awful handicap. I won't hide or pretend about it. Why should I? I loved Rachel. We've only met so little, really only that once in my rooms, that you can't grudge us that. We had heaps of things in common, long before we knew one another. It wasn't like any ordinary two people meeting, and I knew so well that she could make all the difference to my life that I took the chance of knowing her even though she wasn't ever going to belong to me. I don't think I ever really believed that I'd be the man. I know now that she's yours altogether, and you ought to have her. Now that I've seen you, I know that. And last night when I faced the fact that I'd have to go all my life without her, I realized what she'd told me long ago, that it was much better just to have my idea of her, and not to have had my regret about having spoiled anything for her. I've no confidence in myself, you see. If I thought I were the kind of man just to carry her off and make her happy for ever and ever, then I suppose I'd have been bolder about her long ago. But I know, even if she didn't belong to you at all, that I should be afraid that I'd spoil her life, just as I've always spoiled my own. I expect this is all very confused. It's all so difficult, and you don't want long explanations. But I'm only trying to say that you needn't ever have any fear again that I'm going to step in or try to have any part in her. We've got our things together that nobody can take from us. We've seen each other so little that most people would say it wasn't much to give up. But things don't happen only when you're together. He stopped suddenly, seemed to stand there confused, turned and flung a fierce, defiant look at his grandmother, exactly the glance that an angry small boy flings at someone in authority who has seen fit to punishment. Then went back to his corner and stood there in the shadow, watching them all. Even as he finished speaking, he had realized finally that his relationship with Rachel was over, closed, done for. He had known it on that afternoon in the park. He had realized it perhaps again in the heart of the storm last night. But now, when he had seen the soul pierce through Rachel's eyes to her husband, he knew that Roddy, one way or another, had at last won her. Moreover, to anyone as impressionable as Breton, Roddy's helplessness, his humour, his bravery, had, on the score of Roddy alone, settled the matter. Breton had his fierce moments, his high inspirations, his noble resolves. Now, as he looked this last time upon Rachel, his was no mean spirit. Rachel drew a sharp breath and looked at Roddy with wide eyes, flooded with fear. He had heard now everything that they had to say. Although she had watched him so closely, she could not say what he would do. As she saw the two men there before her, she felt that she knew Francis Breton exactly, that she could tell what he would say, how he would see things, what would anger him or surprise him. But about Roddy, she was always uncertain. She was only now, very slowly, beginning to know him, but she was sure that if Roddy were to beat her, she would care for him the more. But if Francis Breton were to beat her, she would leave him for ever. A flush, meanwhile, was rising over Roddy's neck, up into his face, to the very roots of his hair. "It's rather beastly," he said, speaking very slowly, and trying to choose his words. "All this talking. I might have known if I'd been able to think about it what it would have been like, but there, I never did. I had a kind of idea that we'd all get it over sort of in 5 minutes, and then have tea, don't you know, and all go away comfortably. I don't feel now that you've rightly got all that everybody thinks about it. It was very decent of you, Mr. Breton, to say exactly, so plainly, you know, how you felt. But I don't want to talk a lot. I can't, you know, anyhow. It's only this. I wanted the Duchess to hear me say, amongst ourselves, that I know all about it, that we all know all about it, and that there isn't anything for anyone to talk about, because there isn't anything in it. And if I hear of anyone saying a word, they've just got to reckon with me. Rachel and I know one another, and Mr. Breton, I hope you go on being a friend of ours and come and see us often. Of course, you and Rachel have a lot in common, and it's only natural you should have. Now, Duchess, you can just tell anyone who's talking that Mr. Breton is welcome here just as often as he pleases, and he's a friend of mine and my wife's, and they can jolly well shut their mouths. Thank God all that's over. 2. But he was very swiftly to realise that it was not all over. Sharply, quivering through the air like an arrow from a bow, came the Duchess's words. "Good God, Roddy, are you completely insane?" She was twisted, distorted with anger. She seemed to take her rage and fling it about her, so that the chairs, the tables, Roddy's innocent little sporting sketches, and even the case of birds' eggs were saturated with it. The gleaming park, the peaceful evening sky, the sharp curve of an apricot-tinted moon, these things were blotted out, and the noises of the town deadened by this indignant fury. Rachel had known it in other days. To Breton it evoked long-distant nursery hours. To Roddy it was something utterly new and unsuspected. For the first time in his life he caught a shadow of the terror that had darkened Rachel's young days. To the Duchess it was simply that she now clearly discovered that she was the victim of an elaborate plot. The three of them. Oh, she saw it all. And Roddy, who had been the one living soul to whom her hard independence had made concession. This came, the definite climax to the year's accumulations, the final decision flung at her before she died by those two, Rachel and Breton, from whom of all living souls she could endure it least. With her rage rose her fighting spirit. She would show them, these young fools, the kind of woman that an earlier and a finer generation than theirs could produce. They had more there before them than one old woman, sick and ailing, and they should see it. Her voice shook a little, but she gave no other sign after that first challenge. Her little eyes flamed from the mask of her face like candles behind holes in a screen. "This is your sense of fun, Roddy, I suppose," she said. "You always were lacking in that. I've told you so before. As you ask me here, I suppose you're ready for my opinion. You shall have it. I'll only ask you to cast your eye over any friend of ours. See what you would say if this idiotic folly committed by someone else had come to your ears. I suppose you'd arrange this, the three of you. Well, you shall know what I think. Your tenderness to Rachel is magnificent. She has obviously reckoned on it, knew that her frankness would serve her well enough. You've already been more patient with her than men would have been in my day. I only hope that your patience may not be too severely tried. As for my grandson, to whom you have so tenderly entrusted Rachel, your acquaintance with him is quite recent, is it not? I am sure that if you were to inquire of any man at one of your clubs, he would give you quite excellent reasons for my grandson's long unhappy absence from his relations and his country. At any rate, you don't know him as well as I do. I could tell you, if you asked me, that it is a long time now since any decent man or woman has sought his society. Do you suppose that his family have not the best of reasons for trying to forget his existence, an attempt that he makes unpleasantly difficult? Have you heard nothing, Roddy? Do you really want a man who has been kicked out of society for the most excellent reasons, who has disgraced his name as no member of his family has ever disgraced it before him, for your wife's lover, if she must have one?" Rachel, trembling, had come forward. Roddy had cried out, but quietly, stronger than either of them, Breton had faced her. She had not throughout the afternoon looked at him, nor spoken one word to him. Now her anger carried her beyond all physical control. She was compelled to meet his gaze. He stood very quietly beside her chair, looking at the three of them. "My grandmother is wrong," he said. "I'm not quite as deserted as she thinks. Just before I came here this afternoon, Uncle John called upon me. I had half an hour's very pleasant talk with him. He told me that although his mother had not altered her opinion of me, Uncle Vincent and Aunt Adela and himself considered that I had earned," he smiled a little, "forgiveness. He hoped that I would understand that, while my grandmother was alive, I could not be invited to 104 Portland Place, but that he thought I would like to know that they had realized my, improvement, and that he hoped that we would be friends.
I said that I should be delighted. The Duchess spoke to him then, her voice shaking so that it was difficult to catch her words.
John said that to you?
Yes. It was a curious coincidence that today... Her eyes had dropped. She murmured to herself,
John, Adela, behind my back, Adela, Vincent.
They were all silent. She sat there, her head down, leaning on her hands, brooding. Her anger seemed to have departed. Her fire, her fury had fled. She was a very old woman, and the room was suddenly chilly. Before her were Rachel and Breton. They faced the ancient enemy. But as Rachel stood there, realizing that there had flashed between them the climax of all their lives together, yes, and a climax of forces greater and more powerful than anything that their own small histories could contain, she had no sense of drama, nor of revenge, nor of any triumphant victory. A little while before she had been almost insane with anger. Now something had occurred. Rachel only knew that the three of them, Roddy, Francis, and herself, were young and immensely vigorous, with all life before them, but that one day they would be old as this old woman, and would be deserted and sick and past anyone's need of them. "Oh, I wish we hadn't. I wish we hadn't," she thought. In that moment's silence they all might have heard the sound of the soft, sharp click, the click that marked the supreme moment of their relationship to the situation that had, for all of them, been so long developing. Breton surrendered Rachel, Roddy received them, and beyond them all, the Duchess definitely abandoned her world. For them all, grouped there so closely together, the heart of their relations, the one to the other, had been revealed to them. Other dramas, other comedies, other tragedies, this had claimed its moment and had passed. After the silence, the Duchess said, "My family, I no longer..." She stopped, collected with all her will her words, then in a low voice said, looking at Breton, "I owe you, I suppose, an apology. I owe that perhaps to you all. My children are wiser in their own generation. I no longer understand the way things go, all too confused for my poor intelligence." She pulled herself together as an old ship rights itself after a roller's stinging blow. "This has lasted long enough. We've all talked. My family are wiser, it seems." But she could not go on. "Please, Roddy," she said at length, "I think it's time, if you'd ring." "I'm sorry," he said, and then stopped. Soon Peters and a footman appeared. She leaned heavily upon them, and staring before her at the door, slowly went out. End of Book 3, Chapter 8. Book 3, Chapter 9 of The Duchess of Wrexe by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Chapter 9, Rachel and Roddy. "Tell me, praise, and tell me, love, what you both are thinking of." "Oh, we think," said Love, said Praise, "now of children and their ways." William Brighty Rand. 1. Breton had gone. The room was empty. Rachel came and, kneeling on the floor, hid her face in Roddy's coat. He put his hands about hers. His only desire now was that there should be peaceful silence. His hatred for scenes had always been with him an instinct, natural, alert, untiring, so that he would undertake many labours, forego many pleasant prizes, if only emotional crises might be avoided. This afternoon had showered upon him a relentless succession of reverberating displays. He perceived one human being after another reveal quite nakedly their tumultuous feelings. It was, for him, precisely as though the Duchess, Rachel, Breton had stripped there before him, and expected him to display no astonishment at their so doing. That he should have been the author of the business made it no better. He reflected that he had even looked forward with excitement to the affair. If I had only known how beastly... He was ashamed of his own action in provoking these things, ashamed of his own lack of understanding, ashamed to have watched the sharpened tempers of his friends. He would never, heaven help him, take part in any such scene again. But out of it all one good thing had come. He had got Rachel. As she had looked across the room, meeting his eyes, he had known that at last his long pursuit of her was at an end. It never occurred to him that most husbands, after such a declaration as Rachel had just made, would have stormed, reproached, ridden for a long time to come the high horse of conscious superior virtue. It did not seem odd to him that at the very moment of Rachel's confession he should feel more sure of her than he had ever been before. At last the Nita Raisley debt was paid off. At last he knew, beyond question, that Rachel loved him. Best of all, perhaps, he had seen Breton and felt his own superiority. That being so, he wanted no words about the matter. He would like to lie there on his sofa, with her hands enclosed in his, and nothing said between either of them, very pleasant and quiet there in the dusk. He hoped that he would never again have to explain anything or speak to anyone about his feelings, no, not even to Rachel. Then he discovered that she was sobbing as she knelt there, and his face crimsoned with confusion and alarm. Rachel, the proudest woman he had ever known, kneeling to him, crying. He tried to lift her, pressing her hands. "Rachel, dear, Rachel!" Her words came between her sobs. "I should have told you long ago. I tried to. I did indeed. But it was because I was frightened, because I... Oh, Roddy, you'll never trust me again." He was burning hot with the confusion of it. He was almost angry both with himself and her. "Please, Rachel, please don't. It's all over, dear. There's nothing the matter. It's fine of you to take it like that, but you'll never forgive me. Really, you can't. It isn't possible. This very afternoon I was going to tell you if all this hadn't happened. You'll be different now. You must be. Just when I want you so much." He glanced in despair about the room. He looked at the sporting prints and the case of birds' eggs, and at last at Rachel's photograph. How proud and splendid she was there. This dreadful abasement. He stroked her hair. "See here, old girl, we've had a rotten afternoon, haven't we? Awfully rotten. Never remember to have spent a worse. All my fault too. Poor old Duchess. But look here, it's all right now. I understand everything. And dash it all, do stop crying, Rachel, old girl." "It's been bad enough," she said, her voice steadier now, "the way I've been to you all this time, but I thought at least I was honest. I've tried. I've made a miserable failure, but, Roddy, you need never be afraid of anything again. I'm yours altogether, Roddy, to do anything with. All about Francis. I was mad somehow. It was Grandmamma, feeling she'd driven me into marrying you. And then Nita. And then I didn't know you a bit, all there was in you. But now..." And she raised her eyes and looked at him. "I love you with all my heart and soul and strength." He bent down his head and rather clumsily kissed her. "You know, Rachel, I was a bit frightened myself this afternoon. Thought you might be angry because I took you by surprise. You bet if I'd known what it was going to be like. Well, thank the Lord it's done, and we'll never have another like it. I'll see to that. Scenes are rotten things, aren't they? I always loathed them, even when I was tiny. So did the governor. If he had me up for licking, all he ever said was, 'Down with your bags.' And that was all there was about it." She leant her cheek against his. "You've forgiven me all? Everything? Absolutely?" she asked. "There isn't any forgiveness in it," he answered. "It's all the other way, if it's anything. You see, I've been thinking a lot while I was lying here. When there was that business over Nita, I said you should always be free, just as I told you I ought to be. Well, since I got that old tumble, I haven't any right to hold you at all. I'm just an old log here, no good anyway, and only a nuisance. And if I thought I was keeping you tied, I'd be miserable. You see, I know you're fond of me now. I've got that. Don't let's talk any more about it. You've got me, and I've got you,
and we aren't afraid of any old woman in the world."
He held her closely to him, his arms strong about her. "There's something else to tell you."
"Something else?"
"Yes. We're going to have a child, you and I, Roddy. And now that you've forgiven me, it's all right. But that's partly what's made me afraid all these last weeks. As it is, you've got me safe forever."
"Well, I'm damned," said Roddy.
She could feel his hand trembling upon hers.
"Oh," she whispered, "I was frightened this afternoon, terrified. I thought you'd never see me again."
Roddy was turning things over in his mind.
"A kid, my word, just the thing. A boy. It'll be jolly for the place, and I can teach him a lot. It'll be something to go back to the house for. Gosh, there's news."
His eyes wandered round the room.
"Good thing I kept all those eggs. Nearly broke 'em up too. They're a jolly fine collection. I'd have prized 'em like anything if they'd come to me when I was small."
He caught her hand so fiercely that she gave a little cry.
"What a day! We'll have to see about the shooting down at Seton again, old girl. Lord, what an afternoon!"
End of Book 3, Chapter 9. Book 3, Chapter 10 of The Duchess of Wrexe by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Chapter 10. Lizzie becomes Miss Rand again. So she put the handkerchief and the pin and the lock of hair back into the box, turned the key, and went resolutely about her everyday duties again. Mrs. Ewing. 1. Lizzie was waiting for Lady Adela. She had finished her work for the day, had come from her own room to Lady Adela's, and now stood at one of the high windows looking down upon the April sunshine that coloured the dignities of Portland Place. The room was spacious and lofty, but curiously uncomfortable and lifeless. High bookcases with glass shutters revealed rows of Cornhill and Blackwood volumes. A long, rather low table, covered with a green cloth, held a silver inkstand, a blotting pad, pens, and a calendar. There were stiff mahogany chairs ranged against the walls, and old prints of Beminster House, white-pillared, spacious with sloping lawns, and Eton College Chapel faced the windows. This was where Lady Adela spent several hours of every morning, and she had never attempted to do anything with it. A large marble clock on the mantelpiece ticked out its sublime indifference to time and change. "We're the same, thank God," it said, "as we've always been." Lady Adela had told Lizzie that she would come in from a drive at 3:45, and would like then to speak to her. Lizzie's eyes were fixed upon Portland Place, deserted for the moment, and catching in its shining surface some hint of the blue sky above it. There was a great deal just then to occupy her thoughts. 10 days ago, in the middle of a little dinner party that Lady Adela was giving, upstairs the Duchess had had a stroke. Lizzie had of course not been there, but coming next morning she had been told of it. Her Grace was soon well again, no unhappy effects could be discovered. She had not herself been apparently disturbed by it, but it had rung like a warning bell through the house. "The beginning of the end. We've been watching, we've been waiting. Soon these walls will be ours again," said the portraits of those stiff and superior Beminsters. News ran through the Beminster camp. "The Duchess has had a stroke. The Duchess has had a stroke." But for many weeks now Lizzie had been aware that some crisis had found its hour. Rachel and her husband, Lady Adela and Lord John, even the Duke and Lord Richard had been involved. It was not her business to ask questions, but every morning that saw her sitting down to her day's work saw her also wondering whether it would be her last in that house. Lady Adela, however sharply she may have changed in herself, had never permitted her relationship to Lizzie to be drawn any closer. When Lizzie had returned from that terrible Christmas at Seton, Lady Adela had asked her no questions, had shown no sign of human anxiety or tenderness. She had never, during all the years that Lizzie had been with her, expressed gratitude or satisfaction. She had, on the other hand, never bullied nor lost her temper with her. She had separated herself from all expression or human emotion. And yet Lizzie liked her. She would miss her when their association ended. Yes, she would miss her, and the house, and the whole Beminster interest when the end came. She wondered, as she stood at the window, whether that old woman upstairs was suffering, what her struggle against extinction was costing her, how urgently she was protesting against the passing of time and the death of her generation. Flying galleons of silver clouds caught the sun, and Portland Place passed into shadow. The bell of the round church began to ring. Poor old thing, thought Lizzie. She would not have considered her thus a year ago. Lady Adela came in. She reminded Lizzie of Mrs. Noah in her stiff wooden hat, her stiff wooden clothes, her anxiety to prevent any mobility that might give her away. She looked, as she always did, carefully about the room, at the Cornhills and Blackwoods, at the marble clock, at the prints of Beminster House and Eton College Chapel, a little as though she would ascertain that no enemy, no robber, no brigand, no outlaw was concealed about the premises, a little as though she would say, "Well, these things are all right anyway, nothing wrong here." "I'm sorry, Miss Rand," she said. "I hope that I haven't kept you." "No, thank you, Lady Adela. I have only just finished." Lady Adela sat down. They discussed correspondence, trivial things that were, Lizzie knew, placed as a barrier against something that frightened her. At length it came. "Miss Rand, I wonder whether... The fact is, my mother has just decided that she wishes to be moved to Beminster House. I must, of course, go with her. I hope that this will not inconvenience you. You can, if you prefer not to leave your mother, come down every day by train. It only takes an hour. Just as you please." Lizzie's heart was strangely, poignantly stirred. The moment had come, then. The house was to be deserted. This could only mean the end. She herself would never return here. Her little room, the large solemn house, that walk from Saxton Square, the round church, the Queen's Hall, Regent's Park. But she gave no sign. Gravely she replied, "I think I'd better come down with you, Lady Adela, if you don't mind. My mother has my sister. Perhaps I might come up for the weekends." "Yes, that would be quite easy. The other places, you know, are let, but Beminster has always been kept. The Duke has been there a good deal. It reminds me, I was there for some years as a girl." Lizzie realised that Lady Adela was very near to tears. She had never before seen her in any way moved. She was distressed and uncomfortable. It was as though Lady Adela was suddenly, after all these years, about to be driven from a position that had seemed, in its day, impregnable. "Oh, don't, please don't, now," was Lizzie's silent cry. "It will spoil it all these years." Lady Adela didn't. Her voice became dry and hard, her eyes without expression. "We shall go down, I expect, on Monday, if Dr. Christopher thinks that's a good day." "I hope that the Duchess... My mother's very well to-day, quite her old self. I've just been up with her. It is odd, but for 30 years she's never expressed any interest in Beminster. Now she is impatient to be there." "One often, I think, has a sudden longing for places." "Yes, I should be glad myself to be there again." "This house?" "Oh, we shall shut it up. For the time, Lord John will come down to Beminster with us. I've spoken to Norris, but to-morrow morning, if you don't mind, we will go through things." "Certainly." "The house has not been shut for a great number of years, a very great number. During the last 30 years, through the hottest weather, my mother was here. It will seem strange—" Her voice trembled. "Is there anything more this afternoon?" Lizzie turned to the door. "No, I think not. Except perhaps—" Lady Adela was in great agitation. Her eyes sought Lizzie, beseeching her help. "Miss Rand, I think it only right to say, I'm afraid one cannot, in the nature of things... It's impossible, I fear, to expect my mother to live very much longer." Her voice caught in a dry, strangled cough. "Dr. Christopher has warned us. After my mother's death, my life, of course, will be very different. I shall live very quietly, a good deal in the country and abroad, I expect. I shall not, of course, have a secretary." "I quite understand," said Lizzie quietly. "I wish you to know, Miss Rand," Lady Adela continued, "that although during all these years I have seemed very unappreciative, It is not my way. I find it difficult to express. But I have nevertheless been very conscious, we have all been, of the things that you have done for me. Indeed, for the whole house. You have been admirable. Quite admirable. I have been very happy here, said Lizzie. I am very glad of that. I must have seemed often very blind to all that you were doing, but I should like you to know that it is more than simply your duty to the house. It is the many things that you have done personally for me. You have not yourself been, I dare say, aware of the effect that your company has had upon me. It has been very great. Lizzie smiled. I've loved the house and the work. It has meant a very important part of my life. I shall never forget it. Their embarrassment was terrible. After a moment of struggle, Lady Adela's voice was hard and unconcerned again. You know, Miss Rand, that when the time comes for this change, anything that I or any of us can do, I do not know what your own plans may be, but you need have no fear, I think. Thank you very much, Lady Adela. That is very kind. There was a little pause. Then they said good night. As Lizzie went down the great staircase, on every side of her the stones of the house were whispering, You're all going, you're all going, you're all going. Her heart was very sad. 2. As she passed the Regent Street post office, Francis Breton came out of it. They had not met often lately, but she was conscious that ever since that interview in Regent's Park they had been very good friends. Her absorption with Rachel and affairs in the Portland Place house had assisted her own resolution, and she thought that she could now meet him without a tremor. Nevertheless the tremor came as she caught sight of him there, and for a moment the traffic and the shouting died away, and there was a great stillness. He was very glad to see her. He stood on the post office steps looking richer and smarter than she had ever known him. He wore a dark blue suit and a black tie and a bowler hat, all ordinary garments enough, but they surrounded him with an air of prosperity that had not been his before. He seemed to her to gleam and glitter and shine with confidence and assurance. One hurried glimpse she had had of him some weeks before, miserable, unkempt, or almost furtive. She was glad for his sake that all was well with him, but he needed her more when he was unhappy. But he was delighted. "Miss Rand, that's splendid. Are you going back to Saxon Square now? The very thing. I've been wanting badly to see you." It was always, she thought, in little hurried and occasional walks that they exchanged their confidences. There was not much to show for all the elaborate palace that she had once been building. Snatches of conversation, clutches at words and movements, even eloquent interpretation of silences. Well, she was wiser than all that now. But when they started off together, she found that she was caught up instantly into that fine assumption of intimacy that was one of his most alluring qualities. Radiant though he was, he still needed her. He was more eager to talk to her than to anyone else, even though he had forgotten her very existence until he saw her standing there. "I am glad to see you. I should have come down and tried to find you anyway in a day or two. I've been through a rotten time, really rotten, and one doesn't want to see anyone, even one's best friends, in that sort of condition, does one?" "That's just the time your real friends, if they're worth anything, want to see you, if they can be of any use." "But you've been such a tremendous help to me. I was ashamed to come to you any more. Besides, you've shown me, in a way, that I ought to get through on my own without asking help from anyone. You taught me that I did try." She saw that he was shining with the glory of one who had come rather mightily unaided through times of stress. A pleasant self-congratulatory pathos stirred behind his words. "It was a bad time, but it's all right now, and I expect it was good for me," was really what he said. "I do want to talk to you," he went on eagerly, "about Rachel. It's all been so strange, wonderful in a way. After that talk I had with you in the park, I was absolutely broken up. Oh, but done for. I simply went under. I tried to go back to some of that old set I've told you about before, but the awful thing was that Rachel wouldn't let me. Thinking of her,
wanting her when all these other women were about. It simply wasn't possible. It got worse and worse. I thought I'd go off my head. Then, do you remember that awful thunderstorm we had?"
"Yes," said Lizzie, "I remember it very well."
"That night was a kind of climax. I dined with Christopher, then got wandering about. It was horribly close and heavy. Got into some music hall. I suppose I'd been drinking. Anyway, I had suddenly a kind of vision there in the music hall. I thought Rachel was dead, that I'd lost her altogether. And then, it's all so hard to explain, but when I came to myself I seemed to understand that the only way I could keep her was by giving her up. I've got it all muddled, but that was what it came to."
"You were quite right," said Lizzie.
"Well then, what do you think happened? The very next day my uncle, John Bedminster, came to see me. Yes, came himself. Talked and was most pleasant and wanted to be friends. At the same time, now just listen to this, came a note from Seddon asking me to go and see him. I went, found Rachel there. Apparently my delightful grandmother had been telling him stories about Rachel and me, and he wanted to put things straight. As though this weren't enough, right upon us without a word of warning, dropped my grandmother herself."
He stopped, that he might convey fully to Lizzie the drama of the occasion. There was in his words just that touch of absurdity and exaggeration that she had noticed at her very first meeting with him. He was always too passionately anxious to thrill his audience.
"There was a scene. You can imagine it. We all tried to behave at first, although of course it was immensely difficult. I don't think Seddon had in the least realized the kind of thing it would be. Then she, the old tyrant, could contain herself no longer and burst out concerning me, the blackguard I was, and the rest of it. She was furious, you see, at Seddon taking my friendship with Rachel so quietly. He was splendid about it. Well, when she burst out about all the family cutting me and everybody casting me out, the opportunity was too good. I couldn't help it. I had to tell her that Uncle John had been round that very afternoon to see me, and that the family was holding out its arms."
"What happened?" said Lizzie, as he paused.
But she collapsed, altogether, completely. She never said another word. She just went."
"You shouldn't have done it," Lizzie cried, turning almost furiously upon him. "Oh, it was cruel. She was so old, and all of you so young and strong."
"Yes," he answered her. "But think of the years that I've waited, the time she's given me, the suffering—"
"No," interrupted Lizzie, quiet again now. "If you're weak enough to be pushed down by anybody like that, then you're weak enough to sink by your own fault, whether there's anyone there or no. She's been hard in her time, I dare say, but everything's left her now, and she's ill and lonely. It was wrong of all of you."
"I shouldn't have thought, Sir Roderick. He only wanted to be straightened out," Breton said eagerly. "He didn't intend to have a scene. But I expect you're right, Miss Round, as you always are. I've been a brute, the most howling cad. But there's one thing, I don't think it's hurt my grandmother. She likes those scenes, and she's been none the worse since."
"She's been much worse," said Lizzie gravely. "She's dying. She's going down to Bedminster on Monday."
He stopped. "Oh, but I'm sorry. That's dreadful. I'd no idea. I'm always responsible."
He sunk to such depth that she was compelled to raise him. "I don't think you need be disturbed, Mr. Breton. Something of the sort would have been certain to happen very soon. She would have found out in any case. And there were other things, I know. Rachel—"
"Ah!" he broke in, eager again and almost cheerful. "That was the wonderful thing. When I saw her there first with Seddon, I'd never met him before, you know. I felt angry and impatient. I wanted to carry her off, away from everybody. And then when Seddon began to speak, I lost all sense of Rachel's belonging to me. She seemed older, ever so far away from him, and he was so fine, so splendid about it all that I felt, well, that I'd do anything in the world for both of them, but never anything that could separate them or make him unhappy."
"You can't separate them now," said Lizzie. "Nobody can."
"No, it was just finished. Our episode together that wasn't really an episode at all, if you consider the little that we saw one another. Besides, I've never got near Rachel, and I felt in some way that the nearer I got to her, the farther away she was. Why, the only time that I kissed her, she was the farthest away of all."
They were walking up the grey, peaceful square.
"You don't mind my telling you all this, do you, Miss Rand? You've seen it all from the beginning. But I'm odd in a way. Uncle John coming to me, Seddon being friendly to me, the family taking me back, that seems to have made all the difference to me. Although I never confess it even to myself, I know that if Rachel and I had gone off together, I'd never have been happy. You see, we're both alike that way. We're restless, one half of us, but oh, we're Beminster the other. And even Rachel, who's been fighting the family all her days, has one part of her that's happy to be married to Seddon and to be quiet and proper and English. That's why neither I nor Seddon ever could hold her, because to be with me she'd have had to give up the other. If she'd had a child, that might be—"
"She's going to have a child," said Lizzie. He stopped and stared at her.
"Miss Rand, is that certain?"
"Quite."
"Ah, well, Seddon's got her all right. They'll be happy as anything."
He sighed.
"You know, Miss Rand, Rachel and I have been fighting the old lady, and we seem to have won. But I'm not sure whether, after all, she hasn't."
On the step he paused.
"I'm sticking to candles. I've got work. I'm recognised again. I've got that little bit of Rachel that she gave me, and that nobody else can have. And I've got you for a friend. Not so bad, after all."
He laughed, opened the door for her, and then as they stood in the dark little hall he said,
"All along you've been such a friend for me. I want someone like you, someone strong and sensible, without my rotten sentiment and impulses. We'll always be friends, won't we?"
He held her hand. "Always," she said, smiling at him. But perhaps to both of them there came, just then, sighing through the dark still hall, a breath, a whisper, of that hour when life had been at its intensest, that hour when Breton had held Rachel in his arms, that hour when Lizzie had dressed with trembling hands for the theatre. For Breton, his place once again in the world; for Lizzie, work and peace of heart. But once on a day life had flamed before both of them, and they would never forget. "Well, good night, Mr. Breton."
"Good night, Miss Rand."
When he had gone, she stood in the hall a moment. Their little dialogue had closed with the sound of a closing door, a stage in her life. She would never be the same as she had been before that episode. It had shown her that she was as romantic as the rest of the world. It had made her kinder, tenderer, wiser. And now, once again, she was independent. Once again, her soul was her own. She could be, once more, his friend, seeing him with all his faults, his impetuosities, his weak impulses. Her place was there for her to fill. It was not the place that she would once have chosen, but she had regained her soul, and once more control of her spirit. She was free. There stretched before her a world of work, of thrilling and ever-changing interest. There was Rachel and Rachel's baby. "You seem in very good spirits, Lizzie," said Mrs. Rand as she came in. "I'm sure I'm very glad, because it's too tiresome. Here's Daisy gone off." 3. Afterwards she said to her mother, "I'm going down to Beminster on Monday. I'm afraid I shall be away some time." "Oh, Lizzie," said Mrs. Rand reproachfully. "Well now, that is a pity. Why must you?" "The Duchess is going, and Lady Adela must go with her, and I must go with Lady Adela." "Dear, dear, whatever shall we do, Daisy and I? Daisy gets idler every day. It's always closed with her now. I suppose we shall manage." "I shall come up for weekends." "What a way you speak of it! Of course you don't care. If you went away for years you wouldn't miss us, I dare say. I can't think why it is, Lizzie, that you're always so hard. Daisy and I have got plenty of feeling and emotion, and your father, poor man, had more than he could manage. But I'm sure more's better than none at all, where feelings are concerned." "I suppose," said Lizzie, speaking to more than her mother, "that if everyone had so much feeling, there'd be nobody to give the advice. Feelings don't suit everybody." "You're a strange girl," said Mrs. Rand, "and you're like no one in our family.
All your aunts and uncles are kind and friendly. I don't suggest that you don't do your best, Lizzie. You do, I'm sure, and nobody could deny that you've got a head for figures and running a house. But a little heart. I've come to the conclusion I'm better without any, Lizzie laughed. I expect I'm more like you and Daisy, mother, than you know. Well, you're a strange girl, said Mrs. Rand again, and I never understand half you say. Lizzie came to her and kissed her. You always miss me, you know, mother, when I'm away, in spite of my hard heart. Well, that's true, said Mrs. Rand, looking at her daughter with wide and rather tearful eyes. But I'm sure I don't know why I do. End of Book 3, Chapter 10. Book 3, Chapter 11 of The Duchess of Wrexe by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 11. The Last View from High Windows. Not without fortitude I wait, I, in this house so rifted, marred, so ill to live in, hard to leave, I, so star-weary, overwarred, that have no joy in this your day. Francis Thompson. 1. Rachel, on the morning of April the 28th, received this letter from Lady Adela. Bedminster House, April the 27th. My dear Rachel, Mother suddenly last night expressed an urgent wish to see you. She has not been at all well during the last few days, and Dr. Christopher, who has been here since last Saturday, says that if you can come down and see her, he thinks that it will be a comfort to her. She is sleeping very badly, but is wonderfully tranquil, and seems to like to be here again. If you can come down tomorrow afternoon, I will send to meet the 5:32 at Royston. That is quicker than going round to Monkston. If I don't hear, I conclude that you are coming by that train. My love to Roddy, your affectionate aunt, Adela Bedminster. Rachel showed the letter to Roddy. I'm so glad, she said. I've been hoping that she'd send for me. I've felt ever since that day that I should never be easy again if I hadn't the chance to tell her that I see now that we were wrong. She never answered my letter, said Roddy. Perhaps she wasn't well enough to write. Yes, I'm glad you're going, Rachel. She was moved by many emotions. The old lady dying, the house in whose shadow she had spent so many of her timid, angry, adventurous young years, the thrill that the thought of her child gave her now at every vision of the world, the knowledge that in Roddy she at last had someone in her life to whom, after every absence, however short, she was eager to return. These things shone with new wonderful lights around her journey. The April evenings were lengthening, and the dusks were warm and scented. The little station lay peacefully in the heart of green fields. Across the sky, washed clean of every colour, a dark train of birds slowly, lazily took their flight. Trees were dim, with edges sharp against the skyline. A dog barking in the distance gave rhythm to the stillness. Rachel, driving through the falling dark, felt, as she had felt it when she was a small child, the august colour and space and dignity of the first vision of the great house, white as a ghost now under the first stars, speaking to her with the old voice, fountains that splashed in gardens, the river that ran at the end of the sloping lawns, the chiming clock that rang out the hour as she drove up to the door. Aunt Adela, Uncle John, Dr. Chris, Lizzie, they were all there, and their presences made less chill the dominating reason for their assembly. Over all the house the shadow fell. The wide high rooms, the long picture gallery, the comfortless grandeur of a house that had not found for some years many human creatures to lighten it. These echoed and flung forwards and backwards the note of suspense, of pause, of impending crisis. But Rachel spent one of the happiest evenings of her life with Uncle John and Christopher. She knew that Uncle John had had a short but terrible interview with her grandmother, that he had been charged with treachery and dishonour and every traitorous wickedness. A week ago, when he had told her this, he had been the picture of despair and shame. I hadn't meant her to know. She wasn't to come into it at all, and then that she should meet with him at Roddy's on that very afternoon. There's nothing bad enough for me. But he had added with a strange note of defiance, so unlike the old Uncle John, I had felt it my duty, Rachel, to speak to Francis. I had felt it the right thing to do. I had felt it very strongly. Then he had been overwhelmed. Now he was once more at peace and tranquil.
"It's all right," he told Rachel. "I've been forgiven. I think she's forgiven all of us. She wouldn't listen when I wanted to tell her how sorry I was. She seems now not to care." "She's never forgiven anyone anything before," said Rachel. "Hush, my dear, I don't think you ought to say that. We've never understood her, any of us. She's always been beyond us. You'll realise tomorrow, Rachel, how wonderful she is." But he was very happy. He had his old Rachel back, the old Rachel whom he had expected never to see again. She sat between him and Christopher at dinner, no longer fierce and ironical, with sudden silences and swift angers, but affectionate, sympathetic, happy. "Mother will see you tomorrow," Adela told her. "She's glad that you've come. The morning's rather a bad time for her. Could you stay for the whole day?" "Of course," Rachel said. At the end of the evening she went up to Lizzie's room. When midnight rang from the tower, they parted. But first Rachel said, "Lizzie, I wonder whether you realise what you've been, to all of us, to me, of course, but to the others, to the whole family." "Oh, nonsense." "Roddy was speaking about it yesterday. He said that you were the most wonderful person in all the world for making all the difference without saying or doing anything, by just being there." "Oh, Roddy thinks everybody. But this is what I'm coming to. You can't yourself know how much difference you make to everyone. But there's just this. Roddy feels, and I feel, that when he comes, of course it'll be a boy, we'd rather have you for a friend than anyone in the whole world. You will be, won't you?" "My dear, I should think so. I'll whack him and bath him and snub him and teach him his letters, anything you like." Then she added rather gravely, "There's one thing, Rachel, I've wanted to say for some time. I want you to know definitely that all wounds are closed now. Everything's healed. About Mr. Breton, I mean. I was afraid that you might think I still cared. That's all ended, closed up, that little episode. You needn't be afraid, Rachel. I'm happier, I'm freer than I've ever been in my life. Good night, my dear. Your friendship is more to me than any number of heart-burnings. I was always meant to be independent, you know." 2. It was very strange to Rachel, who had been on so many evenings to that other room, to pause now outside this new door, to knock with the house solemn and still around her, to hear Dorchester's voice, then with the old hesitation and, yes, some of the old fear, to enter. She had considered what she would say. Coming down in the train she turned it over and over. Her apology, her submission, her cry. "See, I'm different, utterly different from the Rachel whom you knew. I was a prig of the very worst. I deserves everything you thought of me. Just say you forgive me, even though you can't like me." This was the kind of thing that in the train had seemed possible enough. Now, with the opening of the door and that sharp recurrence of the old thrill, she was not at all sure that she wanted to be submissive and affectionate. "I don't feel fond of her. Nothing could make me. There are too many things." Space and silence saluted Rachel. 2 great mirrors ran from floor to ceiling. High windows flooded the room with light, and everything seemed to be intended only for such a situation as this. The very house, the grounds, the colour of the day had arranged themselves in their purity and air and silence about the central figure. The Duchess lay in a long low chair before the window. She was wrapped in white shawls, and thick rugs covered her body. Dorchester, the same stern, unbending Dorchester, said gravely to Rachel, "Good afternoon, my lady. I hope that you are well," then moved into another room. The Duchess had not stirred at the sound of the closing doors, nor at Dorchester's voice, nor at Rachel's approach. She was gazing out beyond the windows to the expanse of sunlit country, fields that sloped towards the river, an orchard white with blossom running down the hill, its colour dazzling, almost visibly trembling against the sky. Rachel had only seen her in the Portland Place rooms, with the china dragons, the gold ornaments, the red lacquer bed, the blazing wallpaper. It had seemed then that she must have those things around her, that she needed the colour and extravagance to support her flaming passion for life, so curbed and shackled by disease. Their absence made her older, feebler, more human, but also grander and more impressive. Rachel had always feared her, but despised herself for her fear. Now she was in the presence of something that made her proud to be afraid. She thought that she might be asleep, so she moved very quietly a chair forward near the window, and sitting down, waited. The only sound in all the world was the steady splash, splash, splash of the fountain below, the only movement the stealthy creeping of the long shadows flung by white boulder clouds across the shining fields. Suddenly, without turning her head, the Duchess spoke. "Very good of you, Rachel. I hoped that you would come." Her voice was weak, her words indistinct, as though she were speaking through muffled shawls. But nevertheless behind them the presence of the old dominating will was to be discerned. But now it was a will quiescent, struggling no longer for power. "I would have come before if you had sent for me. I'm so glad that you did." "I can't talk for very long, my dear, and I don't suppose that you want to spend hours in my company any more than you've ever done. No, you needn't protest. We're neither of us here for compliments. But there's something that I must say to you. Christopher allows me half an hour." "I hope you're better, that being here has done you good." "Better? Nonsense. I don't want to be better. That's all over and done with. I had another stroke 3 days ago. The next one will finish me. So don't pretend. You used to be honest enough. I've asked you to come because I want to speak to you about Roddy." "He wrote," Rachel said. "Yes, I got his letter. I couldn't reply. I can't write myself, and I won't have anyone else do it for me. Besides, there was nothing to write about. He said he was sorry about that little conversation we all had together the other day." "And I," Rachel began eagerly, "I was so sorry. I've been longing to tell you. It was all wrong, but Roddy has no imagination. He didn't realise in the least—" "Ah, my dear, I expect I know Roddy a great deal better than you do. He'll do the same sort of thing to you one day. He's got the devil in him, and will always have it, however much you coddle him or let him lie there thinking over his sins. Do you suppose I'd have been so fond of Roddy all these years if I hadn't known him capable of such little revenges? I liked it. There was no need to write to me, and he knew it. But I'm afraid you influence him a good deal." Rachel coloured. "I hope—" "Oh, yes, you do. And that's exactly why I wanted to see you." She turned then, and very carefully, very slowly, her eyes searched Rachel's face. "I let him marry you, you know. I thought it would be good for you. If I guessed the effect that you'd have had upon him, I'd have prevented it." Rachel's anger was rising. "What effect?" "He's begun to worry about other people. A fatal thing with a man like Roddy, who was meant to do things, not think about them. But anyway, that's all too late now. Waste of time discussing it. What I wanted for you is this—" Her eyes left Rachel's face and returned to the window. "You're the one person now that influences him, and you will always be so. I can see ahead well enough. Poor Roddy. And he might have been a fine man. All the same, I admire him for it. There are things about you I could have liked if I wanted to find them. But we've been fighting from the beginning until now, when it's the end." She caught her breath, stayed for an instant struggling for words, then went on. "We can call a truce now. We don't like one another, but just at the moment you're moved a little because I'm feeble and shall be dead in a fortnight. That disturbs you. It needn't. Some months ago a moment did come when I realized that I should die soon. I hated it. I fought and struggled with all my might. But now that it has come, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters. I regret nothing. I've had my time. I hate the new generation, the manly woman and the soft man with all this sentimental nonsense about caring for other people. Think of yourself. Fight for yourself. Keep up your pride. That's the only way the world's ever been run. You're a sentimentalist and you're making one of Roddy. Nonsense it all is. Though this isn't what I really wanted to say." She turned back, and her eyes, as again they held Rachel, were softer. "Roddy's been my only weakness. I've loved that boy, and he's far too good and fine for a wobbler like yourself. That's why I hated it the other day. I couldn't bear that you should see me beaten by the pair of you.
both of you, thinking yourselves so noble with your fine confessions. Not that I believe a word that you said, but it was clever of you. You are clever, and know how to manage men. Yes, that hurt me, but afterwards I loved him all the better, I believe. I'd rather he hadn't written me that soppy letter, but that was your doing, of course. But listen, after I'm gone, I want Roddy to think of me kindly. He's going to think very much what you make him. It's in your hands. You, when you've got past this sentimental moment, will hate the memory of me. It's natural that you should, and I'm sure I don't mind. But I want you to leave Roddy alone. If he likes to think of me kindly, let him. Don't blacken his mind to me. I wish to feel, my only weakness I do believe, that Roddy will be fond of my memory. That rests with you. She stopped with a little final movement of her head, as though, having said what had been in her mind for a long while, she was finished, absolutely, with it all, and wanted no word more with any human being. Rachel answered quietly, "You've said some rather hard things. You mustn't feel that I've ever tried to make Roddy think badly of you. That's not fair. I'm not very proud of myself, but you don't understand me. You've always been determined not to, and perhaps in the same way I've not understood you. We're different generations. That's what it really is. But over Roddy we can meet. I didn't love him when I married him, but I do now, and we're going to have a child. That will make us both very happy, I expect. You love Roddy, and I love him. You needn't be afraid that I'll harm his memory of you." Her voice was trembling, and she was very near to tears. She would have liked to have said something that would have offered some terms of peace between them, something upon which afterwards she might look back with comfort. For her that hostility seemed, in the face of death, so small and poor a thing. But no words would come. Her grandmother, in a voice that was very weak, said, "Thank you, Rachel. That's a great relief to me. That's good of you. Now, my dear, I think Christopher would say that I've talked enough. Good night." Rachel knew that this was their last meeting, that here was the absolute conclusion of all the years of warfare that there had been between them. There was nothing to say. She bent down and kissed the dry cheek, waited for an instant, but there was no movement. "Good night, Grandmamma," she said. "I hope that you'll be better tomorrow." Then softly stole away. 3. The Duchess lay very still, watching the shadows as they crept across the fields. They were evening shadows now, for the sky, pink like the inside of a shell, had no clouds upon its surface. She would not get up again. This evening should be the last to see her gaze upon the world. It was too fatiguing, and all energy had flowed from her, leaving her without desire, without passion, without regret, without fear. Very dreamily, and at a great distance, figures and scenes from her past life hovered, halted, and passed. But she was not interested. She had forgotten their purpose and meaning. She did not want to think any more. The splashing of the fountain was phantasmal and very far away. The long black shadow crept up the field. She watched it. At the top of the red ridge of field against the skyline, very sharp and clear, was a gate, golden now in the sun. When the shadow caught it she would go to bed, and she would never get up again. She waited lazily, indifferently. The gate was caught. The last gleams of the sun had left the orchard, and the evening star glittered in a sky very faintly green. She touched a bell at her side, and Dorchester appeared. "I'll go to bed, Dorchester." "Very well, your Grace." "I shan't get up again. Too much trouble." She turned away from the window and closed her eyes. End of Book 3, Chapter 11.